Hello everyone watching the Paranormal M channel. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Let's relax together with some creepy, mysterious stories to help you drift off. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Drop a comment below and tell me where you're watching from. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel and for sharing your mysterious experiences with us. And now, without further ado, let's dive into today's stories. This started back in 2011, when my then husband, I'll call him Evan, and I were in this strange in-between season of life. We had 2 little kids. My son was almost 4, and my baby girl was about 9 months old. Evan had orders overseas, and while we waited for the move, we went to stay with his grandparents for what was supposed to be just a few weeks. Their house was one of those big, carefully kept homes built in the late 70s. Everything tidy, everything in its place, but somehow still heavy. And his grandparents, well, they were polite on the surface. Of course you can stay, that kind of thing. But underneath, they could be icy, critical, like you were always one wrong move away from a comment that stung. And honestly, I was already worn thin when we arrived. Before that trip, my own family life had been falling apart in ways I couldn't fix, and I was coping badly. I wasn't proud of it, but I'd been drinking more than I should have, trying to numb myself, trying to keep it together for my kids, trying to pretend everything was normal. So we get settled upstairs. Evan and I took his old childhood bedroom at the top of the staircase, and our baby slept in a crib beside us. Our son was in the room right next door. And the first weird thing happened only a few nights in. I woke up, suddenly, like my body just snapped awake, and I had this sound stuck in my head, so vivid it felt real. A plate spinning on a hard floor, that wobbling whirl until it slows and stops. But our room was carpeted, thick carpet. Nothing in there could have made that noise. I'm lying there, staring into the dark, trying to shake it off. And I turn over and see Evan staring back at me, wide awake. I whispered, "Did you hear that?" And he goes, "Yeah." Then we both described it, same exact thing. Not just a noise, but that very specific sound, like we'd shared the same 5-second dream. It wasn't terrifying yet, just unsettling. The next morning we told his grandparents, kind of laughing like, "Okay, this is weird, right?" His grandfather shrugged and said something like, "Probably an animal outside." But we both knew it wasn't. And that's when Evan told me something I wish he'd mentioned before we moved into that room. He said when he was a kid, maybe 8 or 9, he'd been lying on that same bed reading, and he heard something scratching from inside the closet. Not like a little mouse, like a big dog, claws dragging, trying to force its way out. He'd bolted downstairs crying, and his grandpa went up, opened the closet, and there was nothing. Again, probably squirrels. When Evan told me that, I got goosebumps all over, because it wasn't just a spooky story. It was the way he said it, like he'd never fully believed the explanation. A couple nights after that, Evan and I were asleep when we suddenly woke to the bed shaking. Not a little jiggle, not someone rolling over. I mean, the whole mattress moved like it was being rattled, hard, for a few seconds. We both sat upright at the same time, stunned, watching it happen. And then it stopped. The room was still. The tall bookshelf didn't wobble. Nothing fell. Nothing else moved. Just the bed. Evan muttered something half asleep and laid back down like his brain refused to deal with it. But I couldn't. I stayed awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to make it make sense. And here's the thing. While all that was happening at night, the days were already painful in a different way. My son was energetic, wild little kid energy, and his grandparents made snide comments constantly. The kind where they don't yell, they just slice. Little judgments about my parenting, my tone, my lack of control. I kept trying to be the perfect guest, cleaning, helping, keeping the kids quiet. But it never felt like enough. That's when I started feeling something else in the house. Something I can't explain without sounding dramatic, but it's the truth. Certain areas felt normal, the kitchen, the living room, but the moment I walked toward the back hall where the stairs were, it was like the air got thicker. Every time I went upstairs, I felt this pressure behind me, like something was right at my back as I climbed, not touching me, but close, too close. And when I reached the top and stepped into that bedroom, a heavy dread settled on me like a wet blanket. It got so bad I'd stand at the bottom of the stairs and have to talk myself into going up. Even showers weren't safe feeling. I would be in the bathroom, water running, and I'd swear there was something standing on the other side of the curtain. Not a shape I could see, just a presence so intense it made my skin prickle. I'd rinse fast, shut the water off, and yank the curtain back like I was daring it to prove me right. Weeks went by, and the dread changed into something worse. It became this constant sense that something bad was going to happen. Like an alarm in my body I couldn't turn off. Every night when I closed my eyes, I felt like something was leaning in close to my face, like inches away. I would open my eyes and there'd be nothing, but the feeling stayed. Eventually, I started pulling the comforter up over my face like a barrier, and then we found out we weren't leaving when we were supposed to. Evan got word that his report date had changed. We had to stay almost 2 more weeks. I remember my stomach dropping. I tried to hide it, but inside I was panicking. And then that night happened. All the kids were asleep. The adults were downstairs watching TV, and his grandfather started in on my son again. How we handled him, how I let him run the house, all of it. And then he turned to me and said, with this cruel little smirk, something like, "When I watch you with your boy, it's like watching 2 drunks arguing in public." I felt my face burn. My eyes filled instantly. I stood up and mumbled that I was tired and went upstairs, just trying not to break down in front of them. The moment I got into that bedroom, I collapsed into sobbing. The kind of crying where you can't catch your breath. Evan came up a while later and I told him, "You should have said something. You should have stood up for me." He promised he would talk to him tomorrow, like it was some minor issue. And then he fell asleep, and I lay there, wrecked, staring up at the ceiling fan. And then, so fast I can't even explain the moment between before and after. It felt like my whole body got hit with vibrating electricity. Like a jolt that didn't throw me off the bed, but locked me in place. My breath caught. My muscles went rigid. My heart was pounding like it wanted out of my chest. I reached over and grabbed Evan's arm hard, trying to wake him. And I remember whispering, panicked, "Something's happening to me." But he didn't wake up. And then it got worse. Because it wasn't just physical. It felt like thoughts were being poured into my mind, thoughts that weren't mine. Dark, horrible thoughts, like something was trying to force me towards something awful. I can't even say it out loud, even now. It felt like a violation, like something evil was pressing into my head and trying to steer me. I remember clenching my teeth and fighting it in my mind, repeating, "No, no, no," like it was a rope I could hold on to. And then, out of pure desperation, I pushed back with something brighter. I pictured a wide, bright sky, sunlight, and I reached for God, just mentally, like grabbing someone's hand, and it released me. It was sudden, like a grip letting go. My body went still. My breath came back. My mind felt like it belonged to me again. I didn't wake up until late the next day, and when I did, I was in full body pain. Not sore, not stiff. Pain like I'd been beaten. My hands felt bruised. The tops of my feet, my knees. Everything throbbed with that pulsing, hammered ache. I started sobbing the second I realized it wasn't going away. I took painkillers. I drank water. I tried to breathe through it, but I couldn't get a full breath. My hands started curling and cramping from hyperventilating, and they took me to the ER. The doctors ran tests. blood work, everything, and they told me nothing was wrong, no illness, no explanation, and I nodded and acted relieved because I wasn't going to tell them what really happened. I knew how it would sound. I knew where they'd send me, so I stayed quiet. But inside, I was certain something had attacked me. Whether you call it oppression or something darker, I don't know. But I know what it felt like something tried to get inside me, and when it couldn't, it left my body wrecked. Years later, life moved on. Evan and I eventually split. My faith grew stronger in a way it hadn't been back then, and at one point, his grandparents asked me to stay a few days again. This time because my own mother was very sick, and they wanted to help. Part of me didn't want to go. Another part of me wanted to face that room again, but this time not as someone drowning. So I went, with my kids, older now, and I chose to sleep in that upstairs bedroom alone. I stood in the doorway, set my bag down, and I remember closing my eyes and thinking, "You will not have me. You don't get to touch my mind. You don't get to touch my life." That night, I slept fine. No shaking, no dread, nothing. I woke up almost proud of myself. And then my daughter, she was about 3 then, said something at breakfast that made my blood run cold. She said, casually, like she was talking about a cartoon, "Mom, there was a man by my window last night. He was talking to me." I stayed as calm as I could, even though my stomach dropped into my shoes. I said, "Oh yeah? What did he say?" And she looked right at me and said, "He said he hates you." I felt my whole body go cold. I swallowed and forced my voice steady and said something like, "Well, we don't listen to that." And I changed the subject fast. I didn't want to feed it. I didn't want to give it attention. I haven't been back to that house in over a decade now, but my kids still visit sometimes to see their great-grandfather, and my oldest, the one who was a baby in the room with us back then, has had her own experiences. One time she told me she had a dream where she was hurting someone, and then in the dream, they turned it on her and cut her face. She woke up with that intense sensation of something on her skin, like blood trickling, but there was nothing there. Another time she was reading late at night and heard a knock on her bedroom door. Then she heard her great-grandfather's voice say, "Let me in." She opened the door, and the hallway was pitch black. No one there. Since then, Evan's grandmother passed away, and now his grandfather is very sick, late-stage cancer. He's always been a hard man, and he's openly atheist, and I can't help wondering, quietly, to myself, if something has clung to that house through him, or through the pain in that family, or through someone else entirely. For a long time, I suspected Evan's estranged father. He was into dark, obsessive stuff, the kind of person who made the air feel wrong when he walked into a room. He's gone now too, and what scares me is this. If Evan inherits that house, I don't know what he'll do. I worry he won't sell it. I worry the house will stay in our orbit, in our kids' orbit. And I keep turning one question over and over in my mind because part of me wants to warn him. Part of me wants to say, "This is real. Be careful, don't brush it off." And part of me thinks, if something feeds on fear and attention, maybe speaking it aloud to him would be like opening the door wider. So I don't know. But I do know this. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't just a spooky house story. It left fingerprints on my life. And even now, all these years later, when I think about that upstairs room, I can still feel the way the air changed at the foot of those stairs. So, this happened last summer, when I was staying out on a lonely little farm in western Kansas, miles from anything you'd call a town. The kind of place where the daytime heat presses down on you like a heavy hand, and at night the silence feels intentional, like it's listening back. One evening, the sky was turning that deep, bruised orange at the horizon, and my dad and I were sitting on the back steps, watching the fields go dark. He had that faraway look he gets sometimes, the one that means a story is coming whether you ask for it or not. He said, "There's something about this land people don't talk about much." And then he told me about a man named Eugene Harrow. Dad said Eugene lived on this property back in the late 1960s, early 70s. He was a loner, kept to himself, didn't show up to church suppers, didn't wave when folks drove by. Some people just called him private, others called him wrong. Either way, nobody really knew him. Until people started disappearing. Not whole families or anything dramatic like that, just individuals who were passing through. A young woman with a broken down car who'd asked to use a phone. A couple of teens who'd been biking the back roads for a summer trip. Dad said there were others too, names that got spoken quieter every time they were repeated, until they were just gestures and looks. Rumors did what rumors do. They braided themselves into certainty, and almost every strand pointed back to Eugene. Then came the night that changed everything. Dad told me there was a scream, one long, raw sound, carried across the fields from the direction of the pond. Not a yelp, not a shout. A scream that made people sit up in bed and grab flashlights like their bodies moved before their brains caught up. Some locals ran out there, stumbling through the grass with lanterns and truck headlights. But when they reached the water, it was calm. Dark, still as a closed eye. A few days later, Eugene vanished. That's when the police finally searched his house. And according to my dad, according to the way he told it, with his voice lowering like he didn't trust the air around us, they found things that made everyone's stomach turn. Not just odd stuff, not just, maybe this is suspicious. They found a bundle of clothes that weren't his, different sizes, different styles. They found tools that had been scrubbed too hard, like someone was trying to erase a memory. And they found marks in the wood floor, long, faint streaks leading toward the back door, as if something heavy had been dragged and the boards had never fully forgiven it. Dad paused there, like he was deciding whether to say the next part out loud. And then he leaned in and said, almost whispering, "They didn't wait for a trial." He told me the townspeople were convinced Eugene was responsible, convinced enough to do something about it. And the story everyone pretended wasn't a story, was that a group of men took Eugene out to that pond and held him under until the fighting stopped. But here's the thing. They never found the missing people. Not one body, not one clear answer, just absence. Just the pond sitting there, day after day, reflecting the sky like it didn't care what it had seen. Dad said after that, the pond got a reputation. Folks avoided it. Kids dared each other to get close, then backed out laughing too loudly. And at night, especially on windless nights, people swore the water would ripple on its own. Little bubbles surfacing in the dark, like something underneath was trying to remember how to breathe. Dad didn't laugh back. That night, I went to bed in the upstairs room, staring at a ceiling stained with old summer heat. The farmhouse was doing what old houses do, groaning, settling, whispering in pipes and boards. Outside, leaves brushed the window in soft little scratches, over and over. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not in the house, outside, on the gravel road that cut past the property. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Slow and steady, like whoever it was wasn't lost, like they were taking their time. My skin went cold all at once. I eased the curtain back just enough to see. By the pond, right at the edge where the grass gives up and becomes mud, there was a person standing there. Just a shape, really, still as a fence post, wrapped in shadow so thick I couldn't make out a face. But I felt it. I know how that sounds, but I felt the attention of it. Like the figure wasn't staring at the pond, like it was staring at me. I couldn't move. Couldn't even tell you how long I stood there with my hand on the curtain, barely breathing. The figure didn't wave, didn't step forward, didn't do anything dramatic. It just waited. Eventually, the sky began to thin into gray, and the darkness around the pond loosened. And in that slow, honest light of early morning, the shape was gone, as if it had never been there at all. When I told my dad at breakfast, his coffee cup paused halfway to his mouth. I watched the color drain from his face like someone turned down a dimmer switch. He didn't call me crazy. He didn't tease me. He just stared past me for a second and said, quietly, "I've always worried Eugene never really left." Then he added, softer, like it hurt to admit, "Maybe he's waiting for someone. Maybe he wants something finished. Or maybe he wants someone to finally let him rest." I didn't argue. I didn't try to rationalize it. I just knew, deep in my chest, that I wasn't staying another night. I left that afternoon, and the fields looked normal in the sunlight. The pond looked like any pond. The world looked like it had made up a reasonable explanation for everything. But sometimes, late at night, I still wake up from a dream where I'm staring out that window again. And in the dark, I'll hear it. Soft, steady crunching, like footsteps on gravel. And for a second, just a second, I'll be absolutely sure there's someone standing by the water, waiting. So I was scrolling the other day, and I came across this comment thread that really stuck with me, in a bad way. Someone was describing this house that felt haunted. The new owners, let's call them Maya and Jordan, said they kept getting this heavy, uneasy feeling. Doors creaked, the air felt cold in certain rooms, all that classic something's off here stuff. And then they found out that a previous resident, a man named Grant, had died there by suicide. And immediately the comments turned into, "Oh, that makes sense. He must be trapped there." Like it neatly tied a bow on the whole thing. And I need people to hear what's wrong with that. When we say a haunting makes sense because someone died by suicide, we're turning a real human tragedy into a spooky plot twist. We're implying that dying by suicide is the kind of sin or wrong choice that gets you punished, cursed to linger, cursed to haunt, cursed to become a warning label on a property listing. And suicide and suicidal thoughts are already drowning in stigma. They don't need a supernatural layer of blame piled on top. Because imagine this for a second. Imagine you lost someone you loved that way. Imagine you're already carrying that grief, the confusion, the ache, the endless what-ifs. And then you stumble across strangers online saying your person is haunting a house because of what they did. Like their whole life and suffering can be reduced to bad energy and a creepy anecdote. That doesn't just hurt, it dehumanizes them. And honestly, when people jump to that conclusion, it tells me more about their bias than anything about the person who died. A lot of it, whether people admit it or not, is shaped by old religious ideas. This notion that suicide is a mortal sin and therefore deserves consequences. Even when someone doesn't consciously believe that, the residue of that thinking is everywhere. It leaks into how people talk about it. Punishment, shame, blame, trapped. And the thing is, there's no evidence for any of it. None. It's always just vibes. The room feels heavy. The house has a weird atmosphere. Okay. But instead of turning that discomfort into a story about a dead person being cursed, maybe look inward and ask, why does this topic make me react like that? What am I associating suicide with, emotionally, morally, culturally? Because here's what I know personally. I've experienced suicidal ideation, and I can tell you, people who reach that point are not sitting there thinking, wow, I can't wait to die and then spend eternity rattling cabinets to freak out the next tenants. That idea is not only ridiculous, it's cruel. It turns pain into entertainment and makes the person responsible for other people's discomfort even after they're gone. If I were a ghost, whatever that would even mean, I promise you, I wouldn't stick around humans who love telling stories like that. I'd go haunt a quiet stretch of woods, a forest, somewhere peaceful where no one's narrating my suffering like it's a campfire tale. And that's the heart of it. The haunting explanation isn't rooted in reality. It's rooted in a belief, spoken or unspoken, that people who die by suicide deserve something extra negative attached to their story. Some moral stain, some consequence. And that belief doesn't reveal anything about ghosts. It reveals how badly we still misunderstand suicide, and how quickly we turn suffering into folklore instead of meeting it with compassion. So this happened a few years back when I was working this late shift, afternoons into night. By the time evening rolled around, I was usually the only one left, and the whole place would get that quiet, empty feeling, like the property was holding its breath. One night, maybe around 8:30, I stepped outside near one of the buildings to do a quick walk around. The air was cool, and the street lights made everything look slightly washed out. Across the street, kind of at an angle from where I was standing, I noticed someone moving along the sidewalk. At first, it just looked like a person, but the longer I watched, the more off it felt. It was like they were there, but also not fully there, more like a shape pretending to be a person. I didn't see a face or clothes, nothing clear, just this dark outline. And even though I couldn't explain why, I was sure it was a woman. Then she did something that would have been almost funny if it hadn't made my stomach tighten. She took this big, exaggerated step off the sidewalk and into the street, like she was overacting the movement on purpose. I remember thinking, okay, weird, but I worked in a busy town with a university nearby. Drunk students did strange stuff all the time. I tried to file it away as late-night nonsense. But then she crossed to the opposite sidewalk and stopped. And I swear to you, even without a face, I felt her look lock onto me. Like the attention hit me before my brain could interpret it. And then, this is the part I still can't explain, she was just there. 1 second she was across the street, easily 100 feet away. The next second she was inches from my face. No running, no fast steps, no blur. Just one moment far away, the next moment close enough that I could have bumped into her if I twitched. I didn't even react the way you'd expect. It's like my thoughts got thick and slow, like someone had pushed cotton into my head. I remember standing there, frozen, almost calm, but not in a normal way. More like my ability to question what was happening had been turned down. She was about my height, right up in my space, and then she started bending forward like she was trying to lean in and examine me. Except her face didn't drop the way it should when someone bends. Her face stayed level with mine the whole time. Instead, her legs stretched. That's the only way I can say it. They elongated until she was bent at this perfect 90-degree angle, like a hinge, while her head stayed right in front of me at the exact same height. It was wrong in this mechanical, impossible way, like watching a human body forget the rules it's supposed to follow. That's when the back of my mind finally started pounding on the door. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. It wasn't even a full sentence at first, just this urgent pressure, like my instincts were trying to yank me backward. And the moment that warning got loud enough, the thing in front of me tilted its head slightly, like it had heard my thoughts. Like it was puzzled that I'd started resisting whatever fog it had put on me. Then my brain caught a detail it should have noticed earlier. The sidewalk she'd stepped off of, the one with that exaggerated step into the street, had been lined with parked cars. There's no way she could have stepped off that curb like that without stepping over a car. No way. The second that clicked, everything shifted. It was like realizing that snapped a thread. She was across the street again, right back on the opposite sidewalk, like she'd been yanked there without motion. And then she just vanished. No fading, no walking away, just gone, like the whole scene had been edited and she'd been cut out. I stood there for a long time afterward, trying to convince myself I'd imagined parts of it, but the feeling it left behind was too real. I've had other strange experiences in my life, things I can't easily explain, but this one stuck to me. It didn't just scare me in the moment, it stayed. And honestly, what still gets me isn't just what I saw. It's the thought that if that little warning voice in the back of my mind hadn't pushed through, I don't know what would have happened. I really don't. Hey, so I don't tell this story often, because even now it still gives me that gross, crawling feeling under my skin. It was one of those late fall nights, cold enough that the air feels sharp when you breathe in. I was about 10, maybe just turning 11, and I was spending the night at my step-cousin's place. Her name wasn't actually Maya, but I'll call her that. I adored her. Anytime we got to hang out, it felt like a mini vacation, laughing, making plans, about dumb stuff we swore was serious. That night was supposed to be exactly that. Normal, fun, easy. When I got there, Maya was home alone for a little while. I remember walking in with my overnight bag and feeling that excitement bubbling in my chest, like, yes, sleepover energy. We were already talking about what snacks we'd eat and what we'd do the next day. Here's the part I didn't really understand back then. Maya's dad had died a few years earlier. I knew that much. But nobody ever talked about him, especially not her mom. It wasn't just private. It was like the subject had been locked in a box and shoved somewhere nobody could reach. And I didn't know the detail that mattered most. He died in Maya's room, the same room we were supposed to sleep in. I didn't even know what he looked like. My uncle had only married into the family recently, and Maya and I had only been close for a couple of years at that point. So the man was basically a blank space in my mind, just a shadowy before that nobody wanted to touch. Anyway, after I'd been there a bit, Maya told me she was going to take a quick shower. Totally normal. She grabbed her towel, headed down the hall, locked the bathroom door, and turned on the water. I could hear it start, steady and loud, like white noise filling the house. I went into her bedroom and sat on the edge of her bed, just kind of waiting, looking around, messing with the straps on my bag. And then I heard a knock. Not from the front door, not from the hallway, from her closet. It wasn't a creak or a settling sound. It was a knock, like knuckles on wood, slow and intentional. I froze, staring at the closet door like it had just blinked at me. My brain tried to talk me out of it, you know? Like, houses make noises. But then it happened again. Louder. My heart started doing that panicky thudding thing where it feels too big for your chest. I stood up without even meaning to, and I don't know why I did this, because it's such a stupid horror movie thing to do, but I walked toward the closet. And the closer I got, the louder it became. Knock, knock, knock. Then it stopped. And in that silence, I felt something change in the room. The air got thick, like it turned heavy, like breathing suddenly took effort. It wasn't just fear, it was this ugly feeling, like something in there wanted me to know I shouldn't be standing where I was standing. Before I could even move, I heard the TV in the living room. It clicked on, then off, then on again. The rest of the house was dark except for a strip of light spilling from the hallway, and for some reason that made it worse, like the darkness was watching. I didn't even think. I bolted out of Maya's room, down the hall, and I stopped near the bathroom because I could still hear the shower running, Maya humming or moving around like nothing was wrong. The living room was pitch black, quiet. The TV went off again, and the silence that followed felt loaded, like the house was holding its breath. And then the TV snapped on one more time, flickering light throwing shadows across the room. That's when I saw it. Not a clear, normal reflection. More like it had been pressed into the surface of the photo, like the glass was a screen. He looked confused at first, like he didn't understand where he was. And then his eyes shifted, and he saw me. I swear to you, our eyes locked, and his were completely black. Not dark brown, not shadowy, just empty black, like holes. I went cold all over. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like I'd been pinned there for an hour. The TV clicked off. The reflection vanished. I stood there, shaking, staring at that baby photo like it might change again. And then I noticed him. In the corner near the TV, a man was standing there, like he'd been there the whole time and my brain just hadn't processed it yet. He wore a dark jacket, kind of worn looking, and his back was turned. He wasn't moving, just standing. I made this tiny sound, barely even a gasp, and he heard it. Slowly, he started to turn, and the second I saw his face, every part of me screamed to run. He had that same dead black stare and this wrong smile. Not a grin like someone happy, a grin like something enjoying the fear. He started walking toward me, slow, heavy steps, like a real person's weight on the floor. I backed away, my hands shaking so badly I couldn't even ball them into fists. He kept coming, still smiling, still staring right through me like he'd already decided I didn't belong there. I hit the bathroom door with my back, and that's when I finally snapped out of it enough to move. I spun around and pounded on the door as hard as I could. Couldn't even form words, just bang, 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 like if I hit it hard enough, it would undo whatever was happening behind me. The door swung open, and Maya stood there dripping wet, towel wrapped around her, eyes wide like, "What is wrong with you?" I must have looked completely insane. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering, and the only thing I could get out was, "Your dad is out there." The part that still messes with me? Maya didn't look surprised. She looked scared, absolutely, but not shocked. Like I'd just confirmed something she already knew. She pulled me inside, locked the door, and in this quiet, shaky voice, she said something like, "My mom sees him sometimes too." We stayed in that bathroom until her mom got home. We didn't even crack the door. We just sat on the floor with our knees pulled up, listening to the house like it might speak. When her mom finally came in, we told her everything, and she believed me immediately. No hesitation. No, you must have imagined it. She just went pale and admitted she'd seen him recently herself, like out on the balcony, smoking, as casual as if he'd never left. Then she went and got an old photo album. She flipped through it, paused, and turned it toward me. And I felt my stomach drop. Because there he was. Same face, same hair, same jacket, same wrong, crooked grin. I didn't know what he looked like before that moment. There was no way I could have invented him. I remember sitting there thinking, okay, so I'm not crazy. But that wasn't comforting, because the truth was so much worse. All I could feel was this certainty that whatever it was, it didn't want me there. Like I'd stepped into a space where I wasn't welcome, and something ancient and angry had noticed. And honestly, I've had scary moments in my life since then, but nothing has ever felt like that night. Like the house wasn't just a house, like it was breathing around us. And even talking about it now, I swear I can still feel that cold, heavy air pressing in. Hey, so I need to tell you something that's been sitting heavy in my chest because it's starting to feel personal. My name's Ethan, and my wife is Mara. We live in a creaky old apartment in Brooklyn, but I'm originally from Cleveland, the kind of place where the winters bite and every other house feels like it's holding its breath. Back home, I still own this rental property, an old 2-unit house built sometime in the 1920s with a first-floor apartment and a second-floor apartment. I've had it for, nearly 2 decades now. Back before we moved to New York, Mara and I actually lived in the upstairs unit for a few years. Even then, we used to joke, half-joke, that the house had energy. Like you'd walk through a hallway and feel like something had just stepped out of your way. But nothing dramatic ever happened. No slamming doors, no movie stuff. Just a vibe. Then the pandemic hit and everything got weird, like the whole world was holding its breath. We ended up staying in the downstairs unit for close to a year with our little kid, Noah. And I swear to you, the feeling down there was different. Heavier. Like the house wasn't just old, it was occupied. It wasn't one big moment, it was this constant sense of being watched, especially near the basement door. When things finally calmed down, we went back to New York. After that, we basically kept the place empty and only stayed there a few weeks a year when we'd visit family. And at first, it seemed fine. But then this pattern started. Almost every time we'd go back to Cleveland and stay in the house, even for a short visit, one of us would get sick. Sometimes all of us. Headaches, stomach issues, that wiped out flu-y feeling. And it happened again and again for about 2 years. It got to the point where we started looking for logical explanations. Mold, old pipes, bad air, carbon monoxide, you name it. We couldn't prove anything, but it felt like something was messing with us. Like we weren't welcome. So last year, standing in that downstairs living room, feeling that pressure in the air, I finally said something out loud. Not yelling, not dramatic, just firm. I said something like, "This is my house. I'm not trying to fight with you. If you want to stay, fine. But you don't get to hurt us. You don't get to make us sick. Leave us alone when we're here." And the weirdest thing? It actually seemed to work. The next few visits, nobody got sick. But the presence didn't go away. It just shifted, like it backed up into the corners. I started hearing more little noises, soft tapping, faint ticking sounds in rooms where nothing should be ticking. Stuff that made me stop and listen with my whole body. Then came our most recent visit, and that's when it went from unsettling to scary. Within the first couple days, things started breaking like dominoes. Our rental car wouldn't start one morning, dead battery out of nowhere. The toilet handle snapped internally like it had been yanked too hard. A hallway light that had worked the day before suddenly died. Then there was this faint smell in the basement. Turned out to be a small gas leak, which is not the kind of thing you shrug off. And to top it off, the bathtub faucet started dripping non-stop, fast enough that we had to call a plumber. Mara finally admitted something she'd been keeping mostly to herself. She had the basement. Always had. But this time, she said when she went down there to do laundry, she felt like something was behind her. Like a presence that wasn't just there, but aware. Watching her. Waiting. So after a few days of everything malfunctioning, and both of us walking around on edge, I snapped. Not at Mara. At whatever this was. I stood near the basement door and said out loud, "Enough! I'm done with the games. I'll get someone to bless this place. You're not welcome here anymore." I meant it. Mara flew back to New York a couple days before Noah and I did, because she had work. Noah and I drove back later, and I honestly thought the worst of it was behind us. Like, okay, house is creepy, we'll deal with it later, back to normal life. But then, the dreams started. The first night back in New York, Mara had this wild nightmare. She told me she was in this dim, dusty classroom, like an old schoolroom with bad lighting, and she was there with someone she couldn't clearly identify, like a friend that didn't have a face. And suddenly these curtains at the side of the room snapped open, and this woman came rushing out, hair messy, face twisted and furious, eyes too intense. The woman didn't hit her, but she got right up in her space, like she was trying to intimidate her. Mara kept saying, "Get away, get away," over and over. But then her voice started failing her, like her mouth wouldn't work, like something was zipping it shut. And that's the part that makes my stomach knot up, because I didn't just hear about it later. I heard it while it was happening. I woke up because Mara was making these muffled, frantic sounds. Not words, more like someone trying to speak through clenched teeth, like her mouth wouldn't open all the way. I shook her awake, and she whipped her head toward me like she'd been pulled out of water. Eyes wide, terrified, breathing hard. And she said, "I think we brought it back." Night 2 was worse. This time, she dreamt she was alone in the basement of that house in Cleveland. But it wasn't our basement anymore. It was empty. No washer, no dryer, no shelves, nothing. Just bare space and dim light. She said the basement door at the top of the stairs was cracked open, and she could see a thin line of light. Then, this is the part that creeps me out. She saw me walk by upstairs, like I was in the house. She watched me open the basement door all the way, like I was letting her up. So she tried to climb the stairs, but her legs felt heavy, like somebody had tied weights to them, like she was moving through wet cement. She couldn't lift her feet right. Then the dream shifted, and she was outside the house, staring at that same side door. And she watched me walking the property, sprinkling holy water at the corners, like I was trying to seal the place off. And that's when she saw a shadow appear to her right. Not a person, not a figure with details, just a shape that felt wrong, threatening in a way the crazy woman from the first night hadn't been. Like this wasn't anger, this was intention. She said in the dream I didn't notice it at all, like it could stand right there and I couldn't see it. But she could, and she felt it watching her like prey. And then, again, her voice started to disappear. Same sensation, like her mouth was being sealed shut, like she was trying to scream through a zipper. And once again, I woke up to the exact same muffled, struggling sounds coming from her side of the bed. I didn't hesitate. I shook her awake immediately. She came up gasping, eyes wet, hands trembling. And she just kept saying, "It's here. It followed us. So now she's planning to go to a church today to get holy water, even though we're not particularly religious people. We're just at that point where you stop caring how it sounds, you know? And the scariest part is this. It's not just that the house in Cleveland felt haunted. It's that after I told it to leave, it seems like it got angry. And now it's showing up where we sleep. So this started almost 3 years ago, and I need to say up front, before any of this, I was not the kind of person who had paranormal stories. I've always been a little scared of ghosts and all that, sure, but I'd never actually experienced anything I couldn't explain. Back then, I lived alone in this big apartment. Let's call it Cedar Ridge. Just me and my cat Miso. The place was honestly great, except for one room. There was this laundry room tucked down a short hallway, and I don't know how else to describe it. It had a heavy, creepy vibe, like the air changed when you stepped inside. Every time I went in there, I got this prickly feeling of being watched. I started avoiding it and doing laundry somewhere else. Most of the time, I kept that door shut like it was a bad habit I was trying not to look at. The rest of the apartment felt totally normal. At first. Then I started noticing little things. Like I'd leave for work, come back, and a light I swore I'd turned off would be on. At the beginning, I blamed myself. Bad memory, rushing out the door, whatever. It didn't feel like a big deal. Just annoying. Months went by, and my girlfriend at the time, Leah, came over for the weekend, like she often did. The first night, we were falling asleep, everything fine, quiet, normal. And then, maybe an hour later, I jolted awake because I heard a sharp thump, like something had hit my guitar case by the bed. I sat up, heart pounding, and saw that our blanket wasn't just half off the bed like it sometimes gets. It was on the floor, fully, like it had been yanked. And Leah was already awake, eyes wide, staring at me. She whispered, "Something pulled my legs." I remember trying to stay calm because my brain needed a normal explanation. I told her maybe she kicked or twitched in her sleep. Maybe the blanket slid. Maybe it snagged and fell. People do weird things when they're half asleep, right? But the next morning, I found the blanket way farther from the bed than it should have been, almost like it had been dragged. I still tried to laugh it off. I wanted it to be nothing. After that, though, the apartment started feeling less peaceful at night. Sometimes I'd hear this thin, scraping sound near the bedroom window, like fingernails or a branch, except there weren't any branches close enough for that. Other times, a door would shift or click, like it was being nudged. And Miso, sweet, calm Miso, would react before I even did. She'd freeze, ears pointed, eyes locked on the exact spot the sound came from. Not skittish, not playful, just alert, like she was tracking something I couldn't see. Then came the laundry room again. One day, I finally forced myself to do a load of laundry at home. I walked in, turned the light on, and that same feeling hit me, stronger than usual. Like someone was just standing behind me, staring holes into my back. It got so intense I actually had to leave mid-load. I stepped out, shut the light off, and pulled the door closed like I was sealing it. That night, the scratching sound in the bedroom was louder than I'd ever heard it. I couldn't fall back asleep, so I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. And that's when I saw it. The laundry room light was on. Not flickering. Not a bad bulb. The switch had been flipped. I stood there staring, and Miso came up behind me, and then immediately stopped, like she hit an invisible wall. She refused to step past the doorway, wouldn't even lean in, just stared into that room with her tail low and her body tense. That's the moment my stomach dropped. Within a week, I started looking for a new place. We moved not long after to a different apartment, Harbor Street, and by then Leah and I were living together. It was bright, cozy, nothing like the old place. For a while, it felt like a reset, like maybe Cedar Ridge was just a bad building, a weird set of coincidences, my nerves getting the best of me. And honestly, we almost forgot about it. Until one night, we were lounging in the living room, just talking, and this heavy floor fan, one of those chunky ones that doesn't budge easily, suddenly launched sideways. I mean launched. It didn't tip or wobble. It moved like it had been shoved hard. It slid and toppled a good couple of meters from where it had been, and we both just sat there in stunned silence, staring at the space it used to occupy. We checked the floor, checked the cord, checked everything. There was no reason for it. Months went by with nothing else, and I almost convinced myself it was a freak accident. Then, one evening, we were talking about Leah's grandfather. He was really unwell, and we realized we'd both had the same dream the night before. In the dream, we were visiting him, standing in the same hallway, hearing the same little details. We were sitting at the table, quietly comparing what we remembered, when a ceramic pot, sitting dead center on the table, suddenly slid and shot off the edge. Not a slow slide, not a wobble. It went like someone had smacked it from the side. It hit the floor and skidded way farther than it should have, and we both jumped up, shaking, just staring at each other like, did that just happen? Miso was in the room too. She bolted under the couch and wouldn't come out for ages. That was the first time we said it out loud, this awful little idea we didn't want to believe. What if something followed us? Because it didn't feel tied to a single apartment anymore. It felt tied to us. Then work forced another move. New neighborhood, new place, totally different layout, different everything. And I hate admitting this, but part of me was waiting. Like I needed to know whether we were imagining it, or whether it really would happen again. And it did. Just recently, we were doing meal prep, chopping vegetables, packing containers, normal weekday stuff. A dish was sitting on the table, not near the edge, not balanced weirdly. And right in front of us, it slid and got pushed straight off. Same kind of motion, same impossible, someone just shoved it feeling. The strange part is, that's basically it. No shadows, no whispering, no nightmares. We sleep fine. I can get up at 2 a.m. for water and the apartment feels completely normal. Most days, nothing is wrong. It's just these occasional moments, maybe weeks or months apart, where something solid moves like an unseen hand decided to make itself known. Neither of us is religious. We haven't done any cleansings or rituals or anything like that. Mostly we just try not to talk about it too much. But sometimes I'll glance at Miso when the room goes quiet, and if she's staring at nothing with that locked-in focus, I feel that old, familiar chill. And I think, please don't let tonight be one of those nights. So, this happened back in 2008, and even now I can't tell you what it was, only what it felt like. I was in my room, completely absorbed in a game I was obsessed with at the time, Risen. Headphones half on, just zoning out the way you do when you're safe at home and nothing in the world is supposed to touch you. Then the doorbell rang. I didn't move. I figured my friend, Mina, would get it. She was already out in the living room anyway. Simple. But a little while later, the bell rang again. And then again. Not frantic at first, just persistent. Like whoever it was had decided, no, I'm not leaving. Not yet. That's when I started thinking, wait, if Mina answered the door, why are they still ringing? A minute later, Mina came into my room, and I knew something was wrong before she even spoke. Her face had gone pale in that stunned, shaky way people look when their brain is trying to argue with what they just saw. She told me, very quietly, "Something's out there." I laughed, because that's what I do when I'm scared but don't want to admit it, and I told her she was messing with me. Still, she went and told my mom, and my mom did that tired parent thing where she listened, but you could tell she didn't want to feed it. We lived on the 5th floor of an apartment building. Our front door opened right out onto a corridor where the stairwell was basically just there. No big separating hallway, no real buffer. Just door, then stairs, then the echo of the building. I walked over and I peeked out. And I saw someone. A woman, standing on the stairs, pressed close to the wall, unbelievably near. Like, close enough that if I leaned forward, I could have reached her with my hand. She was wearing a traditional outfit, something like a blue and white salwar kameez, neat and ordinary, like she belonged in the middle of a normal day. But her face was hidden, and her feet were hidden too, somehow, like the light didn't want to land on them. At first, it wasn't a horror movie moment. It was more confusing than terrifying, like seeing a stranger in the wrong place. Then the weird part started, because when I opened the door fully, like properly opened it, she wasn't there. Gone. Empty stairwell. But when I closed the door and looked again through the gap, she was back in the exact same spot. I did it again. Open, nothing. Close, there she was. It felt like something was playing with the rules, like it knew exactly how much I could handle. I even checked the keyhole, thinking maybe someone had messed with it, like there was a trick, a prank, some explanation I could grab onto. Nothing. That's when the fear finally arrived, slow and heavy, like a blanket you can't push off. I locked the door and went back to my room, and I swear the atmosphere changed. The room felt colder. The corners looked darker. Not in a dramatic way, more like the lights were doing their job, but the air didn't agree. And the doorbell started again, over and over. My mom told us to ignore it, not because she didn't care, but because I think she knew that sometimes attention is what makes things worse, whether it's a prank or something you can't explain. Mina, though, she was curious in that reckless way people get when fear turns into need to know. She leaned in and looked through the keyhole, and when she pulled back, she said she saw an eye staring back. She even claimed it looked wet, like tears or something darker. We called security. The guard came up, checked around, checked the stairwell, and found no one. But he did find something else. A sealed, airtight plastic bag filled with water, sitting near our door like it had been placed there on purpose. And I remember staring at it thinking, okay, what kind of prank is this? What does that even mean? The guard took it away, and after that, the bell finally stopped. The next day I told myself I was done with it, but of course I checked the keyhole again, because once something gets under your skin, curiosity isn't optional anymore. At first, nothing. Then I checked again, and she was back. Same spot, same stillness. That was the moment I felt it in my gut. This isn't random. This is deliberate. Like something wanted me to keep checking, wanted me to keep participating. So I stopped. I stopped looking. I stopped reacting. I avoided the door as much as I could. A few days later, there was a power outage. The whole apartment went pitch black. That kind of darkness where you can't even tell if your eyes are open. We lit candles, and the flame made the shadows jump on the walls like nervous little animals. My mom had to run out for something, and she took Mina with her, leaving me home with my little brother, Rafi. Not long after they left, we heard someone at the door. Not the bell this time. The doorknob started twisting. Slow, firm, like someone was trying to open it carefully, but with intention. Here's the part that still messes with me. The door wasn't locked. It was just closed. So why would the knob twist like it was stuck? I grabbed the handle and held the door with both hands, bracing my weight against it like that would matter. My brother started panicking behind me. I shouted, "Who is it?" No answer. Just that steady turning, like whoever it was didn't need to speak. I shouted again. Still nothing. And then, after a few seconds that felt like a full hour, it stopped. Silence. When my mom and Mina came back, Mina said something that made my skin go tight. She told me she heard me screaming from the 3rd floor while she was climbing the stairs. 3 floors down, and she heard me. That night passed without anything else happening, but after that, I started noticing sounds from above. Little noises that didn't make sense, like toys being dropped, something rolling across the floor, the faint tap-tap of movement where there shouldn't have been any. When I asked the upstairs neighbors, they looked genuinely confused. They swore they didn't know what I was talking about. Later, months after, we moved to a different place. New apartment, new building, new everything. And the sounds came back anyway. Always from above, always around midnight. And then there were the marks. Every once in a while, I'd wake up with these thin, shallow scratches on my hands or on my back near my spine. Not deep enough to bleed much, but enough to notice in the mirror and feel that cold, slow question rise in your chest. How did that get there? Back then, I didn't obsess over it. I just brushed it off. You tell yourself you rolled into something. You scratched yourself in your sleep. It's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. But looking back now, I can't pretend it didn't fit the pattern. Over time, I started accepting a possibility I used to reject. That there are things we share space with that we don't fully understand. If that's what it was, I'm honestly grateful it never escalated into something worse. Whatever was happening felt like it wanted to unsettle, to provoke, to toy with us, but not destroy us. And still, years later, I can't hear a doorbell ring again and again without my stomach tightening a little. Because part of me remembers exactly what it felt like to realize something on the other side of your door was paying attention. Not just to your home, but to you. So, in high school, we started half joking, half not, saying our house was haunted. Not because we heard chains rattling or saw things flying off shelves, but because people kept insisting they'd seen my mom inside the house when she wasn't even home. And my mom hated it. Like, truly. She'd get embarrassed, offended, and instantly shut down if anyone brought it up around her. Which honestly made it feel even weirder, because it wasn't like we were trying to be dramatic. We were just repeating what other people were saying. The first moment I really remember happened a few nights before Christmas. It was late, the whole house was asleep, and my best friend, let's call her Tessa, was over helping me wrap a bunch of stupid prank gifts for my family. I was on the floor facing her, and she was on the couch facing the front door and the little bathroom down the hall. We were laughing, being quiet so we didn't wake anyone up. And then, out of nowhere, her face just drained. Like someone flipped a switch. She went totally pale, eyes locked on that hallway, and she looked genuinely terrified. It scared me so badly I scrambled up onto the couch beside her, whispering, "What? What did you see?" and she hesitated, like she didn't even want to say it out loud. Then finally she goes, "I think I just saw your mom standing in the downstairs bathroom." But my mom wasn't home. She was working a late shift. Neither of us moved for a second. We just sat there in this awful quiet. And then, almost like we'd made an unspoken pact, we didn't talk about it again that night. We just went back to wrapping gifts, but the whole vibe had changed, like the air got thick. Later on, my aunt, Maribel, lived with us for a while, and she told me a couple things that still make my stomach twist when I think about them. One night, she said she'd been lying in bed, not asleep, just resting, and suddenly it felt like someone got off the edge of her bed. Not someone sitting down. She specifically said she never felt the mattress sink like a person climbing on. Just that distinct sensation of weight lifting, like somebody had been there and stood up. And another time, she said she walked out of her room, turned to the corner, and nearly jumped out of her skin. She grabbed her chest and blurted, "Oh my gosh, Diane, you scared me." Then she looked again. No one was there. And my mom, well, in this version her name is Diane, was at work, not even close to home. It wasn't just my aunt either. I had a boyfriend in high school, Evan, and another guy I dated not long after graduation, Miles. And both of them had their own, "I swear I saw your mom" moment. Like walking into the kitchen, turning their head, and seeing a figure that looked exactly like her moving through the room, when she was absolutely not home. And my little half-sister, Lila, she was younger and already kind of anxious about being away from her own house, so I never told her the haunted story. I didn't want that in her head. But she hated our downstairs bathroom. She'd avoid it if she could. She told me it felt negative, heavy, like walking into a room where someone had just been furious. One time she got really quiet and said she felt like an older woman was there. Not threatening exactly, just present, watching. Even our dog got involved, which is always the part that makes people lean in. We had this small dog, Biscuit, and for whatever reason, he would bark at the corner under the stairs, right above where the downstairs bathroom was. Not playful barking, like alarm barking, like he was upset. Sometimes we couldn't even calm him down right away, and it was honestly scary because he sounded distressed, like he was trying to warn us. And here's the part I didn't really want to say out loud back then, but I used to have these vivid dreams too. A lot. And so many of them were about my mom being possessed, like something had taken over her. And in the dream, she was coming for me, like she wanted to hurt me. I never told her because I already knew how embarrassed she felt about the whole "people see you when you're not here" thing. And our relationship at the time was rough enough without adding that on top of it. In real life, I wasn't usually scared in the house. That's the strange thing. I kind of made this rule in my head. If I don't acknowledge it, if I don't feed it fear, then it can't touch me. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's just something I told myself to feel safe. But it worked. Except once. I heard my name, clear as day, like someone leaned right next to my ear and said it. I was awake. Fully awake. And I remember freezing for half a second, and then just forcing myself to act like nothing happened. Like, nope, not today. And I kept walking. Upstairs, the house would creak and pop the way old houses do, and we'd always brush it off as normal settling. My mom would occasionally mention things disappearing and showing up in weird places, and she'd laugh and say we must have a mischievous spirit. Like she could joke about it as long as it didn't involve people saying they'd seen her. But if I'm being honest, our house always felt heavy. Even as a kid, when I'd go to other people's homes, it felt like the air was lighter, brighter, like you could breathe differently. And then I'd come back home and it was like stepping into a room where the walls were holding their breath. And during that whole stretch, high school and a bit after, our family life was rough, tumultuous, chaotic, dysfunctional. There was so much anger and depression in the air all the time. Nobody was okay. My mom was deeply depressed, and there were moments where it got really, really scary in a very real-life way. Not paranormal, just human. Sometimes I wonder if that kind of pain can stain a space. Like maybe the haunting wasn't a ghost at all. Maybe it was a house soaked in stress and grief and fear, and it started showing itself in strange ways. I genuinely don't know. What I do know is that later, when things started to heal, slowly, over time, when the house got calmer, when we got healthier, all of it seemed to fade. The sightings stopped. The weird moments stopped. The heaviness lifted. And whether that means it was something supernatural that left, or just a family finally finding its way out of the dark, I still can't tell you. But I can tell you this. For a long time, there was a woman in our house who looked like my mom, and she showed up when my mom wasn't there. So, I've never actually seen anything spooky with my own eyes. No shadows darting across the hallway, no creepy faces in mirrors, nothing like that. But I have felt things. And honestly, I think that can be worse, because you can't point at it and go, there, that's the proof. When I was a baby, my family lived in this small house for about a year. Nothing fancy, just a normal little place. But after we moved, my parents kept it as a rental for a while, and every so often we'd have to go back because tenants would leave it wrecked. So growing up, I'd end up back there in random stretches, summer days, weekends, whenever repairs needed doing. And I'm telling you, the second I stepped inside, it was like the air changed. It hit me immediately, this heavy, pressing feeling, like walking into a room right after an argument you didn't witness. My stomach would tighten, my shoulders would tense, and I'd get this strong urge to stay close to whoever came with me. There were two rooms that were the worst. One was a narrow back bedroom, and the other was this little storage room off the hallway. I would avoid them like my life depended on it. I'd do that thing where you pretend you don't need to go in there, like, oh, I'll just stay out here and hold the trash bag, because even the doorway felt wrong. And it wasn't just creepy house vibes. It would get so intense that I'd feel watched. Like the moment I turned my back, something was right there, paying attention. I'd get that prickly heat up the back of my neck, and my heart would start thumping like I'd just run upstairs. I never told my parents either. I just figured they'd brush it off, and honestly, I didn't want them to look at me like I was being dramatic. There was also this smell. Not like rotten eggs or mold or anything you hear in movies. It wasn't even disgusting. It was just unnatural, like it didn't belong to any normal cause. The closest thing I can compare it to is a damp paint smell, like the walls had been freshly coated and never fully dried, even though nothing was wet. No leaks, no weird wiring issues, no mold problems that anyone ever found. And still, that smell hung around every single time we came back. Windows open, fans running, bleach and cleaners everywhere. It didn't matter. It was like the house had its own scent and refused to let go of it. What made it even stranger was the renters. People never lasted. A couple months, then gone. The longest anyone stayed was maybe a year. My parents would always blame it on people being flaky or life changes, but it happened so consistently that even as a kid I started noticing. Like, why does nobody ever settle here? And then, when I was around 16, maybe 17, my mom admitted something to me. We were talking about the old place, casually, not even in a spooky way, and she suddenly got this tight look on her face, like she regretted bringing it up at all. She told me that back when we first lived there, she used to hear noises at night. Specifically, she'd hear what sounded like someone in the kitchen, pantry doors opening, that soft clacking sound of hinges and little latches, like someone was searching through food. Then footsteps, slow, unhurried, moving through the house. And of course, she thought it was an intruder. So she'd wake my dad, Mark, and they'd both go check, scared and half awake, ready to catch someone in the act. But every time, there was no one. No broken window, no forced lock, nothing. Just silence, except the pantry. She said they'd walk into the kitchen and find multiple pantry doors open, sometimes all of them, wide open, like someone had stood there calmly deciding what to take, then wandered off. Here's the thing about my mom. Her name's Diane. She's not the type to make stuff up, and she's definitely not the type to casually chat about ghosts. She's deeply religious, the kind of person who gets visibly uncomfortable if a movie even suggests something paranormal. So when she told me this, I didn't get the sense she was trying to spook me. If anything, she seemed like she was confessing something she wished she could erase from her own memory. It's been over a decade since I've stepped foot in that house, but I still remember how it felt. That immediate heaviness, the watching sensation, that weird, damp paint smell that didn't belong to anything. And sometimes I think about asking my mom more, like, what else happened? Did she ever hear anything else? Did she ever feel what I felt? But honestly, I'm scared to. Not just because I don't want to hear the answers, but because I don't want to upset her. Like talking about it out loud might invite it back into the room with us. So yeah, I never saw anything. But that house? It's the only place that ever made me feel like I wasn't alone, even when I definitely was. So, I've lived in this house for about 15 years now, and honestly, most of that time has been completely normal, like boring normal. But those first couple of years, especially the first year and a half, were different. And I still don't have a clean explanation for why it started, or why it stopped. To be clear, this place doesn't look like the kind of house you'd point at and go, "Yep, haunted." It's a standard single-family home in a quiet neighborhood, built in the late 80s. No tragic history we've ever heard of. No creepy cemetery vibes. Just a regular house on a regular street. When we first moved in, everything felt fine. We unpacked, got the kids settled, did all the normal new house stuff. And then, a few months in, our front door started doing this thing where it would open by itself. I mean, fully swing open. We'd be in the kitchen making dinner, talking about nothing, and suddenly the door would just creak and drift open like someone had decided to come in. The first few times we tried to laugh it off. My partner, Marcus, figured it was something simple. Loose hardware, a bad latch, maybe the door wasn't sitting right in the frame. And I'll admit, we weren't the best about locking the doors back then. We lived in a pretty peaceful area, and we had 2 massive dogs, our English Mastiffs, Diesel and Brandy. If anyone could get past those 2, honestly, they earned whatever they were trying to steal. Marcus tightened screws. Didn't help. He replaced the whole handle and lock set. Didn't help. We told ourselves it was the house settling, or pressure changes, or wind, or anything that didn't involve, anything else. But then the animals started acting weird. The cats, Miso and Juniper, would sit up like statues and stare at the same spot in the room, like they were watching something hover in the air. And not just stare, they'd track it, together, like their heads were following movement across an invisible line. The dogs were worse. Diesel would snap up out of sleep, stiff as a board, hackles raised, staring down the hallway like it had personally offended him. Brandy would give this low, warning bark that she never used unless someone was actually at the door. And that's what got under my skin. Because animals don't do that for no reason. Not like that. They weren't playing. They weren't being dramatic. They were reacting like something was there. And then came the night that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. It was right after the holidays, like the weird limbo week after Christmas where you don't know what day it is. It was late, past midnight. The kids were asleep, the house was quiet, and Marcus and I were just doing a little cleanup in the living room before heading to bed. And the front door swung open again. It hadn't done it in a while, which is the only reason I even remember it. It was almost like, "Oh, you're doing that again." I walked over, shut it, and this time I locked the deadbolt. I remember saying something like, "Okay, clearly it's windy tonight," and trying to sound casual even though my heart had done that stupid little jump. We went to bed, turned the lights off, and put something on streaming. One of those movies you half watch until you fall asleep. I was settling into that warm, heavy, almost asleep feeling when, bang! This loud crash from the hallway, like something had been thrown, not dropped. It jolted both of us upright immediately. He came back in with this confused look and said, "The snowman's broken." We had this decorative snowman figurine sitting on the back of the toilet tank, one of those cheap holiday decorations we'd put up in November and never bothered to move. He said it was on the floor, shattered into pieces. And the thing is, it wasn't the kind of thing that should have shattered like that. If it had just slipped off, okay, maybe it chips, maybe it cracks. But this was smashed like it hit the tile with force. And the sound we heard? It wasn't a whoops sound. It was a slam. So I got up and checked everything like my brain was determined to solve it. Was the washer running and shaking the floor? No. Were the kids messing around? No, both out cold. Could one of the animals have done it? Also no. The cats were in our room. One dog was crated. The other was sprawled across our son's bed like a furry boulder. There was no good answer. Marcus grabbed the broom and dustpan and went back into the bathroom to clean up the pieces. And then, this is the part that makes my voice catch even now. Less than a minute later, he came rushing back into the bedroom like something was chasing him. His face was pale, his eyes wide, and he was clawing at his own back, twisting like he couldn't reach it. He was saying, "My back is burning. My back is on fire. Look, look, look." He yanked his shirt off and turned around. And across his back were 3 long, parallel marks. Not little scratches, not like something brushed him. These were deep, like gouges. The skin around them was red and angry, and there was blood. Not a lot, but enough that it was real. Enough that my whole body went cold. I just stood there for a second, staring, trying to make it make sense. He kept repeating that it felt like he'd been burned, like someone had dragged something hot across his skin. I grabbed first aid stuff and cleaned the wounds, put ointment on them, dressed them as best I could. It took almost an hour before he could even lie down without flinching. And after that, once he finally calmed down a little, I picked up his t-shirt from the floor, because my brain needed proof of something logical. I expected holes, torn fabric, snags, anything that would explain how a person gets clawed across the back while wearing a shirt. But the shirt was fine. No tears, no pulled threads, nothing. Just a couple of faint blood spots on the inside where it had soaked through. Tell me how that works. Seriously. How do you get 3 deep, parallel wounds across your back, through a shirt, and the shirt looks untouched? That was the moment something shifted in me. Because you can explain a door. You can explain pets being weird. You can explain a decoration falling. But that felt intentional. Like something had reached out and said, "Hey, I'm here." I'm not especially religious, but I do believe there's something bigger than us. And that night, I was scared enough that I prayed out loud, right there in the dark, asking for protection for my family. And then I did something I never thought I'd do. I spoke to the air like I was talking to a person. I told whatever it was to leave. Not politely either, more like, "Get out of my house. You are not welcome here." And after a while, the adrenaline faded, and we eventually fell asleep, mostly from exhaustion, I think. And here's the strange part. No more animals tracking things. No more crashing sounds. No more anything. Like the house decided it had said what it wanted to say, and then it went quiet. It's been over a decade since then, and I still don't know what to do with it. Maybe the door really was a settling frame and gusty weather. Fine. I can live with that explanation. But the marks on Marcus's back? I've gone over every possible scenario in my head, every rational explanation, every maybe he bumped into something, every maybe it happened earlier and we didn't notice. And nothing fits. Not with the shirt untouched, not with the timing, not with the way he came running in like he'd been attacked. So I don't know. I really don't. Was it a freak accident? Something we'll never be able to prove? Or was it something else? And why would something do one big, terrifying thing and then go completely silent? I still wonder about that, more than I want to admit. Hey, so let me just tell you this the way I'd tell a friend, because that's honestly what it feels like. We bought this house a little over 5 years ago, late winter of 2021, and I'll be real, I didn't want to move. The market was brutal. It was one of those, this is what we can actually get situations, not the dreamy, this is what we imagined kind. And from day one, my kids weren't exactly shy about how they felt. They'd complain about little things, cold spots, weird vibes, shadows in the hallway. Stuff they insisted felt like someone else is here. I tried to brush it off as nerves, imagination, adjusting, but it kept coming up. My husband snores like it's his full-time job, so we started sleeping in different rooms. At some point, I was spending more nights in my son's room than my own because I just couldn't handle the noise anymore. He was about 12 back then, he's 14 now, and eventually we swapped rooms. I took his. And that's when I started feeling it. Not like seeing anything. Just that heavy, aware feeling like you're not alone even though you are. I found out the previous owner passed away in that room, and I'll admit, I started picturing her there. In my head, her name became Marilyn. I don't even know why, it just fit. One night, I finally blurted out loud, "No, you can't stay here. This isn't your room anymore. You need to go." And after that, the presence stuff stopped, at least while I was awake. Every now and then, though, I'd catch this faint smell of cigarette smoke, like it drifted in for a second and vanished. She'd apparently been a heavy smoker, so I told myself it could be old walls, old vents, old everything. Still unsettling, but manageable. The neighbors didn't help. They had opinions. They told us she'd been a harsh woman, mean, bitter, the kind of person who could poison a room just by being in it. They said she died alone, on oxygen, with only her adult son coming around sometimes, and that she'd treated him terribly too. Whether that was all true, I don't know. But hearing it made that room feel thick with history, Anyway, fast forward to last week. I've been struggling with sleep for ages. I've tried different meds, teas, routines, everything. Nothing really sticks. So I decided, fine, I'm going to record my sleep and figure out what's going on. The first couple nights were kind of messy. Audio glitches, me shifting around a lot, small snores, normal stuff. But what really grabbed me was my oxygen. I was dipping below 85 at times. Once it even hit the high 70s, which scared me. That felt like a separate issue, like a call your doctor issue. Then on the third night, I heard it. This quiet little beep. At first, I thought it was just some weird artifact, like the app did something, or my phone made a notification noise that got picked up in the recording. But it happened again, and again, multiple times. My husband and I talked it through like rational adults. Maybe it was my smartwatch reacting to a drop in oxygen. Maybe it was a low battery alert. Maybe it was the phone adjusting something. But even with all that logic, I'm telling you, hearing that beeping in the dark on a recording of me sleeping made my skin crawl. So I tested it. Then last night, I decided to do a full recording. No shortcuts, no highlights only. Just the whole night. And the beeping came back like it was angry I'd noticed it. There were more than 10 instances. Some were evenly spaced, like a rhythm. Some were uneven, like unpredictable. The sound is faint. You have to crank the volume. But once you hear it, you can't unhear it. My teenager told me to screen record the playback on my phone so I'd have proof to show someone. So I did. I haven't edited anything. I wouldn't even know how. Now here's the part that makes me feel a little ridiculous saying out loud. There are only a few things in that room that even plug in. A lamp. A heating pad I use sometimes. My phone charger. That's basically it. My husband went through the room like he was on a mission, checking every outlet, every cord, everything that could possibly make a noise. And yes, technically, any of those items could beep under the right circumstances. But why does it stop when I remove one thing and come back when I record the full night? That's what's getting to me. So now I'm sitting here wondering, is it something totally explainable that I'm missing? Some sensor, some setting, some electronic hiccup? Or is it something else, like an echo, like a leftover imprint? Like that oxygen machine rhythm got baked into the room somehow, and now it's bleeding back through when the house is quiet enough. I don't know. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying, it's strange. And it's happening in the one room with the heaviest history in the whole house. And honestly, I'd love ideas. Rational, spooky, whatever you've got. Because right now I'm stuck between, there's definitely a logical reason, and why does it feel like the past is tapping me on the shoulder at night? So here's something I don't tell just anyone, because it sounds like the kind of story you'd swear someone made up for attention. But I lived it. We all did. My family basically grew up inside a church. Well, above it. My parents met there, got married young, and when they were broke and had nowhere solid to go, the church offered them the caretaker job and the little living space upstairs. It wasn't some cozy parsonage either. It was this cramped one-bedroom tucked over the sanctuary, like the building was wearing an apartment as a hat. If you walked in from the street, you'd go through the main doors, pass down the center aisle, and all the way toward the back. There was a plain door back there that led to a narrow staircase. Up those steps was our whole world. One tiny bedroom, a combined kitchen, living, dining area, and this little terrace off to the side with a laundry room right next to it. 5 people. one bedroom. Later, 2 dogs, too. It was tight, but when you're a kid, you don't really question it. You just make it normal. What wasn't normal was the way that building felt. And I don't mean old building creaks at night felt. I mean watched. Like the air could turn heavy without warning. Like someone had just walked into the room angry, except no one did. Sometimes it got cold in a way that didn't match the weather. Sometimes you'd hear movement, footsteps, slow and deliberate, when nobody was there. And the creepy part is, it wasn't just me. It happened to all of us, separately, together, whenever it felt like it. One night, my stepdad, Marco, was out of town for work. It was just my mom, my brothers, and me at the little table eating dinner. My youngest brother, Eli, was talking with his mouth full. My mom was doing that tired parent half smile, and for a minute, everything felt normal. Then we heard it. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, measured, like someone taking their time. But what made my stomach drop was the sound. Sharp taps, like a woman in heels. Tap, tap, tap. They climbed the staircase that came up from the church below, and every single one of us went silent, like we'd all turned into statues at the same time. The steps reached the top. Then, this is the part I still hate thinking about, they didn't stop at the door. They kept going. We heard the footsteps move through our living area, passing behind us like whoever it was just walking through like they belonged there. And then they continued toward the bedroom. I remember my mom's voice, low and shaky, asking, "Did you hear that?" We all nodded. No one wanted to be the first one to say, "Yes, and I think we're in trouble." My oldest brother, Noah, was always the logic first type, like the kind of person who wanted to fix fear by solving it. He stood up, grabbed a kitchen knife, trying to look brave, trying to make us feel brave, and he checked every corner of that apartment. Then he went further and checked downstairs in the church itself. Nothing. No one. And weirdly, that almost made it worse. But it also broke the tension just enough that the two of us younger kids could breathe again. Another time, I came home with my mom after running errands, bags of groceries digging into our fingers, and we found my middle brother, Mateo, curled into a corner like he was trying to disappear into the wall. He was crying, full body trembling. He said he'd been on the computer and heard footsteps coming straight toward him, like someone was marching right up behind his chair. And honestly, I don't blame him. There were nights I'd wake up to voices drifting up from the church, muffled, like conversation, like someone was down there when no one should have been. I'd lie in bed and realize I couldn't move. Not a finger, not my head, just trapped in my own body, staring into the dark. And I'd feel it, this presence, like something was standing near the laundry room door, staring. We had these windows that lined up in a way where the terrace and the bedroom felt connected, and at night, it was like that whole side of the apartment became a corridor for whatever it was. The next morning, I asked Mateo if he'd been downstairs talking to anyone during the night. He looked at me like I was insane and said, "I wasn't even home." That place had patterns too. Thursdays were always the worst. Prayer nights. More people. More emotion. The church also held funerals, and there was this sense, hard to explain, that grief lingered, like the building absorbed it. One day during a service, a woman collapsed and died, right there in the sanctuary. They did CPR and brought her back. Everyone talked about it like a miracle, and maybe it was. But after that, the atmosphere felt stirred up, like something had been yanked open. My mom tried to keep us safe in the only way she knew how. She would anoint the stairs, the doors, the corners of rooms. like drawing invisible lines and begging whatever was there not to cross them. She was always the most sensitive one, the kind of person who knows when someone is looking at them even from across a crowded room. Only this wasn't a crowded room. This was a dark apartment above an empty church. She told me she'd feel touches at night, a brush against her arm, a pressure on the mattress. Sometimes she'd wake up to something whispering near her ear, not words she could understand, but close enough to make your skin crawl. There was one night I'll never forget because I wasn't even there at first. I was out at a friend's birthday, some loud little bar, music rattling the glasses, everyone laughing like the world was simple. Then my phone rang and I saw my mom's name. The second I answered, I knew something was wrong. Her voice was cracked, frantic. She was alone and said she heard someone run up the stairs from the church, fast, like sprinting. And then that temporary timed light switched on downstairs, the one that stayed lit for about half a minute so you could cross the sanctuary without turning everything on. She told me it turned on like someone had triggered it, and she was terrified because why would anyone be in there? And why would they run? I left immediately. I don't even remember saying goodbye. And here's the thing. When we finally moved out, after nearly 3 decades, I expected to carry that fear with me forever. I expected every creak in a new house to send me spiraling. But it didn't. Once we were gone, it was like stepping out of a storm you didn't realize you'd been living inside. The truly strange part? The new pastors decided to move into that apartment after we left. They lasted about a month. A month. Then one of them approached my mom, trying to sound casual, like he didn't want to admit anything, and asked her if we'd ever felt a presence up there, like someone brushing past you, touching you, when no one was visible. And then she added, "We lived with them for years." I still feel sensitive, I guess. Like my nerves remember what it's like to be watched by something you can't see. But I've never felt that exact panic again, that tight-chested, trapped in your own home kind of fear. And sometimes, when I look back, I swear that place wasn't just haunted. It felt like a doorway. Like something in that church, under all the prayers, all the grief, all the people pleading and sobbing and singing, left an opening behind. And something noticed we were living right above it. Hey everyone, mystery lovers of the M channel. Have you still been having trouble sleeping lately? I'm here to share some eerie, mysterious, real-life experiences that might just help you sleep a little better. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel. And by the way, we really appreciate all of you who've been sending in your own mysterious experiences. Don't hold back, keep them coming. Wishing you a great night's sleep. And now, let's get started. So, I live in this apartment complex that was built back in the early 60s, and I've been here a little over a year and a half now. It has that old building vibe, you know? Not creepy exactly, just seasoned. And every once in a while, really once in a while, when I'd be half asleep, barely even conscious, I'd feel something brush my foot. Just the faintest little touch. Sometimes I'd even dream about my old dog Milo, who passed a few years ago, and I'd wake up with that strange, sweet feeling like an animal had curled up near my feet. Always super brief, always spaced out by weeks, even months. I'd notice it, go, huh, and then life would move on. But then, one night changed the whole rhythm of it. It was the Thursday after Thanksgiving. My dad had driven me home from my parents' place. Nothing dramatic, just a couple drinks, and honestly, the kind of amount that used to mean something in my 20s but barely makes a dent now. By the time I got into bed, I was sleepy, calm, totally fine. I remember lying there with my phone in my hand, about to text someone back, and I started drifting off. And suddenly, whoosh, like this tickly sweep of air skimmed across my face, almost like something dashed by, close enough that I felt it. And right after that, that familiar sensation landed at my feet again. Except this time it didn't vanish. In my mind, like instantly, in my gut, I just knew. That's a cat. And before you ask, yes, I wondered if I was imagining it. But if there was any leftover fuzziness from the earlier evening, it was gone right then. I was awake. I was sober. I was very much present. I'm lying on my back, staring at the ceiling, and then I feel this odd pressure on my stomach. Not painful, just there. Like the gentle indent of weight, and even this faint warmth, like a cat had settled on me. Except there was nothing to see. And then, oh my God, this motion starts. That unmistakable kneading. You know when cats make biscuits? That back and forth tiny paw motion. It felt exactly like that. Two little paws, pressing, alternating, like they were getting comfy or claiming the spot. Except, again, nothing was visible. And that's the part where my brain officially started to spiral. Because I tried to stay calm, but the more I thought, okay, it's a cat, the more another part of my mind went, or it's not a cat, and you're inviting something weird to knead your organs. I got so freaked out I couldn't sleep. I finally gave up and moved to the couch in the living room thinking, okay, new location, new vibe, problem solved. Nope. It followed me. I barely slept at all, and the next day I was exhausted. At some point in the afternoon, I ended up lying down again, just trying to catch up, and it happened again. Same thing. I'm on my back, and there's that pressure, that warmth, and then the tickling sensation creeps up my legs and drifts toward my face, like whatever it is inching closer, like it has a body, like it's curious, like it's checking me out. And I know this is going to sound strange, but mixed in with the fear, there's this other feeling too, like affection, like I'm being watched over, almost protected. It's not menacing. It feels loving, familiar even. And here's the wild part. It started happening all the time, every day. Every time I lie back down, bed or couch, it shows up like clockwork. And now there's no question of alcohol or sleepiness or anything like that. I'm fully sober, fully awake, and it still happens. So at this point, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if it is a cat, maybe two, honestly, because sometimes it feels wide, like there's more than one set of paws, then they are suddenly extremely active. Like they've decided, ah yes, this one. This is our person. Which is funny because I've always wanted a cat. And then my mom comes over. My mom's name is Denise, and she's the kind of person who doesn't roll her eyes at this stuff. She and I are both kind of, let's just say we're open-minded. We're paranormal fans. So she comes by, partly to visit, partly to see if I'm losing it. We literally crawl into bed together like we're kids at a sleepover, get under the covers, and start giggling because the whole thing is absurd. And I'm telling her, just wait. If it's going to happen, it happens pretty fast once you settle in. And we're lying there, quieting down, and I'm half holding my breath like, please let this happen so I'm not alone in this. A few moments pass, and then Denise goes, very calmly, oh, I feel it. I swear I could have cried with relief. I was like, what do you feel? And she goes, a warmth, and like a little weight. Just like that. No fear, no drama, just matter-of-fact confirmation. And I cannot even tell you how validated I felt in that moment. Because whatever this is, whether it's ghost cats, residual energy, some weird old building phenomenon, or something my brain can't properly label. It wasn't just me. And honestly, I don't even know what I want the ending to be. Part of me is still startled every time it happens. Part of me wishes they'd just curl up quietly and take a nap like normal cats. But another part of me, this soft, secret part, feels kind of lucky. Like somewhere in this old building, something decided I needed a little company. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this the way it actually felt, because I've tried to talk myself out of it for years, and I can't. For most of my life, I was the kind of person who rolled their eyes at paranormal stuff. Like, sure, spooky stories are fun, but in real life, I always figured there was a normal explanation. But there's one night from when I was a kid that never left me. It was a long time ago, maybe 8 or 9 years back, when I was around 11. I remember being in bed, staring up at the ceiling, that weird in-between moment where you're not sure if you're drifting off or if you just woke up. The room was quiet, normal. And then I looked toward the window. Sitting in the windowsill was something. Not a person, not really. More like a shape, like darkness had weight and decided to fold itself into a body. It was crouched in this unsettling way, like someone perched for a jump. The closest comparison I can make is that comic book kind of pose, where the hands are down near the feet and the knees angle out wide, like it's balanced and ready. It didn't have a clear face, not eyes you could point to, but I swear to you it still looked like it was staring directly at me. And the emotion coming off it, God, it was so strong. Angry. Not just scary angry, but this sharp, hostile feeling like it hated that I could see it. I froze for a split second, then I just bolted. I ran straight to my parents' room and shook them awake, full panic, heart slamming, trying to explain through tears and stuttering. My dad, Ethan, got up right away, and my mom, Marisol, came with us. We went back to my room together, lights on. My parents scanning the window like they were going to catch a burglar. And it was gone. They did the parent thing, bad dream. You were half asleep. Your imagination got you. And I wanted to believe them, I really did. But the problem was, I wasn't trapped in bed. I wasn't paralyzed. I hadn't been in a nightmare haze. I moved. I ran. I was awake enough to feel the carpet under my feet. So I kept that memory tucked away in my chest like a rock, heavy but hidden. Until recently. A few days ago, I was talking with my mom, just a normal conversation, nothing spooky, and she mentioned something that made my stomach drop so hard it felt like the air left my body. She told me she'd gotten up in the night to use the bathroom. She said she was fully awake, steady on her feet, not groggy. And when she stood up, she saw someone sitting in the windowsill. Not a shadow, not a coat hanging, not a shape, maybe. A dark figure, a man-shaped presence, and she said it felt angry. Then she described the way it was sitting, that same crouched, perched position, hands down near the feet, knees angled outward, like it was balanced there, watching. And here's the part that made my skin go cold. She said it didn't have a face, like there was just nothing there, a blankness where features should be. She went to the bathroom, came back, gone. And the whole time she was talking, she wasn't trying to scare me. She was just confused, disturbed, like she needed to say it out loud to make sense of it. She'd completely forgotten about what I saw as a kid. I hadn't brought it up in years. but her description matched mine so closely, it was like we were reading from the same script. And before you say it, because I tried to say it too, this wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had sleep paralysis before. I know what it feels like to be trapped in your own body, to panic because you can't move. This wasn't that. And once she said it, all these other moments I'd filed away as weird but probably nothing started crawling back. There's this story my mom told me from when I was a baby. My grandfather passed away shortly before I was born. Weeks before, I think. My mom has always said she felt like he never really got to meet me, and that made her sad. One night, when I was still tiny, she was standing in the hallway and swears she watched the handle of my bedroom door turn on its own. The door opened slowly, like someone was easing it open to peek inside. No drafts, no one behind it. She always said she believed it was her dad checking on me, and that story never scared me. If anything, it felt strangely comforting. Then there was another thing. When I was somewhere around 7, give or take, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a man sitting in the corner of my room. Not looming, not threatening, just sitting there quietly, like he was waiting. I can't remember his face now, which is frustrating, but I remember the feeling. I wasn't afraid. I was confused, maybe, but not scared. It felt calm. The next morning I told my parents, and when we looked over at that corner, there was a big smiley face balloon tucked there. I'd drawn it myself earlier that week, so it wasn't weird for it to exist. But the thing is, in my memory, I didn't see a balloon. I saw a person. And now, after what my mom saw on the windowsill, I can't help wondering if my brain has been trying to translate something it doesn't understand into something it can handle. Like it picks man in the corner or balloon because the alternative is too wrong to process. And there's one more layer to all of this that makes it feel heavier. My family's had a rough run. Not in a dramatic movie way, just this long, grinding stretch of illness and bad luck. I've dealt with chronic health problems for as long as I can remember. My mom's been sick on and off for years. My dad's been battling depression for what feels like forever. We've even joked, half joked, that the house has bad energy, like it's just sad, like something in it sticks to you. I always dismissed that. I didn't want to be the kind of person who blamed hard life stuff on a curse. But after my mom described that faceless, angry figure in the same place I saw it, in the same pose, with the same feeling, I don't know. Now I'm sitting here thinking, what if there really is something in this house? Or what if it's attached to the room? Or what if it's attached to us? And the scariest part is how specific it is, like it has a favorite spot, like it knows where to sit, like it's done it before, like it can do it again whenever it wants. I'm not telling you this because I want to be dramatic. I'm telling you because I'm genuinely frightened, and I needed to say it out loud to someone who will actually listen, because I don't know what else to do with it. So, when I was little, it was just me, my mom, and my 2 sisters in this old 1930s place at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. It looked like a normal family home from the outside. Small front garden, neat little row of neighbors, the kind of street where you'd hear kids kicking a ball around in summer. But inside, it never felt calm. My mom was with a man back then, Callum, and he had a temper that filled up the whole house. I grew up hearing shouting that would switch from slammed doors to the kind of silence that made your stomach twist. And it wasn't just him. My Aunt Denise would show up sometimes late and drunk, angry at everything and nothing. One of my sisters, Leanne, was older than me by years, and when she hit a rough patch with drugs, It was like living beside a storm, unpredictable, loud, and terrifying. Even as a kid, I didn't sleep in total darkness. I just couldn't. The dark felt crowded, like it held its breath and waited for me to relax. One night, when I was maybe 8 or so, I was sharing a room with my stepbrother at the time, Jame. I had the top bunk, he had the bottom. I remember waking up and sitting up suddenly, like something had pulled me awake by the spine. And there, near the doorway, was this shape. Not a person exactly, but definitely male, medium build. And on his head, clear as day, a tall hat. Like an old-fashioned top hat. It wasn't fuzzy or dreamlike either. It was a solid, pitch-black silhouette that felt wrong in a way I still can't properly describe. Years later, I stumbled across people talking about the Hatman, and my stomach dropped, because it matched what I saw so closely it made my skin prickle. But at the time, I didn't have a name for it. I just knew I was staring at something that didn't belong in my bedroom. By the time I was around 10 or 11, things changed at home. Callum and Jamie were gone, and my sisters were older, off out with their own lives, so it was often just me. My mom, Tara, started leaving me home alone more and more, even at night, because she'd go to the pub with friends and lose track of time. I remember trying to fall asleep one evening and feeling this heavy presence above me, like the air had thickened. Every time I shut my eyes, it was like something leaned closer. I'd open them again, heart hammering, and I'd catch movement at the edge of my vision. Shadows on the staircase, just out of focus, like they didn't want me looking straight at them. And there were footsteps sometimes, faint, careful steps, like someone testing each stair. I got so scared of being alone in that house that I'd actually go outside and sit on the front step in the cold, hugging my knees, waiting for headlights to sweep across the road. I'd rather be out there, exposed, than inside with whatever that feeling was. The strangest part is that even before the worst of the family chaos really hit, I'd already felt like the house had sides to it. Like there was a kind of female bitterness in the garden and a male heaviness inside the walls. When I was about 7, I remember being at the bottom of the stairs needing the toilet. My sister Leanne was babysitting and told me to go upstairs. I started climbing, and halfway up I just froze. Not because I heard anything, not because I saw anything. I just couldn't move. My body refused. The landing above felt like a line I wasn't allowed to cross. I stood there long enough to start panicking, then ran back into the kitchen and ended up wetting myself because I couldn't bring myself to go up there. When I was a teenager, I tried to fight back in the only way I knew how. I stood in my room one night and said, out loud, shaky but stubborn, something like, "In the name of Jesus, you are not welcome here. Leave me alone." And right after I said it, the spare bedroom door, across the hall, made this slow, tight creak and moved like it was being gently pushed closed. Not slammed, not dramatic, just deliberate. I remember my first thought being, okay, maybe it's a window, so I ran to check. The window was shut, no draft, no one else there. And of course, when I tried telling anyone, they shrugged it off. No one in my house wanted to hear it, and no one seemed to experience it the way I did. There were other stories floating around the family too, like little crumbs of something bigger. My gran once told me she saw a woman standing at the top of her stairs, just watching. She had more than one story like that. Things she'd say in a low voice, like if she spoke too clearly, it might invite it back. My mom and her sisters used to talk about this old clown doll my gran kept, and they swore it moved on its own sometimes. They also talked about footsteps pacing and tapping on a wall. But my mom always insisted it was imagination, nerves, everyone winding each other up. One of my sisters had a moment too. She once said that when she was home alone having a bath, she heard something fall and hit the floor hard, like a heavy object. When she got out to check, nothing was out of place. Later on, she claimed she didn't remember saying it, which honestly made it feel worse somehow, like the house swallowed people's certainty. The thing that made me feel the least crazy, though, was when my sister's friend, Mia, stayed with us for a while. She brought her boyfriend over one evening, and the two of them were home alone. Later, Mia told me, wide-eyed and deadly serious, that a tray had slid, or more like flown, from a counter in the kitchen and landed on the floor across the other side of the room. And her boyfriend swore he saw it too. That's what stuck with me. Because it wasn't just a feeling, or a shadow you could blame on tired eyes. If they were telling the truth, it was something physical. A couple of years ago, I ended up talking about all of this with two old childhood friends, people I'd known back then, when I still lived in that house. I hadn't told anyone outside family as a kid, not really. I just kept it tucked away like a shameful secret. One friend told me she always felt like something was in the walls, like the house had a pulse you couldn't see. Another friend, who'd gotten into spiritual practices as an adult, said she felt a dark female presence connected to the garden shed out back. And then, this part still gets me. I moved out, built a life away from that street, and for a while everything went quiet. Until it didn't. About 8 years after leaving, I started feeling watched again. It was subtle at first, like the same old sensation creeping back, that prickling awareness at the back of my neck. I mentioned it casually to a woman I worked with, Sienna, who said she was clairvoyant. I didn't tell her the whole story. I only said I'd been feeling like someone was there, like I wasn't alone when I should have been. She looked at me and said, very calmly, that she'd sensed something around me for a while. She called it a negative attachment. She described it as sadistic, like it fed on fear and emotion. And the horrible thing is, it was exactly how I would have described it myself if I'd had the courage to say it out loud first. But then my dad went quiet and told me something that made my whole body go cold. He said that when he was a kid, he grew up rough, in care, moved around a lot. He used to see a male figure outside his bedroom window. A man-shaped shadow, watching. And when I described what I'd seen as a child, he said it freaked him out because it sounded the same. The thing is, I didn't grow up with my dad. We reconnected when I was 16, so it's not like I heard his story first and absorbed it. If anything, it felt like two separate puzzle pieces snapping together in a way I didn't want. And now, honestly, I still don't know what to believe. I'm older, but I still feel watched sometimes. I still can't fully relax in the dark. Part of me wonders if it's trauma, years of tension in a house that never felt safe, my brain wired to expect danger. Part of me wonders if it's something else, something that clung on, or something that runs in families like an echo. All I know is this. Even now, when the lights go out, there's a part of me that waits. Like I'm listening for the stairs. Like I'm still that kid in the front garden, watching the road, praying for headlights. Hey, thanks for listening. I'm Elena, and this is one of those memories that never really leaves you, no matter how much time passes. So, when I was a kid, maybe 8 or 9, somewhere in that range, I had this experience that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. I've only ever met one other person who described something even remotely similar, which honestly is part of why it stuck with me so hard. It was late, and I'd already climbed into bed. I wasn't drifting off. I know I was awake. Our place was small back then, and my bedroom was basically tucked off the main area, so from where I was lying, I could see into the hallway and the kitchen beyond it. And then, out of nowhere, everything started vibrating. Not like a little shake. I mean violent. like the whole world had turned into a buzzing, rattling machine. The mattress was trembling under me. My body was trembling with it, like the vibration was coming from the air itself. It lasted only a few seconds, maybe 3 or 4, but it felt longer because my brain couldn't catch up to what was happening. That's when I looked forward, and I saw it. There was this shadow thing right there in my line of sight. It didn't look like a normal shadow. The best way I can explain it is that it looked flat, almost two-dimensional, like someone cut a shape out of darkness and held it upright. It had this rounded head and these short horns that curved up from the sides. I can't swear on every detail, but I remember thinking it had hands that ended in points, like claws. And while the room kept vibrating like crazy, it started moving toward me. I keep saying moving, but it didn't walk like a person. It was more like it would jump forward in little bursts, like a glitch in a video game. 1 second it was there, then it wasn't. Then it was suddenly closer, and closer again. I completely lost it. I was crying, screaming, just panicking in that helpless, child way where your whole body feels too small for the fear inside it. And the worst part was that nothing I did changed anything. The shaking didn't slow down, and the thing didn't stop. It got so close to me that I swear, if I'd scooted even a tiny bit toward the edge of the bed, my face would have touched it. That's the part I can still feel in my memory. The closeness. Like it was right up against my space, right up against me. And then I screamed for my mom. "Mom!" as loud as I could. The instant I did, everything stopped. The vibration cut out like someone flipped a switch, and the shadow thing vanished. Not faded away, not backed up into the dark, just gone, right in front of my eyes. People sometimes suggest things like dreams or sleep stuff, and I get why they say that. But what messes with me is how seamless it was. There wasn't any hazy shift, no moment where I woke up. I was already awake, and when it disappeared, I didn't lie there confused. I shot up immediately and ran. Like, I didn't hesitate. I sprinted straight to my mom's room as fast as my legs could carry me. I'm 19 now, so this happened around a decade ago, give or take, and I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. I guess what I want to know is, has anyone else ever had something like that? The shaking, the buzzing, the way the figure moved, any of it. Because it's such a specific kind of terrifying, and I've spent years wondering what I actually experienced that night. So, let me tell you about my mom's place. It's this big, creaky old house, something like 120 years old now, and I used to live there full-time for a long stretch. And in my family, believing in ghosts isn't some quirky idea we joke about. It's just normal. Like, of course there's something here, kind of normal. Especially when we first moved in, maybe 8 or 9 years ago. There were little things that happened often enough that nobody could really shrug it off. Funny thing is, I was never the one with the most stories. I'd hear footsteps when nobody was upstairs, or I'd notice a door that I swear I shut sitting slightly open later, but nothing dramatic. Except for 2 moments years back that still stick to me. One of them isn't even worth getting into. It was weird, but whatever. The other one, that one still makes my chest feel tight when I remember it. I walked into the living room one night, just stepped in like normal, and it hit me like a wave. Full body panic. Like my brain suddenly decided I was in danger, even though nothing was happening. My heart was racing, my hands were tingling. I felt like I couldn't breathe right. It was so intense I actually backed out of the room. And the second I went into the kitchen, like the moment I crossed that doorway, it stopped. Completely. As if someone flicked a switch. I was alone that night, and at that age I was already kind of terrified of the idea that there were entities in the house. So I don't know what to make of it. Nothing jumped out at me, nothing chased me, no movie-style horror, just that sudden, targeted dread. Like the living room didn't want me there. My mom got really into the history of the place after a while. Old records, local stories, anything she could dig up. And she's convinced the main presence is a little girl. She calls her Lydia, which is not anyone's real name, just what she's always called her. Mom says Lydia feels like she's everywhere. The hallway, the stairs, sometimes the kitchen, sometimes the guest room. Then there's apparently another presence too, an older man. Weirdly gentle, calm, more like he's just hanging out. My mom calls him Walter, and she swears he mostly sticks to the master bedroom. Here's where it gets stranger. I moved out in 2020, and ever since then, like the last 2 or 3 years, every single time I go back to visit, I start feeling off. Not like a cold, not like allergies. No runny nose, no sore throat, no cough. It's more like an internal uneasiness, like my body is tired before I've done anything. Almost feverish, but not actually sick. Just drained and uncomfortable in a way I can't point to. Like my skin is heavier. Like my bones are tired. And it isn't just me. My sister has mentioned feeling the same thing, and my ex, Caleb, used to say the house made him feel wiped out too. He'd be totally fine anywhere else. Then we'd go over there, and within a little while, he'd get quiet and fatigued, like someone turned down his energy. At first I thought, okay, obvious answer. Mold. Old house, old walls, maybe something hiding where you can't see it. But it's not like I step through the front door and instantly start coughing or feeling dizzy. It's not immediate like that. And my mom and the rest of the family who still live there, they're fine. Totally normal. No weird fatigue, no headaches, nothing. But me? Every visit, same pattern. And my sleep changes too. Normally I sleep like a rock. I rarely wake up once I'm out. But when I'm there, I wake up in the night, sometimes multiple times, like my body can't settle, like it's listening for something. Today I finally asked my mom straight up, "Do you know if there's mold here?" And she was like, "Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know where, and I feel fine." So then I asked, "Does anyone else feel weird here when they visit?" And she said, "Just your sister. That's all I've heard." Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She goes, real casually, "You know, the activity kind of stopped when you moved out." And I laughed, like a little laugh, automatic. Because what do you even do with that? But inside I felt weirdly offended. Like, excuse me? What am I, the haunted house battery pack? But also, it scared me. Enough that I'm even talking about this at all. Because if things really did quiet down when I left, then why do I feel worse every time I come back? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Part of me wants a logical explanation. Air quality, mold, stress, whatever. And another part of me can't ignore the pattern, or that living room moment, or the way my body reacts like it's bracing for something I can't see. And I keep coming back to this thought. I don't want a fight. I don't want to get rid of anything. If there is something there, Lydia, Walter, whatever it is, I don't want war. I want peace. I want to understand what's wrong. I want to stop feeling like the house is pulling the energy right out of me. I just don't know how to make peace with something I can't even prove is there. Hey, so this is something I didn't really talk about when I was a kid, mostly because I honestly didn't know it wasn't normal. When I was little, I used to get these strange moments, like I could sense someone right beside me when I was alone. Sometimes I'd hear a voice, like a quick whisper or a soft conversation. And then I'd realize there wasn't actually anyone there. And once in a while, it felt like something brushed my shoulder or pressed gently against my arm, the way a person does when they're trying to comfort you. The weird part is, it never felt threatening. If anything, I always felt safest in places that are supposed to feel creepy, like cemeteries. I know that sounds backwards, but graveyards always felt calm to me, like being wrapped up in a quiet blanket. Like I wasn't alone there. Like I was being watched over, in a good way. And then there was my childhood bedroom. That room had history. My mom told me it used to belong to my grandmother when she was young, and even as a kid, I felt like the room remembered people. The air felt heavy sometimes, but not in a bad way, more like it was full. One night, I went to sleep, and it was one of those rare sleeps where there were no dreams at all. Just darkness, stillness, peaceful. Then I woke up, like my body snapped awake before my mind even caught up. That almost never happened to me. I'd wake up sometimes, sure, but not like that. Not with that sudden spike of fear, like my heart was shouting, "Get up, get up, get up!" I stared into the dimness of my room, trying to make sense of why I felt so panicked. And that's when I saw him. Right near the closet, just outside the doorframe, there was this tall figure. Not a person exactly, more like a shape cut out of the darkness, darker than the darkness around it. He didn't move. He just stood there like he'd been waiting. And then I saw his eyes. Not glowing like a flashlight or anything, just this deep, unnatural red, like two embers. And I noticed something else that made my stomach drop. One arm was missing, gone from just below the elbow, like it ended too cleanly to be an accident. I remember pulling the blanket up so fast it nearly covered my nose, like that was going to protect me from whatever I'd just seen. And I started whispering to myself. Stupid little calming phrases, anything to keep myself from crying. I told myself it was just a trick of sleep, just shadows, just my brain. Eventually, I fell asleep like that, curled up tight, barely breathing. The next morning, I ran downstairs and told my dad. He didn't laugh exactly, but he wasn't scared either. He just kind of nodded like I'd told him I had a weird dream. Then he said something I'll never forget. He goes, "That sounds like your great-great-grandfather, Owen." And I was like, "What?" My dad walked to the hallway closet and pulled something out. An old prosthetic arm, the kind with worn straps and a faded, almost antique look to it. And the way it was built, it started right below the elbow, right where the figure's arm ended. I stood there staring at it for what felt like forever. And because my dad wasn't panicking, because he acted like this was just a strange family footnote, I tried to match his calm. I swallowed it down and told myself, "Okay, fine. Weird family thing. Moving on." I didn't really talk about it again for years. But when I was older, I finally mentioned it to my grandmother, Nana Ruth, just casually, like I was testing the water. And she didn't look surprised. She smiled, like I just reminded her of something sweet. Then she told me her story. Not rushing, not looming, just present. And according to her, he held out his hand, like a patient adult offering help. She said she took it. He walked her downstairs, step by step, helped her get a glass of water, walked her back up, and then, this part gives me chills every time. She said he tucked her in the way a parent would, like it was the most natural thing in the world, and she fell asleep feeling completely safe. When she finished telling me, she just looked at me with this soft expression and said, "He's always been around." And that's the thing. Over the years, I've still seen him. Not constantly, not like some movie where he's always in the corner of your vision, but enough times that I can't just pretend it was childhood imagination. And he's never hurt me, he's never threatened me. If anything, he shows up most when I'm vulnerable. Once, when I was really sick, like feverish, miserable, the kind of sick where the room feels like it's tilting, I kept noticing a shadowy figure watching from the edge of the doorway. Not staring in a predatory way, more like checking on me, like a quiet guard. It's hard to explain without sounding ridiculous, but it felt like concern. My family has stories too. Nana Ruth does, and my cousin Marin, who's just a little older than me, used to talk about a shadow friend when we were kids. She'd play in her room and leave space for him like he was really there. She even gave him a name, the Shadow Man. The creepy part is, neither of us knew the other had seen anything like that. We never compared notes. We never even talked about it. We only found out because Nana Ruth connected the dots one day, like she'd been holding the thread the whole time. So now, I'm left with this weird, lingering question. If this thing has followed our family for generations, if it's shown up in the same house, in the same halls, in the same kind of quiet moments, what is it? A protector? A spirit with some kind of attachment? Just a shared family story that our brains shaped into the same image. All I know is, I don't feel afraid of him. I feel watched over. But I can't help wondering if that's naive. Like maybe I've been calm about something I shouldn't be calm about. So yeah, that's why I'm telling you. Do you think this is something to be concerned about? Or does it sound like whatever this is, it's been trying to take care of us? So, I don't talk about this a lot, because even saying it out loud makes my skin prickle a little. But I'll start at the beginning. My first memory of it. It was Christmas Eve, and I was about 6 or 7. My brothers and sisters and I had all camped out in the living room together, like we always begged to do. Blankets on the floor, whispering until we got shushed, the whole thing. At some point in the night, I woke up. One of those half-awake moments where the room feels too quiet, like it's holding its breath, and I saw something moving down the hallway. At first I thought, oh, it's just our dog. We had this big black shepherd mix back then. His name was Ranger, and he padded around the house at night sometimes. Still, it startled me enough that I just watched. The shape came into the living room and drifted toward this sunken seating area we had, kind of like a little step-down nook. It had built-in couches with wooden backs, and those backs were narrow, honestly, not wide enough for a dog to balance on. But the thing, this dog-shaped figure, hopped up onto the back of the couch anyway. Not clumsy, not scrambling, more like a cat, smooth and weirdly precise. And then it perched there, completely still, like it had done it 100 times, just watching all of us sleeping. That's when the dread hit me, like someone poured ice water down my spine. I remember my chest tightening, my eyes stinging, and then I started crying. Quiet at first, then harder. I squeezed my eyes shut and just stayed frozen under my blanket until I eventually fell asleep again. For years, I tried to write it off as a nightmare. Except, later, when I brought it up, my siblings all went, "Wait, you remember that?" They didn't see what I saw, but they remembered me crying and being absolutely terrified in the middle of the night. That part was real. The next time was in high school. I woke up suddenly, and the first thing I saw was a shadow in the corner of my room. And my room was on the same floor, down the same hallway where I'd seen that dog-shaped figure when I was little. I remember staring so hard my eyes watered, trying to make my brain explain it away. A jacket? A chair? One of my sisters messing with me? I cycled through every excuse like I could force it to become normal. But the longer I looked, the more wrong it felt. The outline was dog-like, but the joints, this is the part I can never quite explain without sounding ridiculous. The joints looked human, like the way an arm folds or a knee bends. It was sitting there in a way that reminded me of a person crouched low in the corner, except it had the shape of a dog, and it felt like it was watching me. After that, it started happening more often, waking up with that heavy, someone's here feeling, catching shadows that didn't make sense, nights where I barely slept. And at the same time, my life was kind of falling apart in the normal teenage way, but louder. My mental health was bad. I was angry all the time, fighting with my family, failing classes, just constantly exhausted and on edge. My parents pushed me into therapy because they didn't know what else to do with me. And honestly, I didn't know what to do with me either. There's one night that stands out more than the rest. I'd worked myself up so badly that I couldn't stay in my room anymore. I went to my sister Maya's room, right next to mine, and asked if I could sleep in there. She said yes, so I dragged my pillow and blanket in and curled up at the foot of her bed. And I slept great. No weird feelings, no shadows, nothing. That night was bright because the moon was full, and our back doors had big glass panels, so the house always caught shadows, tree branches moving, sometimes the animals in the yard if they wandered close enough. So I told myself, if I see something, it'll probably just be that. I stepped out of my sister's room into the hallway, clutching my blanket and pillow, and I froze so hard I swear I forgot how to breathe. I hadn't even seen anything yet. This was pure instinct. The hair on my arms lifted. The back of my neck went hot and tight. My body just locked up like it knew before my brain did. From where I stood, I couldn't see all the way down the hall, but I could see the wall that led into it. And on that wall, sliding into view, was the shadow of a dog, walking. The shape was unmistakable. The legs moved in that steady, casual way like it was just approaching, like it belonged there. And here's the thing. Our dog, Ranger, had been gone for months by then. I tried to reason it out anyway. A tree shadow, an animal outside, something passing the glass door. I tried so hard to make it be something normal, but the shadow kept getting closer, and it started to shift and shrink in a way that didn't match anything outside. It wasn't moving like a distant shadow from the yard. It was moving like whatever was making it was coming down the hallway toward me. Right before it would have rounded the corner into view, I snapped out of it. I bolted back into my sister's room, flipped on the light, and shook her awake. I was shaking so badly I could barely get words out. I didn't even know how to explain what I'd just seen, only that I couldn't go back out there. The next morning, I told my mom, and she didn't laugh. She didn't roll her eyes. She just got this tired, serious look and said something like, "I'm not surprised. When we were younger, your Aunt Leanne used a Ouija board in that part of the house. I've always felt like something lingered." That made my stomach drop, because I hadn't told her about the Christmas Eve thing. I hadn't told her about the corner shadow. She just already believed it could be real. After that, I told my other sister Tessa, and she went quiet, then admitted she'd always felt watched too, especially from the loft area in her room. And then she told me something that honestly freaked me out almost more than my own stories. She said once, when everyone else was out camping, she stayed home alone. She was on her bed with her back toward the bedroom door, and she felt what she thought was her cat climbing up, like that familiar little shift of weight on the mattress. She reached back to pet it, but the fur felt wrong. Coarse, wiry, mangy, nothing like her cat. She jerked her hand away and looked down, and her cat was curled up at the foot of the bed, asleep, not moving. She spun around, heart pounding, and there was nothing there. She said she searched the whole house for almost an hour, convinced maybe an animal had gotten in somehow, a raccoon, a stray, anything. But she found nothing. No open doors, no signs, nothing. After all that, weirdly, I didn't really see it again. We'd still get strange little things, like knocks on bedroom doors when no one was there. Stuff you could almost shrug off if you tried hard enough. But as I got older, I started spending less time at home. I started dating, staying out more, and eventually I moved out. And the less time I spent in that house, the better I got. That's the part I can't ignore. I've tried 100 times to convince myself it was all just dreams, or stress, or my mind filling in shadows. I've even wondered if my family, without meaning to, kind of fed the story and made it bigger over time. But there's still this part of me that won't let it go, because that fear felt real. And some nights, it really did feel like whatever was there, if anything was there, was drawn to me when I was at my lowest. Like it liked the version of me that was exhausted and angry and unraveling. I don't know. I don't have a neat ending. I just know the image of that dog-shaped thing perched like a cat on a narrow wooden couch back still comes to me sometimes, sharp as a photograph. And if you've ever heard of something like that, a dog-like figure with human-like joints, moving wrong, watching, please tell me I'm not the only one. So, I've always been that kid, the sensitive one, the one who notices everything. Sounds that feel too sharp, lights that feel too bright, certain smells that make my stomach turn, and sometimes just a weird vibe in a room that makes me want to leave immediately. And along with all that sensitivity, there were these moments, ever since I can remember, where I'd hear or see things that didn't really line up with reality. The very first thing I can clearly pull up in my mind happened when I was tiny, like preschool tiny. I was on the floor in my bedroom, playing with this little plastic triceratops I was obsessed with, and I hear someone outside my window call my name in this soft, sing-song voice. Sweet, affectionate, the way a parent calls you when dinner's ready. It was so warm and familiar that I didn't even hesitate. I remember popping up, leaning toward the window and going, "Yes?" all cheerful. And there was nobody. Nothing. Just quiet. Now the weird part? My name back then was uncommon. Not unheard of, but rare enough that I barely ever met anyone with it. So it wasn't like the neighborhood was full of kids getting called in for snacks. It felt aimed at me. A few years later, maybe I was 8 or 9, we moved because my stepdad's job transferred him. New area, new house. And it wasn't one of those creaky, ancient places with a dramatic attic and scary family legends. It was bright, modern, clean lines, big windows. The kind of house where you'd think nothing spooky could stick. But almost immediately, kid me became convinced there was someone upstairs who wasn't part of our family. Not a monster, not evil, just there. Like a presence that didn't belong to us, and didn't care that I noticed it. I didn't know what else to do, so I tried to be polite. I'd say hello when I walked past the stairs. Good night. Goodbye when I left for school. Like, "Hey, I see you. Please don't make this worse." And then, honestly, the hardest part started. I watched a scary movie at a sleepover, or maybe it was at home, I don't even remember anymore. And it rattled me in a way I didn't expect. You know how people say, "It's just a movie, you'll forget it in a few days"? Yeah, not me. That fear didn't fade, it grew. Nights became this whole ordeal. I'd lie in bed with the lamp on, heart thumping, and this heavy dread would settle over me like a blanket I couldn't throw off. Sometimes I'd see shapes, thin, almost see-through silhouettes, moving through my room even when I could clearly see everything around me. Like they weren't hiding, like they didn't need to. When it got too intense, I'd creep into my mom's room and ask if I could sleep next to her. And she'd let me, because she's my mom, and she wanted me to feel safe. But here's the part that still makes my skin prickle a little. Even next to her, it didn't fully stop. A couple of times, I'd hear that same sing-song voice again, calling my name like it was coaxing me. And hearing it while I was curled up beside my mom sent me straight into panic, because it made me realize something. Whatever it was, it didn't care where I was sleeping. And then there was this other thing that happened too. These strange wake-ups that weren't really wake-ups. Like I'd open my eyes, and I'd know I was conscious, but my body wouldn't cooperate. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. And sometimes I'd get this sensation of drifting upward, floating, like I was lighter than air. Then I'd struggle, like fight to come back, and suddenly it felt like I'd drop from somewhere high above, falling fast, and I'd slam right back into myself. But around 12 or 13, something shifted. I can't even tell you what changed. Nothing dramatic happened, no big revelation, but suddenly, I could sleep without a light on. Nights weren't perfect, but they stopped being a nightly horror show. After that, the experiences became occasional. Maybe once in a while I'd wake up and feel that familiar dread, the strong impression that something was in the room with me. But I wasn't the same little kid anymore. I'd grown. I'd adapted. So I taught myself a trick, kind of a mental reflex. And yes, it sounds silly, but it helped. I called it the now shield, because when you're lying there, half awake, heart racing, you don't need a plan for next week. You need something that works right now. So I'd picture this barrier snapping into place around me the second I said the word in my head. Not just a bubble of protection, more like a force field with teeth. Like anything that meant me harm would get hurt if it tried to push in. It didn't erase the fear instantly, but it gave me something solid to hold on to. Like, okay, I'm scared, but I'm not helpless. And for years, that was the routine. Once or twice a year maybe, I'd jolt awake in that old dread, and I'd throw up the now shield, like flipping on a switch, and I'd eventually fall asleep again. As I moved through my 20s and into my 30s, it happened less and less. Like whatever thread connected me to it was thinning. And then there was one last moment, the only one in my adult life that felt undeniably weird. I was 27. I'd just gotten into this relationship with a guy named Milan, and it was, how do I put this kindly, emotionally loud. A lot of stress, a lot of tension, the kind of relationship where your nervous system never fully unclenches. Sometimes on weekends we'd take an edible to shut our brains off for a few hours. One night, he was already asleep. I was in the bathroom, doing the normal bedtime stuff, brushing my teeth, splashing water on my face, trying to feel human. I walk back into the bedroom, and I stop dead, because there's a dark figure standing at the foot of the bed. Not a shadow from the closet, not a coat on a chair. A shape that had presence, humanish, tall, still, like it belonged there. And here's the part that shocked me. I wasn't terrified. I was startled, absolutely. My whole body went, "What the hell?" But I didn't feel that old, drowning fear. If anything, I had this odd impression that it was just as surprised as I was, like we both turned the corner at the same time. And I did something I honestly didn't know I was capable of. I stepped forward and I swung my hand straight through it, like a shove, like a smack, like, no, not tonight. There was no resistance. My hand passed right through. But the moment it did, this icy cold rushed up my arm and spread through my chest, like the air in my body had turned to winter for half a second. And then it vanished. The cold faded. The figure was gone. And since that night, nothing. No sing-song voice, no dread, no shapes, no floating, falling wake-ups, no need for the now shield. Just quiet. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if it was my brain, my stress, The edible, the house, my nervous system, something spiritual, something psychological, maybe a tangled mix of all of it. But what I do know is this. For the first time since I was a kid, the night finally felt like it belonged to me. Okay, so I've had a handful of things happen to me over the years that I still can't fully explain. And weirdly enough, the place it happened the most was my grandparents' house. The first time I was really little, maybe 4 or 5. I remember staying the night there, just visiting, and we were all in the living room watching TV. At some point, I had to pee so bad I thought I was going to explode, so I ran to the bathroom. I did my business, and as I went to leave, I reached for the door. My hand was still on the inside handle as I started to pull it shut behind me. And I swear to you, I felt this cold, tiny hand slide right over mine, like it grabbed my hand on top of the handle. And then I heard a little girl's voice, right up close by my ear, whisper one word. Not my name, something else. She whispered, "Mason." I spun around so fast my heart practically jumped out of my throat. And there was nothing there. The bathroom felt way darker all of a sudden, like the air got heavier, and I just bolted, straight back to the living room. I told my grandparents what happened, and they kind of laughed it off like, "Oh, you've got a big imagination," the way adults do. And sure, I did. Like I loved drawing monsters and pretending I was some superhero when I ran around outside. But I wasn't the kind of kid who made up voices in my ear or felt hands grabbing mine. That didn't feel like pretend. That felt real. The second time was years later, still at my grandparents' place, only this was after my grandma had passed away. We were all there for a holiday dinner. I want to say it was Thanksgiving, but it might have been Christmas. I just know the house was full, and everyone was talking and laughing and doing that thing families do where they end up reminiscing. I was in the living room with a few relatives, talking about old memories. My grandma, funny stories, all that. And out of nowhere, I felt a tug on my sleeve from behind. Not a brush, not like someone bumped me, an actual tug, like somebody trying to get my attention. I turned around, expecting to see my little niece, Ava, messing with me. But nobody was there. I could see into the hallway. Nobody behind the couch. Nothing. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe my shirt snagged on something. A few minutes later, it happened again. Harder this time, like a real pull. This time I whipped around immediately. Like the second I felt it, I turned. And again, nothing. No one close enough to have done it, and Ava was right in front of me on the floor playing with a toy, totally focused, not even looking my way. So I did the awkward thing and asked around like, "Okay, who's messing with me?" Everyone swore they weren't. No jokes, no laughing, no gotcha. Just genuine confusion. Could it have been a prank? Maybe. But if it was, nobody's admitted it. And to this day, that still bugs me, because it felt the same kind of strange as what happened when I was little, like something reaching for me from just out of sight. The third set of experiences happened later in the house I live in now, out near the woods, just outside town. And this one isn't like one big moment. It's more like a bunch of smaller things that pile up. Like, I've had stuff get knocked off counters when I know for a fact it was sitting stable and centered. No edge, no wobble, no reason it should have fallen. One time I had my backpack hanging up in the hallway on a hook, one of those big, sturdy hooks with a deep loop. The bag was heavy, full of textbooks. There's no way it should have slipped off unless someone lifted it up and off the hook. And sometimes, when the house is really quiet, especially if I'm sitting there drawing or just zoning out, I'll hear faint voices from another room. Not loud enough to make out words, but enough to make my head snap up like, "Hello?" And every time, I'm alone. Then a couple weeks ago, my sister, Lena, decided it was a good idea to mess with a Ouija board, even though I told her not to. I warned her. I really did. Later, she told me something that honestly made my stomach drop. She and her boyfriend Jordan were in their room watching TV when both of them saw something, move into the bathroom, just out of the corner of their eyes. They described it the same way, like a person-shaped shadow, almost solid black. Here's the part that gets me. Neither of them said anything. They both saw it, but they didn't speak. They just kind of froze and kept watching the TV like maybe they could pretend it didn't happen. After a while, like 20 minutes, they called out my name, thinking it was me messing around since I was the only other person in the house. They knocked. No answer. So they opened the bathroom door. And nobody was there. That's when they finally admitted to each other what they'd seen, and apparently they both described the same thing without prompting. They came to my room freaked out and asked if I'd gone in there. I told them no, and yeah. They were spooked after that. Honestly, so was I. And then there's one more story. This one didn't happen to me, but it happened to my brother Caleb a few years back in this same house. He got really sick, like dangerously sick. He's okay now, thank God. But he told me that when he was at his worst, he was outside on the back porch throwing up, barely able to move, just drained and shaky. He looked out toward the pasture behind the house, and he said he saw 3 figures come out from the tree line. 3 tall shapes, all dressed in black. And he said their eyes looked huge, dark and wrong, and their mouths were wide open, almost like those horror masks, except he swore it was like human faces, just twisted and withered. He said they just stood there staring at him. He forced himself up, stumbled back inside, and looked out through the window. And they were gone, like they were never there. Now, I don't know what to make of that one. Part of me wonders if he was hallucinating because he was so sick. But it still messes with me, especially with everything else that's happened in this house. So yeah, that's basically the collection of weird stuff that's happened to me and my family. I'm not sitting here claiming I have all the answers. I don't. I just know what I felt, what I heard, what I saw, and it didn't feel like, oops, coincidence, in the moment. I'm a Christian, so I pray over my home and my family. And we're okay. We're living our lives. Nothing's dragging chains down the hallway every night or anything like that. But looking back, it still gives me chills. And honestly, more than anything, it makes the world feel bigger. Like there's more going on than we can easily explain. Maybe it's spiritual. Maybe it's the brain playing tricks. Maybe it's coincidence stacked on coincidence. Believe me or don't, either way is fine. I just wanted to share it because it's strange, it's spooky, and it's been sitting with me for a long time. So, I want to tell you about my grandma. Her name was Mei Ling, and the strangest, most comforting dream I've ever had. It started in late September 2024. At first, we didn't even realize something was seriously wrong. She was acting off, weak, kind of confused, struggling in ways we kept trying to explain away. We thought maybe she was just exhausted or coming down with something. But after about several days of watching her get worse, we rushed her to the ER. She ended up staying in the hospital for weeks, and during that time, she was put on a ventilator more than once. Each time they had to do it, it felt like we lost a little more of her. When she'd wake up again, it wasn't really her the way we knew her. Her speech started slipping away, and she couldn't stay awake long. It was like her body was still fighting, but her mind was getting pulled farther and farther from us. The last time they put her on the ventilator was overnight, going into the start of the week. And what made it so brutal was that she'd actually seemed a little better in the days before that, like maybe she was turning a corner. So when it happened again, it hit us like a wave. Just pure shock. I remember being at work when my dad, June, called me. I stepped out, sat in my car during lunch, and I just broke. Like that ugly, can't breathe kind of crying. Then I wiped my face, walked back in, and pretended I was functioning. You know how people do that when they don't have a choice. That night I went to see her. There wasn't much to say or do. She was lying there, ventilator, quiet, unresponsive. The room felt heavy, like the air itself was tired. I went home, got ready for bed, and fell asleep almost immediately. And then I had this dream. In the dream, I'm back at the hospital, and it starts with me riding the elevator up to her floor. I can still picture it, like I'm actually standing there, watching the numbers climb. The doors open, and I step out, and everything is so familiar that it feels real. I turn the corner, walk down the hallway, and go straight to her room. When I walk in, she's sitting up in the bed, and she looks like herself. Not like the version I'd been seeing in the hospital. Her hair is neatly brushed. Her face looks warm and awake. There are no tubes, no IV lines, no medical restraints, no compression socks, none of it. Her eyes are bright, like the way they used to be when she'd tease me or laugh at something on TV. And she's smiling at me, really smiling. We only ever spoke Chinese together, so in the dream she speaks to me in Chinese, like normal, like nothing ever happened. And she says, so gently, something like, "Don't be scared anymore. I'm going to be okay. Everything will be okay. You don't have to carry this worry for me." And that's it. The dream just ends, like someone turned off a light. I woke up so confused, because I don't usually have dreams like that. Most of my dreams are chaotic and ridiculous, like my brain throws random nonsense at the wall and calls it a night. But this one was different. It was clear, calm, detailed. It felt like a real visit. The next day I told my dad about it. He went to see her earlier than I could, and he said she still wasn't responsive. He didn't stay long because it was just hard. And after work, even though I was exhausted and honestly didn't want to go, because going there every day was wearing me down, I went anyway. I couldn't stand the thought of not showing up. When I got there, her body felt cold in places. I remember holding her hand and realizing how quickly someone can feel like they're slipping away. Like you're watching it happen and you can't stop it. And I know people can explain dreams a million different ways. I know grief does things to your mind, but I can't help what it felt like. It felt like she came to me on purpose. Like she wanted to tell me, I'm okay. You can breathe now. And honestly, that message held me up. It gave me a kind of closure I didn't know I needed so badly. I still miss her. I miss her all the time. But I'm grateful, so unbelievably grateful, that I got one last moment with her, even if it was in a dream. Okay, so I have to tell you about what happened the other night, because it seriously messed with me in a way I didn't expect. I first saw The Sixth Sense, you know, that M. Night Shyamalan movie, forever ago. Like when it was still one of those, you have to see this films everyone was talking about. Back then, I remember thinking it was brilliant. Genuinely. I told people to watch it, recommended it without hesitation, the whole thing. Fast forward to a few nights ago. My husband, Evan, and I were scrolling around, doing that classic "nothing looks good" routine. And somehow we land on The Sixth Sense. He'd never seen it, which felt almost impossible to me, so I was like, oh, we're doing this. Tonight. I remembered the famous twist, of course I did, but I'd forgotten most of the rest. I honestly thought it would be fun, like revisiting an old classic where you notice new details and appreciate how well it's made. And while we were watching it, that part was true. It is incredibly well done. The acting, the mood, the slow burn of it, it's just a good movie. But when it ended, I fell apart. And I don't mean like, oh, that was creepy. I mean, I was wrecked. I got this intense, sick, unsettled feeling that dug into me and would not let go. Like my body was reacting as if something I'd seen wasn't fiction. It was a warning. Like it had tapped into something real, something too close. I remember sitting there afterward trying to act normal, like, haha, wow, great movie. But inside I was spiraling. My chest felt tight. My skin felt prickly. And the worst part was this heavy, awful certainty, like, that's how it is. That's what's really out there. So I started doing what I always do when I'm freaked out. I tried to explain it away. I asked myself if maybe the first time I watched it, I was going through something stressful, and this second viewing just reopened that feeling. But I can't point to anything specific. Nothing obvious. No clear trigger. What I can say is this. The way the movie portrays ghosts feels disturbingly believable to me. Not the theatrical stuff, not the dramatic, floating sheet nonsense, but the way they seem stuck in their own pain, repeating patterns, showing up with this raw emotion still clinging to them. That part hit me like a punch because it matched something I've quietly felt for a long time. I've never had some vivid, full-on experience like the kid in the movie. Nothing like seeing someone standing clearly in the hallway or talking to a dead person in a room. But I've always felt like the distance between me and whatever you want to call it is smaller than it is for other people. Like there's a thinner veil, a thinner membrane. I've had moments, tiny ones, where a room suddenly feels occupied in a way I can't explain. Or I get that sensation of being watched when I'm completely alone. Or I'll walk into a space and it feels emotionally charged, like the air is holding on to something that happened there. And I know people can call that anxiety, imagination, suggestion. Trust me, I've said all of those words to myself too. But after watching that movie again, it felt like the film was speaking the same language as those moments. Like it wasn't inventing the idea of the paranormal, it was recognizing it. And here's the part that's hard to admit. I haven't slept properly since. Every time the house gets quiet, my brain starts replaying images, and it's not even specific scenes, it's the feeling of the movie. That grim, real, unavoidable sense of, what if? I keep thinking I'm going to open my eyes in the dark and see something. I keep bracing for a sound, a presence, a shift in the air. It's gotten to the point where I'm honestly worried about myself. Like, am I just overtired? Did I freak myself out so badly that my nervous system is stuck in fight or flight? Or did the movie press on something I've kept tucked away, and now I can't shut the door again? So I have to ask, because I feel a little alone in this. Has this ever happened to you? Have you ever watched something and it didn't just scare you, it shattered you? Like it climbed into your life and wouldn't leave? Because that's where I am right now. And I hate how real it feels. Hey, thanks for letting me share this. It's been years since I've talked about what it was like growing up with whatever was in that old house. I'll say haunted just because it's the easiest word, but honestly, I still don't know where the line is between ghosts, weird phenomena, or something our brains can't neatly label. I just know what my family and I saw, heard, and lived through, especially from the mid-90s onward, when it started happening so often that it almost became part of the rhythm of our days. And I'm telling you all this for a couple reasons. 1, I'm still trying to make sense of it. 2, I want to know if anyone else has been through something like this. And 3, if I'm being really honest, some nights when I'm alone in the dark, I still get that familiar fear, like the air could shift and I'd be right back there again. I'd love to believe it was tied to that place and that it's not something that could follow me, or my kids. So, quick background. I was born in 1981, and we moved into this creaky farmhouse when I was about 4. It sat on land where there used to be a small cemetery, supposedly moved decades earlier to another part of town. The main part of the house dated back to 1902, and there'd been additions over time. The kind of house where every hallway creaks like it's clearing its throat. I was the oldest, girl, and I had 2 younger brothers. I'll call them Owen and Jude. And if you want my best guess, it never felt like just one presence. It felt like at least 3. A little kid kind of energy sometimes, mischief. A teenager vibe that felt restless. And then something older, heavier, harder to ignore. Anyway, out of everything that happened there, these are 3 moments that still stick in my bones. The toy boat, Christmas morning, 1990. So, Christmas morning, I woke up early, like kids do, and I heard this humming sound downstairs. Not a normal house sound, not pipes, not the heater. A steady, mechanical hum. Back then, being the oldest meant I was basically the second parent whenever the adults were asleep. So my first thought was, those boys got up and started playing without me. I marched down the hall toward Owen and Jude's room, already annoyed, ready to catch them in the act. But when I pushed their door open, both of them were out cold. Little kid sprawls, totally asleep. And the second I stepped back into the hallway, I heard the humming again. So I walked to the top of the staircase and looked down into the foyer. And I swear to you, without any hesitation, like it had intention, a little toy boat was gliding across the floor by itself. Not wobbling, not drifting, sliding like it was on a track. It went from one side of the foyer to the other and out of view. I just stood there, frozen. Then it came back the other direction. Same smooth motion, same hum. On the third pass, I took one step down, and the stair creaked under my foot. The boat stopped, like it heard me. It stopped dead in the middle of the entryway, right under the staircase, as if it had been caught. I made it halfway down before my mom suddenly leaned out from the hallway below, sharp and urgent, and said, "Stop! Don't come down!" I nearly fell through my own ribs. She scared me so badly I sat down right there, clinging to the banister. My parents came out together, went right to the boat, picked it up, flipped every switch, tried everything. Nothing. No hum, no movement, no power. And later, this is the part that makes my stomach drop even now, we realized the boat didn't start again because it didn't have batteries in it. At all. Empty compartment. The Visitor. Late summer, 1993. This one is harder to tell. It still makes me feel small. It was about a month after my 12th birthday, and we were in the middle of this awful heat wave. The house held heat like a trapped animal. That night, I brought a glass of water to my room and left it on my nightstand because I kept waking up thirsty. I don't know what time it was, but I woke up suddenly, wide awake, with this pressure on my legs, like something heavy had settled across my shins. I blinked and looked down, but I couldn't see anything. And then that pressure started moving. Slowly, crawling upward. It slid up my body, and then, in this terrifying, deliberate way, It pinned my wrists down beside my head, like hands holding me, but invisible. I tried to scream, like I really tried, but no sound came out. My mouth opened, my chest strained, and it was like the air refused to carry my voice. I fought, I thrashed, and whatever it was shook me, hard, against the mattress. Not like a dream, not like a twitch. Violent, controlled motion. For one panicked second, I thought, earthquake. I grew up in California, so that fear is wired in. But then I looked at the glass on my nightstand. The water was perfectly still. No ripple, no tremble, which meant it wasn't the room shaking. It was me. Somehow, pure adrenaline, pure survival, I broke free enough to finally get sound out. I screamed. And right after that, Owen screamed too. My parents came rushing, and all of us met in the hallway near the stairs. We could hear Owen crying from inside his room. When we got to him, he was sitting up in bed, shaking, sobbing so hard he couldn't breathe right. And what we pieced together, over that night and into the morning, was this. My scream had woken him up. He sat up, confused, and then he saw a dark figure rush past his doorway from the direction of my room. And as it moved through, it turned, just briefly, and he said it looked right at him. Then it went through his room and straight out through the wall, like the wall wasn't even there. That experience messed him up for weeks. He started stuttering afterward, just from the shock of it. And me, I couldn't stand sleeping alone. I slept in my brother's room for months after, squeezed into a bed with Jude, because the thought of whatever had been on me, I couldn't bear it. I still can't, honestly. The Shadow, 1995. By the time I was 14, I'd lived with enough weird that I wasn't as easily startled. But this night was pure primal fear. I woke up with that unmistakable feeling of being watched. You know what I mean? Like your body recognizes eyes on you before your mind catches up. I was lying on my side with the blanket pulled up, and I could feel something behind me, near my shoulder, and also this sense of presence at the foot of my bed. I wanted to roll over. I couldn't. It was like fear had glued me in place. After a few seconds, maybe longer, time does strange things in moments like that. I forced myself to sit up, and there it was. A shadowy figure standing about 3 feet from the foot of my bed. Not huge, roughly my height, maybe 5 foot something. Human-shaped, but not detailed. Like darkness that had decided to take a person's outline. I stared at it, heart hammering, and something in me snapped, like I was tired of being hunted in my own room. So I yanked my feet back out of reach and I told it, out loud, to get the hell out of my room and never come back. And the craziest part? It listened. It didn't rush me. It didn't react with anger. It just sank. Like wax melting. Like ink soaking into paper. It faded straight down through the floor and vanished. And I sat there shaking, thinking, did that really just work? Her words were so clear, I can still hear them exactly. There's something black coming through the ceiling. And yeah, my parents' bedroom was directly beneath mine. So whatever had been standing at the foot of my bed wasn't just in my room. It was moving through the house like it belonged there. That farmhouse gave me a whole childhood full of moments like that. Those are just 3 that stayed sharp, but there were so many more. And I guess what I'm asking you, if you've made it this far, is, does that sound like ghosts to you? Or something else? And if you've lived through anything like this, please tell me. Even if it's just to say, yeah, I believe you. Because part of me still wants to know it was tied to that place, and that it can't reach out from the dark and find us again. Okay, so before I get into the main thing, I kind of need to give you a little context, just so you understand why this shook me as much as it did. I grew up with a lot of weird stuff around me. Like, a lot. And the house I've lived in for most of my life doesn't exactly help. It's this ancient, half-falling apart place. Like, I'm pretty sure it was the first house ever built in our little neighborhood. Before everything got developed, it used to be part of a dairy farm, and the newer houses were basically built around what used to be its land. The locals used to joke that our place was the haunted house. You know the kind. Creaky floors, rooms that always feel colder than they should, the whole vibe. And over the years, I've had things happen that I genuinely couldn't explain. Hearing my name when no one was home. Little objects not being where I left them. Electronics turning themselves on. That heavy, watched feeling. I even used to catch these shadowy shapes in the corner of my vision every few days, like they were familiar somehow. And there was a stretch of time when my mental health was really bad, and a close friend, his name was Jonah, passed away, and everything around that period felt even more intense. But eventually I talked myself out of it. I told myself it was grief, stress, my brain spiraling, the house settling, old wiring, anything. I basically decided, okay, you were in a dark place. You were seeing patterns that weren't real. And honestly, I got better. I'm in a much healthier place now than I was back then. I'm still open-minded about weird stuff. Afterlife, energies, whatever. But I'm not out here trying to convince myself everything is paranormal. Alright, so that's the background. Here's what actually happened. A couple weeks ago, I ordered this super cheap Ouija board. Not because I wanted to use it, more like aesthetics. I've got this dark, moody room theme going on, and it felt like the kind of creepy decor piece that would look cool on a shelf. It arrives, I unbox it, and I just leave it on my desk like, I'll deal with you tomorrow. Later that night, I'm sitting at the desk watching spooky videos, because apparently I don't value peaceful sleep, and one of those Ouija board clips pops up. And I don't know why I did this. Boredom, curiosity, stupidity, all of the above. I grab the board and I'm like, laughing at myself, like, okay, if there's a ghost here, say hi. The funniest part? It didn't even really come with a proper planchette. The little handpiece thing was this rough, cheap wood, like it was cut out with a butter knife. It didn't glide at all. You couldn't smoothly move it even if you tried. So I'm sitting there thinking, even if Ouija boards were real, there's no way anything could communicate through this busted piece of plywood. Still, I did the whole goodbye thing. I remember that clearly. Like, I didn't want to be reckless. I said goodbye, I ended it, and then I tossed the board up on the shelf above my bed, almost like a display. The handpiece went with it, sitting right on top like a little trophy. And that's where it gets hard to talk about. That night, I had a seizure. And I need you to understand, I have never had anything like that in my life. Not once. No history. Nothing even close. My eyes kept rolling back, like I was fighting to keep them forward, but losing. I could feel myself choking, like my tongue wasn't where it was supposed to be, like my throat wasn't cooperating. I kept slipping in and out of consciousness, and at the time I thought it was sleep, but looking back, it felt more like I was blacking out over and over. When it finally stopped, when I finally fully came back, I was just lying there buzzing. That's the only word for it. My whole body was humming like it had been electrocuted. I felt unbelievably weak, like my bones were made of wet paper. And there was this pressure on me, like something heavy was draped over my entire body, like one of those massive water-soaked blankets you can't push off. In the morning, the first thing I did, without even really thinking, was move the board. I took it off the shelf and put it away from the bed, and I separated the handpiece from it because I realized it had been resting right on the goodbye section of the board the whole night. I know that sounds small, but it bothered me so much I couldn't ignore it. Like it mattered. Like it was incorrect. I ended up going to the ER because obviously, what the hell? They ran tests. They checked everything they could, and they didn't find anything. No clear reason. No explanation they could point to with confidence. Just nothing. And I'm not saying I was possessed. I'm not saying some demon climbed into my spine because I bought a tacky decor board online. I'm not trying to make it that. But I can't shake the timing. I can't shake the feeling. Ever since then, my sleep has been awful. Not just I'm stressed awful, like my body doesn't trust the room anymore. And I keep catching myself staring at the shape of that shelf on the opposite side of the room where the board used to be, like I'm waiting for something to move in the dark. I keep getting this same sensation I used to get when I was younger, that drowning, creeping, something is wrong feeling. The kind I convinced myself was just anxiety back then. And now there's this guilty feeling in my gut, like I messed up, like I opened something I didn't mean to open, even though, logically, I know how ridiculous that sounds. I don't even know what I want from telling you this. Maybe I just needed to say it out loud to someone who'll actually listen. Maybe it's a warning, like don't mess with things you don't take seriously, even as a joke. Or maybe it's just me being scared and trying to give that fear a shape. But I swear to you, ever since that night, the room feels different. And I hate that I'm even saying that, because I worked so hard to convince myself I was past all of this. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. You know what? I genuinely love what I do. No matter how exhausting my day's been, the moment I sit down to get ready and share these paranormal stories with you, I can't help but feel excited and happy. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And by the way, thank you so much for sending in your own paranormal experiences. Now, let's dive into today's stories. Okay, so this is genuinely the only time in my life I've ever felt like I personally brushed up against something spiritual. And I'm saying that as someone who's usually pretty skeptical. When I was a kid, I'd spend a couple weeks every summer with my grandma, Marlene. She lived out of state in this tiny, sleepy town in eastern Oklahoma. One of those places where everything feels a little frozen in time. A few miles from her house lived her best friend, Dolores. That summer, by pure luck, Dolores's grandkids were visiting at the exact same time I was. 4 girls, all around my age. We were about 12, maybe 13, and we basically glued ourselves together for days. We played cards, wandered around outside, did that whole summer kid thing where time feels endless. One afternoon, they invited me over to Dolores's house. I need you to picture this place. Like a lot of homes in that town, it was old, late 1800s old. But it wasn't just old. It was huge, kind of elegant, almost gothic in a way, with tall ceilings and dark wood and that faint, old house smell that's half dust, half history. I'd never been inside before, and I didn't know anything about it other than, this is Dolores's house. So we're downstairs for hours, playing cards and laughing and drinking way too many sodas. At some point I finally go, okay, where's the bathroom? One of the girls points casually and says, upstairs, first door on your right. Easy. Normal. I walked across to the staircase on the far side of the house. The stairs went up, hit a little landing, then turned back the other direction. A full half turn. And that turn is important, because the second you make it, you can't see downstairs anymore. It's like you step into a different pocket of the house. And I swear to you, the exact second I made that turn, something in my body flipped. It was like panic hit me out of nowhere. Not a thought, not a sound, not a shadow, nothing I could point to. Just this sudden, crushing dread. My chest felt heavy, like someone had dropped a weight right on top of it. I actually remember thinking, nope, forget it. I'll just go back down. I don't even have to pee that bad. Except, I did. I really did. So I forced myself to keep going, even though every instinct in me was screaming to turn around. Upstairs was bright, afternoon light pouring in through the windows, so logically it should have felt totally fine. But it didn't. It felt like the middle of the night, like that creepy, narrow hallway feeling you get when you're alone after watching a scary movie and you're pretending you're not scared. The hallway stretched out in front of me, and there were doors along it. The bathroom was supposed to be the first door on my right, but I could not stop looking at the very end of the hall. There was a door on the left at the end, closed, ordinary looking, and I could not tear my eyes away from it. I don't know how to explain it. It felt like that door was pulling my attention, like if I looked away, something would happen. There was nothing visible, nothing moving, no sound, no reason. But my whole body was locked onto that door like it was a threat. I rushed into the bathroom, did what I had to do in record time, and I practically ran back to the stairs. And here's the wild part. Once I got back down and could see the downstairs again, it was like someone released a pressure valve. Instant relief. My chest loosened. My breathing went back to normal. The dread disappeared so fast it made me feel almost ridiculous, like, what was that? And then I was right back at the table laughing with everyone like nothing had happened. I expected her to laugh it off. Instead, she got very quiet and said, "Tell me exactly what you mean." So I told her. The stairs, the turn, the panic, the heavy chest, the bright hallway that felt like midnight, and how I couldn't stop staring at that door at the end. By the time I finished, my grandma looked completely stunned, like hand over mouth stunned. And then she hesitated, like she was debating whether she should even say anything. But she could tell I'd noticed her reaction, and finally she said, "Honey, you need to know something about that house." She told me that Dolores's family moved into it back in the 1950s, when Dolores was just a little girl. The house had been empty for years and was in rough shape, so they had to renovate a lot. During the planning, someone realized the upstairs layout didn't make sense. There were too many windows for the number of rooms, like there was a space missing. They traced it and figured there should have been an old-style storage closet, what people used to call a trunk room, completely sealed behind a wall. So they opened it. And inside, they found the remains of a teenage girl. Not just bones, evidence she'd been left there. Her wrists had been restrained to the wall. There were still scraps, hair, pieces of fabric, enough to make it horrifyingly real. Like it wasn't ancient history. Like it had been waiting in the dark for someone to find it. And Dolores's family somehow stayed. They finished the renovations. They turned that space back into storage again. And then my grandmother said, very softly, "That sealed room is at the end of the upstairs hall, behind the last door on the left." The same door I couldn't stop staring at. I remember just sitting there in the car, feeling cold all over. Because I hadn't been told anything. No one hinted. No one joked about it. I walked into that house totally normal, spent hours having fun, and then, at that turn in the stairs, it was like I walked into someone else's pain. It's been years since that happened, and I still can't explain it in a neat, rational way. I don't go around hunting ghosts. I don't usually sense things, but I can't deny what my body did up there, or how focused I was on that door without knowing why. And honestly, I think for a few seconds, I felt what that girl must have felt. Fear, desperation, that trapped, hopeless panic. Like the house remembered. Like the hallway remembered. like that door was still holding something that didn't want to be forgotten. So, I moved into this new place a few months ago, and it's one of those gorgeous old Victorian houses. High ceilings, ornate trim, the kind of wooden details you don't see anymore. It's been split into a few units now, but the bones of it are still there. And honestly, that's what sold me. I love it. I really do. But you know how old houses are. They come with quirks. Doors that need a special touch. Floors that creak in their own little dialect. Pipes that sing in the winter. I figured I was signing up for all of that. What I didn't expect was the stuff that doesn't have a good explanation. The first thing I noticed was the footsteps. My roommate, Marina, and I have bedrooms on opposite ends of the apartment. And for a while, I kept hearing this same pattern at night. It would start in the living room, slow steps crossing the hardwood, then that soft change in sound when whoever it was hit the old runner rug, then the hardwood again right before my door. And it wasn't just walking around. It was like someone was coming to my door on purpose. They'd stop right outside my room, just stand there. Long enough that I'd be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, counting my own breaths and wondering if I should call out. Then, after a few minutes, the steps would turn around and go back the way they came. At first, I did the reasonable thing. I blamed Marina. New apartment, new routines. Maybe she was grabbing water. Maybe she was pacing because she couldn't sleep. I didn't want to be weird about it, so I kind of laughed it off and mentioned it casually the next day. And Marina just stared at me, like genuinely confused. Then she goes, "I wasn't even here last night. I crashed at Talia's." And I remember this cold little drop in my stomach because her face wasn't joking. It was the face of someone who knows exactly what she did the night before. And it's not the upstairs neighbor. I know what those footsteps sound like. Those are heavier and duller, and they come from above. This is different. This is in our space, in the living room, in the rug, right in front of my door. After that, it was the doors. The doors here are old school. You can't just push them shut and walk away. You have to hold the knob, turn it, pull it in, and keep doing that until you hear this particular click. Otherwise, they drift open. It's annoying, but we got used to it fast because the doors are loud and we try to be respectful, you know? We're both careful, which is why it freaked me out when we'd shut a door, really shut it, and then hours later it would be open. Not ajar either, open. Like someone had gone in and left it that way. It happened enough times that we started double-checking each other. Like, did you go in there? No. Did you? No. And it always ended in this awkward little silence where neither of us wanted to be the first person to say, "Okay, so what the hell is happening?" And I kept trying to stay rational. I kept telling myself, it's settling, it's warped frames, it's airflow, it's normal old house nonsense. I wanted so badly for that to be true. But then, things started getting thrown. And listen, when something gets thrown, even once, your brain stops being able to casually explain things away. Because a door opened can be a draft. Footsteps can be imagination when you're half asleep. But an object flew is different. It's a line. The first time was in Marina's room. She told me she woke up in the middle of the night because she heard breathing, like someone was right there. Close enough that it wasn't just the house settling or a noise outside. Close enough that she could tell it was a person's breath. She said for a second she just froze, like her brain couldn't process the order of events. Breathing, impact, silence. Then she grabbed her phone, tried to turn on the flashlight, and it wouldn't work. She kept tapping it, swiping, trying again. Nothing. The screen would light up, but the flashlight just refused. And here's the part that makes my skin crawl. She didn't get it to turn on until she left the room. She stepped out into the kitchen, tried again, and the flashlight came on immediately, like it was waiting for her to cross the doorway. The second time was smaller, but somehow even worse, because it happened while I was awake and moving around. I walked into Marina's room during the day to grab something. She was right behind me, and this tiny little trinket she keeps on the back edge of her dresser, pressed up near the wall, suddenly skittered and launched off like it had been flicked hard. It didn't fall straight down. It flew out toward me. Not like a gentle slide either, like it had intent. After that, we started noticing other things we'd been trying to ignore. The whispering, soft and half-formed, like you're almost catching words but not quite. Electronics doing that weird thing where they glitch and restart for no reason, or refuse to work in one room but act perfectly normal somewhere else. The general sense of something happening in the background of the apartment. And it's gotten to the point where my friends don't want to stay over. I've got one friend, Jonah, who will come by, but he refuses to sleep anywhere except in my room. And even then, he insists we cram into my tiny bed like we're kids at a sleepover, because he says he can't stand the feeling of being alone in the living room at night. The weirdest part is, Marina and I don't get a bad vibe from the place. Not like it feels evil or heavy or like something's trying to hurt us all the time. It's more like the apartment has moods, like it's curious one minute and restless the next. But it's starting to become really hard to keep shrugging things off as just an old house. So now I'm stuck in this space between wanting proof and being terrified of getting it. Like, part of me wants to set up a camera, or put baby powder by the doorways, or tape a little piece of paper to the latch and see if it moves. Something. Anything to make it concrete. And part of me is like, what if we do catch something? What if we confirm it? Because right now it's scary, but it's still maybe. And I don't know if I'm ready for it to be definitely. Hey, so I've had a handful of weird encounters in my life. Things that, for a long time, I tried to brush off as a kid's imagination, or my brain playing tricks on me when I was scared. And honestly, maybe that's still all they were. But a few of them stuck so hard in my memory that I can't help but wonder. When I was little, I was so easy to spook. My mom loved watching those paranormal investigation shows, the kind where someone hears a creak and suddenly the whole crew is whispering and acting like the house is about to swallow them whole. And of course, tiny me is sitting there absorbing all of that like it's a documentary. So yeah, dark rooms, strange noises, anything unfamiliar at night. I was a mess. The first moment I really can't explain happened when I woke up in the middle of the night and saw who I thought was my grandma. Except it wasn't quite right. Her name was Nora, and she was still alive at the time, so you'd think seeing her wouldn't be scary. But my room had this strange bluish glow, like the moon was pouring straight through the walls. And there she was, right there near my bed, staring at me like she hadn't expected me to wake up. What made my stomach drop was how off she looked. Her eyes widened a little when she noticed I was awake, and I couldn't see her legs properly, like the bottom half of her just wasn't there. And she had those big hair curlers in, the kind you'd expect someone to wear to bed. I froze, like the kind of frozen where you forget how to breathe. And then she turned around, quietly, casually, and walked out of my room. I waited for what felt like forever, then bolted to my parents' room and told them I'd seen something, that I'd seen her, but it didn't feel like her. My dad got up and checked the house, and nothing. No footsteps, no light switches, no, "Oh, it was just Nora checking on you." Nothing like that. The next morning, I went straight to my grandma and my mom in the living room, trying to sound brave but probably looking pale. And Nora smiled and said, real matter of fact, "Oh, that was me. I came in to make sure you were covered. Mosquitoes were bad last night, and I wanted to accept that so badly. I really did. But here's the thing. That morning, her hair was normal. Flat, brushed, no curlers, no sign she'd slept in anything. And my grandma, she hated sleeping with rollers. I know because she complained about stuff like that constantly. So I nodded and pretended it made sense. But that little detail has never left me. The second one happened years later, when I was older, maybe around 15 or 16. My dad, my younger brother Kieran, and I used to go walking out in this scrubby woodland area, not too far from where we were staying. It wasn't deep forest or anything, but it had that dry, quiet feeling. Tall grass, scattered trees, dusty tracks. The kind of place where sound travels weird. One day, I decided I wanted to walk ahead and cut through the trees to meet the road again. My dad pointed and told me to head in one direction, and I'd find the dirt road that loops back toward the gate. And I did. I actually found it pretty quickly, and I was ridiculously proud of myself. I started down the road toward the gate like, look at me, I know exactly where I am. Then I rounded a bend and saw it. This huge black dog, way down the road, just standing there sideways across it. And it wasn't moving. It was just staring at me. I slowed down without even meaning to, like my body knew before my mind caught up. For a few seconds, I actually kept walking, like maybe if I acted normal, it would act normal too. But it didn't even shift its weight. No sniffing, no head tilt, nothing. Just that fixed, steady stare. The panic hit hard and fast. I turned around and started walking quickly, then basically jogging back the way I came. And I kept looking over my shoulder, and every time I did, it was still there. Still not moving. Still watching. When I reached the bend again, I nearly collided with my dad and Kieran. I must have sounded ridiculous, out of breath, wide-eyed, telling them there was a massive dog on the road ahead. So we all go back together, turn the corner, and it's gone. No sound of it running off, no rustling in the brush, and the part that really messed with me, there were no paw prints. The dirt was soft enough that we should have seen something, but there was nothing, like it had never been there at all. And even now, if there had been prints, I would have shrugged it off as a stray dog or some big farm animal that got loose. But the blankness of it, the no trace part, keeps it filed in that mental drawer labeled, I don't know what that was. And then the last one. This one happened in high school, and it was my first experience with sleep paralysis. I woke up in the middle of the night on my side, and I remember immediately seeing movement reflected in the mirror across my room, like a shadow slipping past too quickly to focus on. My heart jumped, and then it's like my brain just cut out for a second. Next thing I knew, I was on my back. That same cold, bluish moonlight feel was back, filling the room like a filter. And at the corner of my bed stood a woman-shaped shadow, tall, still, with messy hair that puffed out around her head. Her eyes were bright white, like two small lights. I tried to talk. I tried to ask who she was, but nothing came out. No sound, no whisper, nothing. And weirdly, I wasn't even terrified of her at first. What truly freaked me out was realizing I couldn't move. I couldn't even shift my fingers. My whole body was locked, like I was pinned in place. I tried to yell, and that's when it happened again. Another blackout, like someone snapping off a switch. Then I woke up, back on my side, breathing like I'd run a race. Sweating, heart pounding, trying to convince myself I was fine. And the strangest part? The next day I wasn't traumatized. I was almost excited. Like my brain was going, that was insane. Did you feel that? I told my friend about it like it was some wild story from a movie. And it never happened again after that. So yeah, that's the big three. There are smaller moments I could mention, little things that are easy to dismiss, but those ones stayed vivid. I'm not asking anyone to believe me, honestly. Skepticism makes sense. I just know what I remember and how it felt. And I'm curious, have you ever had anything like that happen? Even just one moment you still can't explain? I genuinely love hearing other people's stories because it helps me feel a little less alone with mine. So, I've got to tell you about something that's been messing with my head in the most quiet, unsettling way. My boyfriend, well, I'll call him Eli, has had weird, unexplainable experiences since he was a kid. Not the vague, I felt a vibe kind of thing. I mean clear stuff. He's talked about hearing voices like someone was standing right beside him, hearing breathing in rooms where he was completely alone, even catching the smell of things that made no sense, like cigarette smoke or a very specific floral perfume, in his childhood home where nobody smoked and nobody wore anything like that. And it didn't stop there. He's seen what he swears were full-on apparitions, like not shadows, not corner of your eye tricks, actual figures. He's also described that creepy feeling of being touched when no one was near him, the kind of stories where you can't tell if you want to ask more questions or cover your ears. So yeah, if anyone has some kind of connection to the spiritual side of things, it's him. Me? I'm the opposite. I'm the person who's lived my whole life without a single paranormal story. No footsteps, no voices, no spooky silhouettes. Even in old houses, even alone at night, nothing. I've always been able to shrug off ghost stories like, sure, okay. But here's the part that gets me. When Eli is at my place, things happen. And it's not just him saying, "Did you hear that?" It's both of us hearing it, seeing it, feeling it. And I don't have an explanation that satisfies me. A couple nights ago, we ate dinner and left the dishes on the kitchen counter. The living room is a separate room, but the kitchen door was open, so we were chatting like normal, half watching something, half just talking. And then, we both just stopped mid-sentence, because from the kitchen, we heard this sound, so specific that my stomach dropped before my brain even caught up. It sounded exactly like a fork being lifted and then deliberately dropped onto a plate. Not a little clink from something settling, not a slide, a pickup and a drop, like someone did it with purpose. And we both remembered how the plates were positioned, tilted slightly, tucked in a way where nothing should have been able to just fall. No precarious balancing, no, maybe it slipped. Then, no joke, maybe 5 seconds later, it happened again. Same sound, same force, like the exact same motion repeated. Lift, drop. And here's where it gets even weirder. My cat Miso was lying near the kitchen doorway. Miso is ancient, honestly. He's the kind of old cat who barely blinks at thunderstorms or loud noises on TV. But right after that second sound, he raised his head and just stared into the kitchen like his whole world narrowed down into that one space. Completely still, completely focused. Not scared exactly, just locked in. So, of course, Eli and I got up and walked into the kitchen expecting to see something. A fork on the floor, a plate shifted, anything. Nothing had moved. Nothing. No cutlery out of place, no plate turned, no sign that anything had been touched at all. And it wasn't the first time either. There have been other moments, like being in the same room together and hearing footsteps coming down the stairs, clear as day, when we knew nobody else was home. Or hearing footsteps in the room directly above us, followed by the subtle sound of small things being nudged around, like someone moving little objects, not crashing or throwing, just messing, like presence without a performance. And every single time, Miso has been right there with us. So it's not him wandering off and knocking things around. That's why I'm stuck. Because it feels like when Eli is around, the house is more active. Like something notices him, or like he unknowingly turns up the volume on whatever's normally quiet. Is it possible that some people are just more prone to this kind of thing? Like they're more sensitive, whether it's spiritual, emotional, whatever you want to call it. And that sensitivity draws experiences toward them. Because if that's true, it would explain why I've had a lifetime of nothing, and then suddenly, when Eli's sitting on my couch, my kitchen starts making decisions on its own. So, this all started at the very end of June, right as summer was settling in. I moved into my friend Dylan's house with my boyfriend Eli, and honestly, the setup seemed perfect at first. We got the whole basement to ourselves. One bedroom, this big open area with a fireplace, a bathroom, a deep storage closet, and even this weird little storage nook tucked under the stairs. It felt like we'd lucked out. But almost right away, I started feeling off. Before we moved in, Dylan told me that his ex used to live there with her 2 kids, and the downstairs bedroom had been the little girl's room. She was around 6 or 7, and he casually mentioned that she used to be up at night, talking to someone, or maybe talking to herself. And I know that might sound harmless to some people, but it planted this creepy little seed in my brain from day one. Like I walked into the basement already halfway braced for something. And then, the nightmares started. Within the first couple weeks, I began having these horrible nightmares, way worse than anything I'd ever had before living there. I do have PTSD nightmares, so I was already taking medication for them. But as this kept going, it got bad enough that my doctor added a second prescription because the first one just wasn't cutting it anymore. And the thing is, if I sleep downstairs, it's almost guaranteed I'll have a nightmare. Almost every time. But if I fall asleep upstairs on Dylan's couch, totally normal sleep. No nightmares, not even once. That difference messes with me, because it makes it feel like it's not me. It feels like it's the space. One of the scariest ones happened recently, just a couple days ago. In the dream, someone told me, very clearly, that I'd been put under a spell. And I remember that phrase because it felt so specific and so calm, like they were stating a fact. I woke up immediately after that, heart pounding, and there was a wasp down there in the basement. And I know how that sounds, like, okay, a wasp is just a wasp, but I'm telling you, I have no idea how it got in. Doors were shut, windows were shut. It was just there, like it had been dropped into the room. And the nightmares keep escalating, darker, more vivid, more intense, like something is building momentum. There was one early on that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I'd had a nightmare so bad that I got out of bed and went upstairs because I didn't want to be down there anymore. I figured I'd sleep on the couch where it felt safer. So I lay down, trying to calm myself, and I had my hair up in a ponytail. The ponytail was hanging over the arm of the couch, and I swear to you, it felt like something tugged my hair. Not like it snagged on fabric, not like I rolled onto it. It felt like an actual pull, like fingers hooking it and giving it a little yank. I froze. I didn't want to move. I didn't even want to breathe too loud. And that's not even the only thing. I'm a student, so I'm home a lot more than the guys are. Eli works, and Dylan works too. Actually, they work together. So there are a lot of days where I'm alone in the house. And when I'm alone, I keep hearing things that make it seem like they're home. The sound I hear most is Dylan's cough. He smokes, and it's this really distinct throat-clearing cough he does. I'll hear that exact cough, and then I'll hear a lighter flick, like someone's lighting up. Sometimes I hear his laugh from upstairs, like he's reacting to something. And here's the part that really gets under my ribs. Sometimes it even sounds like music is playing upstairs. Not super loud, but enough that my brain goes, someone's up there. Except, no one is. And now I'm at this point where I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's stress, the basement messing with my sleep, old house noises, my brain being on high alert. or something I can't explain. I just know I don't feel fully at ease down there anymore. And I guess what I'm really asking is, what would you think if you were in my shoes? What would you do? Okay, so let me just tell you what's been going on, because I still get that weird, tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. My partner, Eli, and I are moving into this old house he grew up in. He lived there for years with his grandma, Nana Joe. It's not some dreamy, fresh start situation either. It's more like, this is what we can afford right now, so we're making it work. And I've been trying to do the normal moving in stuff, you know? Cleaning out cabinets, wiping down walls, sorting through old boxes. But almost right away, the house started doing these little off things. Not like a horror movie jump scare every 5 seconds, just enough to make you pause and go, wait, did that really just happen? The first big thing was this old clock. It was hanging on the wall, one of those plain, kind of dated clocks that clearly belonged to someone's routine for a long time. Eli told me it hadn't worked in forever, like it had been broken for years. The minute hand was bent and there were no batteries in it. None. So I take it down on a Friday afternoon while I'm cleaning. I set it on a table in the hallway and I go to the bathroom. And I'm telling you, while I'm in there, I start hearing ticking. Not like maybe the pipes ticking, like a clock. A steady, clear tick, tick, tick coming from the hallway. I came out and just stood there for a second, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. And then Eli walks in holding the clock, eyes wide, like, "Babe, are you messing with me?" Because the clock is working. The second hand is moving. It's clicking and ticking like it's been alive the whole time. And I'm like, "Eli, there are no batteries in that." We checked. We opened it. Nothing. Empty. Now, here's the part that makes it complicated. Nana Joe passed away in this house a few years back. Eli's always talked about her like she was a real anchor in his life. Sweet, tough, the kind of woman who made you feel safe even when she didn't say much. So his first reaction wasn't fear. He actually got kind of soft about it, like he wanted it to mean something comforting. Since we've been there more, he's been walking through the house talking to her out loud sometimes. Just little things, like, "We're fixing it up, Nana," or "Hope you like what we're doing with the kitchen." And I'll be honest, some parts of the house feel totally normal. But there are a few spots where the air feels heavier, like the vibe changes when you step into them. Not freezing cold dramatic, just tense. Like you're not alone, even when you are. And that's where my mind keeps going. What if it's not her? Because Eli told me something from when he was a teenager, something nobody in his family knows, because they're intensely religious and it would not go over well. When he was around 16, he and a couple cousins were sitting on the front porch messing around, being dumb teenagers. They were playing Truth or Dare, and they dared him to try some ritual they found online, some prove you're not scared kind of thing. And he did it. He says later that night he looked up and saw this tall, dark figure in his bedroom window, just standing there, watching him. No face he could explain, just the shape of something that didn't feel human. What makes it worse is he says it didn't stop. Even after that night, even after weeks and months passed, he'd catch glimpses of the same tall figure sometimes, like it would be standing down the road near the edge of the yard, facing the house. Like it was waiting, like it knew where he lived. He said he felt something climbing up his legs, slowly, like pressure and weight moving higher and higher, and he couldn't move a muscle. Then he felt it sit on his chest, heavy enough that he couldn't breathe right, like his lungs just couldn't expand. And he said something covered his face, like a hand or a shadow. and he heard a voice, right up close, telling him, "It's okay, it'll be over soon." And he woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, like he'd been running. He still talks about it like it's burned into him. So now fast forward almost a decade. We're moving back into that house. And the room where he says the worst of it happened, that's going to be our little girl's room. Our daughter, Lila, is 6. She's tiny. She's bright and sweet, and she still believes the world is mostly good. And the idea of her sleeping in the same space where he saw that figure makes my stomach twist. And then, like it needed to get even weirder, Eli's Uncle Ray lives in a camper right outside the house. He told me recently that he's been seeing a tall, dark figure too, from outside, near the road. And Ray has no clue about what happened to Eli when he was 16. None. We never told him. There are also people nearby who swear they've seen this strange blue haze out around the area sometimes. Like smoke, but not like any normal smoke. I don't know if that's related, or if it's just small-town stories stacking on top of each other, but it's one more thing that makes everything feel unsettled. So that's where I'm at. I'm trying to clean and unpack and make a home, but in the back of my mind I keep thinking, what if something latched on back then? What if it's still here? And if Nana Jo really is around in some gentle way, I don't want to push her out. I don't want to clear the house and accidentally shove away the only presence that might actually be loving. I just want whatever's dark, whatever's pretending, if that's what it is, to be gone. And more than anything, I want every kind of protection I can get around my daughter, and around all of us, because I can deal with being creeped out. But I can't deal with the idea of something watching my kid from the dark. You know how there are some childhood memories that feel kind of blurry? Like you're not sure if you really remember them, or if you've just heard the story enough times that you think you do. This one isn't like that for me. This one is sharp. Like it's been sitting in the back of my mind all these years, untouched. So, for a little context, our house back then was basically split into 2 separate worlds. There was an upstairs and a downstairs, and they weren't connected inside. No staircase, no hallway linking them, nothing. If you were upstairs, you were upstairs. If you were downstairs, you were downstairs. Upstairs, we had other family living too, and there was one relative I was really close with, my great-uncle, Milo. He passed away when I was still little. And this is important because what happened not long before he died. I remember the adults later mentioning that it was within a month or so of his passing. The house was tiny, so sleep arrangements were always a little chaotic. Kids would crash on the couch or on blankets on the floor in the kitchen, wherever we fit. Adults got the bedrooms. But one night, the adults decided to switch things up for a few days. They set me and my older sister, her name's Lena, up in my grandma and grandpa's room. And I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't exactly the kind of kid who just rolled over and went to sleep. It was the middle of the night, and I couldn't sleep at all. I didn't have a phone, obviously. I was preschool age. So I did what any bored little kid would do. I got curious. Lena had her makeup bag with her, and normally she guarded it like it was treasure. She was so strict about it. But that night, she let me mess with it. Looking back, I'm pretty sure it's because she was lying on the bed talking on her phone, whispering to her boyfriend. And if I was busy pretending to be a makeup artist, I wouldn't bother her. So I'm sitting on the floor near the bedroom door, right where the little nightlight hit the wall. That light mattered because it was the only thing making the room feel safe. Everything else was shadows. And I'm doing the whole dramatic thing, twisting open a lipstick, pretending to apply it without actually touching my lips, like I'm some kind of fancy grown-up. Then, the door moved. Not like a tiny creak. It actually pushed inward. And because I was sitting right in front of it, kind of blocking it, it nudged me too. Just a little, but enough that I felt it. My first thought wasn't fear. My first thought was, oh, Grandma's checking on us. Because she always did that. She always came in to make sure we were tucked in right, blankets on, everything okay. So I get this little happy rush, and I lean forward and peek my head through the opening, expecting to see her silhouette, or her face, or someone. But there was nobody. Just pitch black darkness on the other side. Like the kind of darkness that feels heavy. Not just the lights are off, but there is nothing there. My smile vanished so fast. I pulled my head back in, shut the door, and turned to look at Lena. And she looked at me, like she'd felt something too. She goes, "Who was that?" And I remember saying, really quietly, "There's no one." And she immediately went, "What do you mean, no one?" She slid off the bed and came toward the door like she was going to prove me wrong. Like, obviously it was Grandma or Grandpa. But when she tried to open it, it wouldn't open. It was like something was holding it from the other side. Or like it was locked, but it wasn't supposed to be. We weren't the type of family to lock bedroom doors like that. She tugged again, harder. Nothing. And that's when the fear finally hit me. Because now it wasn't just, the door moved. Now it was, the door moved and we can't open it. And Lena, she got scared too. I could see it. But she did that older sibling thing where she tried to hide it because my panic was getting worse. She told me, okay, let's just go to sleep. It's fine." Then she put music on her phone, low, like she was trying to fill the room with something normal, something human. And she said, "It was probably Grandma." Even though we both knew that didn't really explain anything. The next morning we asked around. We asked Grandma, we asked Grandpa, we asked anyone who might have been awake. Everyone said no. Nobody had been at the door. My grandmother shrugged and said, "Probably the wind." And that's where the adults left it. Wind. End of story. But it wasn't the end for me. Years later, when Lena and I were older, we talked about it again. I asked her what she remembered, because I needed to know if I had imagined any part of it. And Lena told me something that made my stomach drop all over again. She said that while I was on the floor playing, she was lying on the bed still on the phone. She was watching me on and off while talking, not really paying full attention, just keeping an eye on me like sisters do. And she said, right as her call was about to end, she saw the doorknob twist. Like, actually twist. And the door opened slightly. She watched me poke my head out and just freeze there for a few seconds, not saying a word. Then I shut the door and turned to look at her. So from her point of view, it looked like I saw someone. That's why she asked, "Who was that?" Then when I told her, no one, she thought I was messing with her. But when she went to check, she said the door felt like it was locked from the outside. And she admitted something else too. She said she was scared. Really scared. But when she saw me falling apart, she forced herself to act calm, because she knew if she panicked, it would make it worse. So she played music, told me it was Grandma, made it feel normal. And the truth is, we both agreed, years later, that it didn't feel like wind. Not the way it moved. Not the way it stopped us from opening the door. After that night, we avoided that room. Like, we didn't even joke about it. We just didn't go in there. Not unless we had to. And even then, not for long. And I know it sounds small. It's just a doorknob, a door, a few seconds in the dark. But when you're little, when you're sitting in a quiet room with only a nightlight and a door opens by itself, and the hallway outside is empty. It doesn't feel small. It feels like something noticed you. Okay, I'm going to try to tell this as clearly as I can, because even now, it feels like trying to describe a color I can't quite name. So, I was sitting there with my partner, Evan, just talking, like normal, everyday talking. We'd gotten onto this whole topic about mind over matter. You know, how sometimes people can make themselves sick with stress or fear, and sometimes, maybe not physically cure everything, but they can reach this deep place of acceptance. Like, peace can be its own kind of healing. And I was saying how I genuinely believe that. I do. But then I admitted something that frustrates me. When it comes to day-to-day stuff, like working out, keeping routines, doing the good-for-me things, if I don't want to, I just don't. It's like there's this invisible wall inside me. I can understand the big spiritual concepts, but I can't always apply that mind over matter muscle to normal life. I even started explaining how my brain doesn't always hold the big picture long enough to motivate me, especially with the way I'm wired, always masking, always juggling a million thoughts at once. And then I stopped mid-sentence. Not like I forgot what I was saying, more like my whole system froze. My eyes landed on this outlet on the wall across from me, and I couldn't look away. I couldn't blink normally. I couldn't move. It was like my body was still upright, still technically awake, but I wasn't in charge anymore. And it felt like it lasted a few minutes, long enough that it started to scare me, but I couldn't even react to the fear because I was stuck inside it. And then, suddenly, I was somewhere else. It wasn't like a dream exactly. It was like my awareness slid sideways. All at once, I was watching a hospital room, like it was happening right beside me. To my right, there was a woman sitting in a chair. She looked like me, enough that my stomach dropped, like seeing a version of yourself you weren't expecting. She didn't just look like me, she felt like me, like she carried my same signature, my same weight. And to her left, in the hospital bed, was an older woman with silver white hair. She was so still. She was dying. I didn't decide that. There was no guesswork. I just knew. The certainty of it landed in me like a bell ringing. And the strange thing is, I felt like I knew them both. Not in a, oh, that's my grandma way. More like recognition without language. Like I knew the whole story, the whole context, but it existed only as feeling, like it was stored somewhere deeper than words. Then I watched the woman in the chair, who looked like me, reach over and take the dying woman's hand. And the second their hands touched, something snapped. I became the woman in the chair. And then, immediately, I became the woman in the bed. It was like my consciousness was being pulled back and forth between them, fast, like a current running through a wire. Like there was this cord connecting us all, and energy was moving from one to another. Every time I shifted, it felt like the body I had just been in became distant, like it turned into a memory. Like it didn't vanish, but it wasn't home anymore. And it wasn't scary in a horror movie way. It was sacred. Heavy, calm, devastating, peaceful, like the full impact of death without panic, like grief and love and surrender braided together into one experience. Then, just as suddenly as it started, I snapped back into my body on the couch, and I couldn't hold my emotions. At first, it was like everything went numb, and I could only get out these tiny words, wow, and whoa, like that was all my mouth could manage. And then I started sobbing, like deep, uncontrollable sobbing. But it wasn't just sadness. It was like my whole nervous system was trying to process something way too big, and I got cold. Like bone cold. I was on the edge of the couch, and there's a part I can't fully piece together, but I remember feeling like I fell backward, like my body just dropped. Then I shot upright so fast it didn't even feel like my muscles did it. It felt like I was yanked back into myself, like something reeled me in, like I'd been gone and then, zip, there I was, fully back. And the scariest part is that I didn't realize my body had been sitting there, waiting, the whole time. I wasn't aware of it being left behind until I was suddenly back inside it. Afterward, my mind started scrambling for labels. Astral projection? Another plane? Another time? Another version of reality? Because that dying woman felt like an ancestor. And she also felt like me. Like she was both separate and not separate at all. Like somehow we were the same thread in different forms. And I've believed for a long time that ancestors live in us, that we carry them, that our bodies are like libraries of people who came before. And maybe we don't get access to all that wisdom at once. Maybe we have to earn it, piece by piece. Like learning, like leveling up, like we're meant to grow into it. And the truth is, things like this have been happening to me more lately. Not always this intense, but my intuition has been louder. My experiences have been sharper. A few weeks ago, I was overwhelmed with emotion at work, and I felt this buzzing around me, like the air itself was vibrating. And my coworker, Marco, actually looked at me and said he could see something around me, like energy, like a shimmering aura. I've had dreams where I felt that same enormous peace and that same sense of death being present, but in the dream world. This was different because I was fully awake, mid-conversation, in real life. After it happened, I couldn't warm up. The air felt strange. I felt untethered, like I wasn't fully locked into the world yet. And this thought flashed through my mind, just for a second. What if I'm dying? Like maybe that's what it feels like when you're crossing over, and I accidentally brushed up against it. And then another thought hit right behind it. What if this is a mental break? And I remember thinking, wow, I can't even describe what just happened. Because I've had experiences on substances before, times on psychedelics where reality cracked open, where love and grief and eternity all made sense at once. But this wasn't that. This was sober. This was in the middle of ordinary life. And it felt eerily similar to certain dreams I've had. Like maybe dreams aren't just dreams. Like maybe they're another door, and I'm left here holding it, trying to make sense of it, still feeling the echo of that chord, still feeling like somewhere, some version of me, is still sitting in that hospital room, holding a hand, letting go, and becoming something else. So this happened a long time ago, back when I was about 14. I had this close friend, I'll call her Lena, who lived in a duplex, and every so often I'd stay the night at her place. You know how those duplexes can be, 2 homes pressed together, and in their case, there was this shared basement that both sides could access. It already had that, I don't love this vibe, even in the daytime. The night I slept over, Lena told me something she probably thought was just spooky gossip, but it landed different for me. She said her older brother, Ethan, and a couple of his friends had messed around with a Ouija board down in that basement a week or 2 earlier. And ever since then, she'd been feeling like there was something in the house. Not like a creak in the walls feeling, more like that quiet, heavy sense of being watched when nobody's actually there. I've always been someone who believes there are things we don't fully understand. Spirits, energy, whatever you want to call it. So hearing Ouija board in the basement basically flipped a switch in my brain. Growing up, my parents always warned me not to mess with that kind of stuff. Ouija boards, Bloody Mary, anything that feels like an invitation. I wasn't trying to be the person who learned a lesson the hard way. That night, I remember lying there wide awake, staring into the dark, listening to every tiny house noise like it meant something. Eventually, I did fall asleep though, and when we woke up, everything seemed normal. Sunlight, morning energy, that little relief where you think, okay, maybe it's fine. We went into her living room to play Mario Kart on the Wii. The console wasn't hooked up, so Lena got down on the floor to plug everything in while I waited on the couch. And that's when it happened. Out of the corner of my eye, down the hall, just past the edge of the doorway, I saw movement. I turned my head, and I swear to you, there was this black figure peeking out from around the hallway corner. Not a person, not a trick of light, not a coat hanging on a door. It was wrong, like a silhouette without details. A shape that didn't have a face, but still somehow felt like it was looking at me. And the creepiest part was the way it was positioned, like it was trying to stay hidden, just barely leaning out enough to watch us. I froze. I stared at it for maybe 2 or 3 seconds, long enough for my stomach to drop, but not long enough for my brain to catch up and make sense of it. Then Lena stood up and said something like, "Okay, it's ready," and I snapped my head forward like I hadn't seen anything. I didn't tell her. I didn't want to freak her out. And honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd seen. I told myself it was my imagination, or my nerves, or the fact that she'd planted that Ouija board story in my head the night before. So we started playing, and for a few minutes, I almost relaxed. Almost. Then maybe 10 minutes in, Lena suddenly paused the game. And when she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. She said, I see something watching us from the hallway." I felt my entire body go cold, like that instant, deep, animal fear. Because she hadn't seen my face when it happened. I hadn't reacted out loud. I hadn't said a word. So there was no way she was just echoing my anxiety. She was seeing it too. I asked her, "What does it look like?" And she described the exact same thing I'd seen. A dark, shadowy figure, not really shaped like a person, peering out from around the corner like it was trying not to be noticed. I texted my mom and asked her to pick me up, right then, right away. I tried to act normal while we waited, but my eyes kept flicking toward that hallway, and my skin felt tight, like it knew we weren't alone. Even now, years later, I can still picture that moment so clearly it's like a snapshot in my brain. The paused game, the morning light, the hallway, and that shape leaning out just enough to watch. And I still wonder about the timing, how Lena's brother had used that Ouija board down in the basement, and how, later, Lena casually mentioned that her great-aunt had been into stuff like spell work and dark magic back in the day, like it was family lore. Maybe it was connected, maybe it wasn't. But whatever it was, it's one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced. Because it wasn't just me. Someone else saw it too. And that makes it hard to dismiss, no matter how much you want to. I'm honestly a little up, and I just need to say this out loud to someone who will listen. So, some quick context. My mom passed away a couple years back, right around this time of year. It was from ALS. That anniversary just hit, and I thought I was doing okay. But grief has this way of hanging around in your blind spots, you know? Yesterday, I was at a shopping center on the south side of town. Not all day or anything, but long enough that I felt worn down, like that tired, headachy, I need to be in my own bed kind of feeling. I was literally on my way out, keys basically in my hand, and then I got this weird, sudden pull, like, go see a movie right now. Not a gentle thought, a urge. So I checked what was starting soon, and there was a showing in 10 minutes for this thriller called Hollow Faith. I knew nothing about it, hadn't even seen a trailer. I remember thinking, please don't let this be one of those movies that randomly punches you in the heart with parent stuff. And then, of course, near the beginning, one of the characters casually mentions her dad died from Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS. It's just dropped in there, and then it never really comes up again. It felt oddly specific, like the universe tapping me on the shoulder and going, "Hey, pay attention." And I'm sitting there in the dark like, seriously? Today? But okay, fine. Weird coincidence. I go home. Then later that night, I'm on the couch and I can't find a scrunchie I swear I just set down. I look all around me, between cushions, under a blanket, the usual places. Nothing. I finally get up, slightly annoyed, and grab another one from the bathroom. When I sit back down, the one I couldn't find is sitting neatly on a pillow on the ottoman. And I know how that sounds, but I'm telling you, I had looked right at that pillow earlier because there was this silver charm bracelet sitting on it and it caught my eye. The scrunchie was not there. And then suddenly it was, like it had been placed there on purpose. I tried to laugh it off because what else do you do? But my stomach did that little flip, that something is off feeling. Later, my partner, Eli, and I are watching TV. We've got the baby monitor next to me because our little one is asleep down the hall. And out of the corner of my eye, I see this quick flicker, like a flash of movement or light, right where there shouldn't be anything moving. My first instinct is that it's, I don't know, a reflection? Or a low battery indicator. So I tell myself that. I rationalize it. I don't want to spiral. And then we go to bed. Around 12:30 in the morning, while we're fully asleep, there are 3 distinct knocks on my nightstand. Not on the wall, not from somewhere across the room, on the nightstand. Like tap, 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 spaced out, deliberate. I sit straight up. Eli sits straight up. We both heard it. And I'm scanning the surface, trying to make it make sense. Like maybe something shifted or fell, but nothing's out of place. There's nothing wobbly, nothing perched on an edge, nothing that should have made that sound. It's one of those moments where your brain is sprinting ahead, desperate to label it as anything normal, but your body already decided it wasn't. Then this morning, we walk outside and one of our backyard trees has split down the middle. Half of it is just broken, tipped into the yard. We've had heavy snow lately, and the tree still had a bunch of leaves, so logically I get it. The weight was too much. But the timing of it, layered on top of everything else, it felt like punctuation. Like the last line in a paragraph I didn't want to read. So now I'm sitting here, trying to figure out what I believe. Is it just a string of coincidences? A tired brain on a grief anniversary seeing patterns everywhere. I don't feel like it's evil. I don't feel dread in a horror movie way. It's more like I feel watched. Not threatened, just noticed. Like someone is close. And the thing is, I've had one moment before, about a year ago, during a therapy session. I was doing trauma work, and in the middle of it, it was like my mom was suddenly right there with me. Clear as day, not scary, just present. And the message that landed in me was, "You're tougher than you think. Keep going." In my family, we have this word that matters a lot. Kisu. It's not a perfect translation, but it's like steady courage. The kind of grit that isn't loud. The kind that just keeps you moving through hard things, one step at a time. So I guess I'm asking, if you were me, what would you make of all this? Because I'm trying really hard not to freak myself out, but I also don't want to ignore something that might be love, reaching back through the static. So, I've just moved back to my hometown, McLaren Vale in South Australia, after being away for what feels like forever. About 8 years, give or take. And I'll be honest with you. There's one night I still replay in my head because I still can't fully wrap my brain around what we saw. And the weird part is, I'm not the only one. My old mate remembers it too, crystal clear. It was late spring, I'm pretty sure it was October 2012. I'd only just gotten my provisional license, and I was riding that wave of freedom like it was the best thing that had ever happened to me. That night, I drove to pick up my friend, Jade, for a sleepover. We were just two teenage girls, feeling grown up because I had a car and a full tank, and no one could tell us what to do for a few hours. It was around 8:30 p.m. when we were heading back toward McLaren Vale. We came off Main South Road and turned left onto Tatachilla Road. You know the stretch. It's dark, it's quiet, and once you're on it, it feels like the rest of the world just drops away. Jade was in the passenger seat, totally absorbed in her phone, thumbs flying. I was driving, half chatting, half just enjoying the night, until I saw something ahead in the headlights and my whole body went cold. I stopped the car dead in the middle of the road. I remember my voice coming out all broken as I went, "Jade, mate, what is that?" She didn't even look up at first, so I nudged her, harder than I meant to. That annoyed kind of panic, you know? Like, please look, please just look right now. She finally lifted her head, ready to give me attitude, and then her face just drained, like someone had pulled the color out of her. And she goes, barely a whisper, "Dude, what the hell is that?" Because right there, about 10 feet in front of my little hatchback, was this thing crouched low in the road. At first, my brain tried to rescue me. I remember thinking, is it a kangaroo? Has it been hit? Is it injured? Anything normal, anything explainable. But it wasn't normal. It was tall, even hunched like that. It looked around 6 foot. Skinny in a way that didn't look natural, like it had no proper muscle on it at all. Arms and legs too long. Its torso, almost human-shaped, which somehow made it worse. And its skin was this pale bluish gray, like it didn't belong under the sun. It looked thin. Not just skinny, thin like paper, like you could see right through it. And you basically could. In the headlights, the bones stood out under its skin like they were pressed up against the surface. I could see ribs, every single one. Like the skin didn't hide anything, just clung to it. Its head was bare, no hair, and it had these black eyes that were just wrong. Not dark brown, not they're shadowed, just black, like 2 holes. And here's the part that still makes my stomach twist. They didn't reflect the headlights. There was no shine, no glint, nothing human in them at all. It had no real nose either, just 2 holes where a nose should have been. And its mouth, it looked too wide, like it split further than it should. When it opened its mouth, it made this horrible, hissy, growling sound. And I saw teeth. Not neat rows like a dog or a person, more like jagged, sharp animal teeth. Too many of them, like it was packed full of daggers. We were frozen, fully locked in place. And the thing just stared at us. It would open its mouth, show its teeth, close it again, like it was warning us, like it was telling us, don't you move, don't you do anything stupid. And I swear to you, we sat there like that for what felt like forever, but was probably about 2 minutes. 2 minutes of neither of us breathing properly, neither of us knowing whether to reverse or gun it or just disappear. Then it shifted. It stepped, sort of sideways, toward the left edge of the road. Slow, deliberate, like it wanted us to see it move. And I remember thinking, okay, maybe it's giving us room. So I started creeping the car forward and slightly to the right, trying to go around it. I moved so slowly I could have been pushing the car with my feet. Jade practically climbed into my lap, shaking, clutching my arm like she was going to snap it off. As we got closer, it bared its teeth again, and I mean bared them, like it was furious. And when we pulled up right beside it, it turned its head and looked into the car. It looked enraged, like it hated that we were there, like we'd interrupted something. Its hands, this is another detail I can't shake. They were almost human. Long fingers, too long, and the tips were darker, like stained or bruised or something, almost black. Its feet looked humanish too, but where toes should have been, it had these claw-like shapes, like talons, and then it dropped down onto all fours. Not like an animal, like a person would, crawling. That's what made it so disturbing. It moved like it understood how humans move. It crawled off the road, into the scrub, and we watched it slide into the darkness like it was never there at all. The second it vanished, I slammed my foot down. We tore home as fast as my crappy little car would go, heart pounding in my throat, both of us talking over each other. Did you see that? What was that? No. When we got home, we were still shaking. But my parents didn't believe us. They looked at our faces and our panic and still went, "Yeah, right. You've probably been messing around. Maybe you're just imagining things." They assumed we'd smoked something. We hadn't. We didn't need drugs. The road had handed us something worse. And here's the thing. For years, I barely spoke about it. I think my brain filed it away as a nightmare just so I could sleep. Like, that didn't happen. It couldn't have. But then during COVID lockdowns in 2020, I brought it up to Jade again, kind of casually, like I was testing the water. And without hesitating, she repeated details that I hadn't even said out loud. The road, the stopping, the eyes, the teeth, the way it crawled away, word for word, like it had been sitting in her head the whole time too. After that, I started searching for other people who might have seen something similar around McLaren Vale, especially near that exact stretch of Tatachila Road. I even posted about it online a couple years back, on some paranormal forum. And now I can't find the post anywhere, which is frustrating because I actually got replies. I don't know what to call what we saw. I don't know if it has a name. All I know is, it was real enough that two teenagers sat in dead silence for 2 minutes, staring at something that shouldn't exist. And 15 years later, we still remember it the same way. And every time I drive that road at night now, I slow down. Just a little. Because part of me is still waiting to see it again. So, let me tell you about something that still gives me chills, even though life has mostly gone back to normal now. This happened last year on what was supposed to be the most ordinary family trip. We were in North Carolina, right near the edge of the Blue Ridge. Pretty, peaceful, the kind of place where you expect fresh air and quiet nights. Nothing about it felt creepy. We'd been in this little rental cabin for 4 nights, and honestly, it was normal the whole time. My son, his name's Eli, has always had a big imagination. He's sensitive, dramatic in that sweet kid way, and when something scares him, he latches onto it hard. So over the years, we've heard plenty of, "I heard something," or "I saw something" stories. We usually talk him through it, help him calm down, and by morning, it's faded. But this was different. It was the last night of the trip, and it was somewhere around 1:40 a.m. when Eli shook us awake. He was 12, pale, trembling, like the kind of shaking you don't fake. And he started telling us what happened in this fast, breathy rush, like if he stopped talking it would come back. He said he was drifting off when he heard his bedroom door open. At first, he thought it was one of us checking on him. That would have made sense. Except, he said he never heard the door shut, and he never heard anyone leave. Instead, he heard footsteps, and then just silence. And then, right next to his head, he heard his water bottle on the nightstand crinkle, like someone had squeezed it. That's when he said he felt it, this weight, like a huge hand pressing down on the middle of his back, pinning him into the mattress. And the way he described it, it wasn't like a dream. It was specific, physical. He said he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, like his body just wouldn't listen to him. Finally, he could jerk himself free. He jumped up, flipped on the light, grabbed his phone, and locked himself in the little bathroom that connected to the room. And here's the part that stuck with him the most. When he looked back before shutting the door, he noticed his bedroom door was closed. So of course, we tried to rationalize it. Sleep paralysis, mountain stories, a tired brain mixing fear with half-dreams. He'd been hearing spooky stuff online. He loves that kind of thing even though it scares him. And we told ourselves maybe his mind just ran away with it. He slept on the floor in our room the rest of that night, and we did what parents do. We rubbed his back, talked softly, told him he was safe, tried to pack the fear back into a neat little box. But the thing is, it didn't stay in that cabin. When we got home to South Carolina, he started having these smaller incidents, always when he was alone. Stuff you want to dismiss because, honestly, it's easier for everyone if you can. He told us he'd hear the kitchen cabinets open and slam shut like someone was flicking them rapidly. Bam, 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 one after another. I started to chalk it up to settling wood, or him working himself up, until he showed me a short video where you can literally hear it happening, loud and sharp, like someone was in there messing with the doors. Then he started mentioning this weird thing with shadows, like he'd see what looked like a dark cat dart past and hop onto this old space heater in the hallway, except the heater would be empty, and our cats would be nowhere near him when it happened. And then, the faces. I still hate even saying it out loud. The worst day in South Carolina was when he was completely alone in the house. Everyone else was out. Work, errands, normal life. He heard knocking. Then he heard what sounded like someone stepping inside. Footsteps. The sound of movement in the entryway. He assumed it was his grandpa coming back early, so he called out. Once, twice, 3 times. No answer. So Eli got up and walked into the dining room, and our dog came running to him with his tail down, ears back, that panicked, skittering kind of fear. Like, get me away from whatever that is. And the house was empty. Just Eli, just the dog, nothing. And I'll be honest with you, I hate admitting this, but at the time, we still tried to brush so much of it off. We told ourselves he was jumpy, that he'd been watching scary things, that he was spiraling, because the alternative, that something was actually interacting with him, felt too big and too terrifying to name. Then came the end of summer, when he went back to Oregon to start school again, staying with family. And that's when it changed from unsettling to menacing. He told us it started with a shadowy figure in the hallway, just standing there, like a person made out of darkness. Then came the night the bathroom faucet turned on by itself. He went to shut it off, and the bathroom door suddenly wouldn't open, like it was stuck, jammed, held. And what scared him most was that he was home with his younger brother. He told me, I thought it was going to hurt him. So he did the only thing a kid can do. He got his brother into the bedroom, stayed right beside him, and basically stood guard until the adults came home. After that, he said it became a nightly thing. Footsteps, the feeling of being watched, and that shadow shape appearing in his doorway. He told me it wouldn't go away unless he sat up, turned on the light, or prayed. And that's when he started praying. Really praying. He started going to church with his aunt and uncle, started talking about God in this way that didn't feel forced or performative. It felt like he'd found a rope to hold on to. The last incident he described is the one I can picture too clearly. He woke up, saw the shadow in his doorway again, and went straight to the bathroom across the hall because he just needed to get away from it. While he was in there, he heard something running, fast, back and forth through the house, like it was sprinting from one end to the other. And then it stopped right outside the bathroom door. He said he could see the shadow of feet under the crack. And he told me he hit this moment of exhaustion, like, I'm done being hunted in my own life. So he grabbed the handle, flung the door open, ready to confront whatever it was, and the hallway was empty. After that, it faded. It stopped. Whether it was faith, whether it was him feeling more in control, whether it was something psychological finally loosening its grip, I don't pretend I know. I only know the incidents ended, and he became lighter again. Now he talks about it more openly. He's not shaking when he tells it. He's not hiding it. And he hasn't had anything else happen in a long time. But when I look back at everything, one weird night in the mountains, then the cabinets, the shadows, the fear in the dog, and then that darker stretch out west, it's hard to dismiss it all as imagination. Any one piece, sure, but all of it together? That's why I still wonder what it was. So yeah, we're okay now. But every time I think about that first night, how ordinary everything felt until it wasn't, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. And I can't help but wonder, if something did latch onto him back then, why him? And why did it finally let go? So, this happened a few mornings ago, and I'm still not over it. I did my usual routine before heading out, walked into my mom's room because her bathroom is where I always do my hair. She was out, like fully asleep, knocked out cold. She was facing toward the bathroom, eyes closed, breathing, normal. I leave, do my thing, and then I come back in maybe 15 or 20 minutes later to tell her I'm heading out, because she usually wakes up when I do that. So I'm like, all right, Ma, I'm leaving. Nothing. No, no shifting. Not even that little annoyed sigh she does when she's half asleep. And when I looked again, she had turned. Now she was on her side facing the window, with her back to me, still completely still. And for a second I'm thinking, okay, she's just really tired today. But something in me felt off, like my stomach dropped for no reason. So I walk closer, and that's when I see her face. Her eyes were wide open, not blinking, not moving, just this blank, dead stare aimed up toward the ceiling, like she was awake but not there. Her body was still turned toward the window, but her eyes were locked upward like she was frozen. I said, "Mama?" Kind of soft at first, and then louder, like, "Mama!" Nothing. So I start calling her name over and over. "Mom! Mom!" And I'm getting louder because I'm honestly thinking maybe she's messing with me, like trying to scare me or something. But the longer it went on, the less it felt like a joke. I shook her shoulder, hard, and she still didn't react. Her eyes didn't flinch. Nothing changed in her face. She just stayed staring, like a statue. It felt like forever, but it was probably a minute, maybe a little more. And then finally, she blinked, like this deep, heavy blink, almost like she was coming back from somewhere. And she goes, all confused, "What? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I swear to you, I felt this wave of uneasiness hit me that I've never felt in my life. It was like my instincts were screaming. So I'm like, Everybody out, now. I told my daughter, Nina, to get out of the room, and I shooed our dog, Rocky, out too. I didn't even want anyone standing in there with her. And then I stepped out myself because I just couldn't stay in that room. My heart was pounding. We went into the living room, and my mom looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days. She kept trying to calm me down, like, I'm fine, I don't know anyone you're acting like that. But I couldn't explain it. I didn't even have the words. I just knew what I saw didn't feel normal. Eventually, I had to leave for class, so I did, still shaky, still checking my phone every 5 seconds. I called her on my way, and she tried to reassure me again. She was like, "Don't worry, I'm okay." And she even laughed a little, like she wanted to lighten it up. And then right as I'm pulling up at school, she goes, all casual, "It was a joke." Like, girl. No, it wasn't. And she swears it was, but deep down, I know what I saw. That wasn't her playing around. That was something else. And what makes it worse is, this hasn't been the only weird thing lately. Like, over the past month, she's had other unsettling stuff happen. One night she told me she was dozing off in her room. Everyone else was asleep, my stepdad included, right there in bed next to her. And she said she saw this shadow, like the shape of a person, move past the TV, which is directly across from her. She got scared, closed her eyes, and forced herself back to sleep. And when he finally got her fully awake, she shot up into a panic. Like full panic, screaming, praying, shaking, like she thought something was in the room with her. That's basically all she's admitted to me, because she doesn't like telling me things that'll freak me out. But I can tell she's been holding back. And here's the part that messes with me. Creepy stuff has been happening in that house since I was little, since I was like 7. And I'm 25 now. I'm not even someone who's super deep into believing in paranormal stuff, but it's always been there in the background, you know? And after my abuelo passed away in my mom's bedroom back in 2016, it's like things got heavier, like the house changed. So now I'm stuck between two thoughts. Am I reading too much into it? Or am I ignoring something I shouldn't? Because what I saw that morning, her eyes open, staring, not responding, was the most unsettling thing I've ever experienced. And I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Hey everyone, watching Paranormal M. Drop a comment below and tell me where you're tuning in from. Thanks for sharing your paranormal experiences with me. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you're the first to catch the newest videos on the channel. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Put on the paranormal stories on Paranormal M to help you relax and drift off a little easier. Alright, let's get started. So, when I was really little, maybe 6 or 7, I lived with my mom in this old family house that used to belong to my great-grandmother. You know the kind of house I mean. Creaky floors, 2 quiet hallways, that feeling like the air is holding on to stories. Back then, I had everything. Plushies piled on my bed, little toy sets, and those messy kids' makeup cases with tiny brushes and glittery compacts. And almost every day after school, I'd come home and find my stuff scattered like somebody had gone digging through it. Sometimes things just wouldn't be there anymore. A stuffed bunny, a plastic bracelet, a lipstick toy, gone. But the moment I still remember the clearest happened one afternoon when my mom told me, "Hey, go tell your Uncle Mateo we're leaving with him in the morning. His truck, early." Uncle Mateo lived farther back on the property, closer to the trees, in this smaller little place behind the main house. I was sitting on the floor while she said it, trying to unpack one of my makeup kits. Honestly, it was a disaster. Sponges, brushes, fake blush, little clips, all jumbled together like someone had shaken the whole thing up. So I ran back, told my uncle, and when I came home, I froze. Because my makeup kit, My chaotic, exploded everywhere kit was perfectly organized. Like, not tidied up a bit. I mean everything placed neatly like it had been sorted by someone who really cared. Brushes lined up, little trays stacked, the tiny mirror wiped clean. It looked intentional. I went straight to my mom and said, "Did you do this?" And she stared at me, confused. And it wasn't just confusion. There was this quick, serious look that crossed her face, like she was deciding whether to tell me something or protect me from it. Then she smiled too brightly and said, "Yes, honey, it was me. I just wanted to mess with you." And I remember accepting it, because what else do you do when you're a kid and your mom says it was her? But that night, things shifted. I used to sleep in the same bed as my mom. Big, heavy blankets, the kind that made you feel safe. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up just enough to hear her get out of bed. I didn't open my eyes. I just listened. She padded into the kitchen, and I heard this soft clink, like a dish being set down. Then I heard my mom's voice, low and cautious. "Abuela, was that you?" And then my great-grandmother's voice answered from the dimness, sounding tired and honestly confused. She said she'd been resting. She hadn't been up organizing anything. She hadn't touched any of my things. Then she said something that made my stomach tighten, even as a little kid pretending to sleep. She said, very quietly, like it was a fact she'd been expecting, "They've probably come back. They're back." My mom returned to the bedroom after that, and I stayed still, holding my breath like a kid trying to disappear under the covers. She didn't say anything to me, but I could feel that her whole body had changed, like she was tense in a way I'd never felt before. The next morning, she packed a small bag and told me we were going to stay with my grandma for a bit. "Just a week," she said, casual like it was no big deal. When we came back, everything was normal again. The house felt calmer. The toys still got messy because I was a kid, but that sharp weirdness faded enough that eventually I let it slip out of my mind. And honestly, a lot of strange things have happened in my life, little moments that make you pause, but I grew up learning how to shrug and keep moving, until my mom told me her side. Not too long ago, years later, she brought it up out of nowhere. She asked, "Do you remember your makeup kit? How it was suddenly organized?" And I said, "Yeah, of course." She said when she was around 6, she lived in that same house with her grandmother, my great-grandmother, and she slept in the exact room my mom and I used to sleep in. Her grandmother had her own room down the hall, and almost every night, my mom said, she'd hear tiny footsteps in her room. Not adult footsteps, not the settling of an old house. She described it like quick little taps across the floorboards, back and forth, like something restless. And then objects started shifting. Clothes would vanish. Little personal things would go missing. Sometimes they'd show up later in places they had no business being. Then one night, she felt something hop onto the bed, like a cat jumping up. She said her whole body went cold. She pulled the blanket over her head, heart thudding, trying to pretend she wasn't there. And from the darkness, a tiny voice spoke to her. It introduced itself, like it wanted to be polite, and asked her, in that thin little voice, not to turn on the light. That part gives me chills every time I repeat it. From then on, she said it became almost routine. They visited her at night. They talked to her. She'd ask who they were, what they wanted, why they kept coming. And they told her they were her friends, that they came because they liked her. At first, it sounds almost childish, like imaginary friends. Except she wasn't imagining the way things moved or the way she could feel them near her. As the nights went on, my mom said she started feeling scared, even when they were being nice. Their voices kept telling her to come with them. They promised her beautiful places, bright colors, toys, things that sounded perfect to a child. And over time, they got bolder. She said she felt their hands on her sometimes, small and strangely soft, like a newborn baby's hands. One night, one of them tugged her hair, playful, like teasing. And that's when she said something inside her just snapped into pure fear. Because teasing can turn into something else. And even as a kid, she knew that. They started insisting she crawl under the bed, over and over. Under the bed, under the bed. She got so frightened she ran to her grandmother and begged to sleep in her room. She told her, crying, that the duendes, that's what she called them, like goblins, wanted to take her away. Now, my great-grandmother was deeply religious, but she wasn't someone who entertained fantasy. Still, she agreed. She said fine. She'd sleep there with her. That night, my mom said, they came back. And it wasn't friendly anymore. She felt them pulling at her clothes, tugging her like they were trying to drag her toward the edge of the bed, like they were trying to get her down and under. She woke her grandmother, shaking her, whispering, panicking. And before my mom could even fully explain, her grandmother suddenly sat up, turned on the light, and they both heard it. Scrambling sounds, quick and frantic, like little bodies scattering across the floor. My mom was sobbing. She told her everything. The voices, the promises, the requests to go under the bed, the way they touched her, the tiny footsteps every night. And her grandmother, this woman who didn't believe in fantasy, looked at her and said she believed her, because she'd heard them too. She carried my mom to her own room and locked my mom's bedroom with a padlock, like she wasn't taking chances. Like she knew you don't argue with something you don't understand. You shut the door. And early the next morning, before the day really even started, they called people from the church to come to the house. They trusted my great-grandmother. People considered her wise, honest, steady. If she said something was wrong, they listened. When they moved the bed, they found something under it. A hole in the floor. They sealed it with cement, reinforced it with wooden boards, made sure there was no easy way in or out. After that, my mom said, the visits stopped. No more footsteps, no more voices. When she told me all this, I went to my great-grandmother, when she was still alive, and asked her. I didn't even lead with the weird parts. I just asked carefully, is it true there was a hole under the bed? Is it true people came from the church? And she confirmed it. She didn't act dramatic. She didn't try to scare me. She just nodded like it was something that happened, something you survived, something you didn't invite back in by talking too loudly about it. After that, every time I stepped into that old house, I felt it, the heaviness, like the walls remembered, like the air still had secrets tucked into it. My mom told me she worried they'd come back, and that maybe they'd come back for me. And I still don't know what to believe about that. All I know is this. I can't explain how my makeup kit got organized when no one was there to touch it. And I still can't explain all the stuffed animals and toys that disappeared without a trace. But sometimes, when I think about that old house, I swear I can almost hear those tiny footsteps again, just at the edge of remembering, like something pacing where the light can't reach. So, I'm originally from Ireland, but I've been living over in Wales for a while now. And honestly, I'd never been the type to chase stories about ancient giants or any of that. I didn't even really know people claimed they'd found giant skeletons until much later. But I've got this one thing that happened to me that I still can't neatly explain, because I didn't just hear about it. I saw it. It was a few years back, maybe 6 or 8 years ago, when I was home visiting. A mate of mine, Declan, was with me, and we'd just been up at the hill of Tara in County Meath. We'd done the usual wandering around, soaking it in, and right before we left, we stopped by the Stone of Destiny, Leah Fall. If you've ever been there, you'll know what I mean when I say the place has a weight to it. Not in a scary way, More like it's humming, quietly. Anyway, we were heading back toward Dublin, driving along the motorway, just chatting away like normal. I remember passing a cluster of caravans parked up on the grassy verge to my left. Just a little roadside setup, nothing dramatic. And then, not long after that, I spotted someone ahead of us crossing the motorway. At first I thought, oh no, somebody's going to get themselves killed. I eased off a bit, getting ready to brake, because we were moving at motorway speed. But then my brain sort of stalled, because what I was looking at didn't match what I thought I was seeing. The figure was enormous. Not tall guy tall, wrong tall. Like the proportions were human, but scaled up. If I had to guess, I'd say 9 or 10 feet, maybe more, but it's hard to measure something like that when you're driving straight toward it and your mind is trying to catch up. It was maybe a couple 100 meters in front of us, and it was moving unbelievably slowly, like each step had weight in it. Heavy, deliberate. Head bowed. Long, dark hair hanging down. Declan went quiet beside me, and then he said, really sharply, "Watch it. Be careful." And that's the thing. He saw it too, without me prompting him. Same moment, same urgency. As we got closer, I could make out what it was wearing, or what I think it was wearing. Some kind of long, dark garment that hung down near the knees, but it didn't look like a cape. More like a heavy top or coat, and underneath that it was hard to see anything. No clear glimpse of skin, which sounds odd, but that's exactly how it registered. The color didn't even land properly in my head, like my eyes refused to file it away as a normal detail. The daylight was clear. No mist, no rain, nothing that would make you misread shadows. It was just there, crossing, slow as you like, not reacting to us at all. And then it reached the central reservation, the big hedge that splits the carriageways, and it simply vanished. Not walked behind it and we lost sight for a second. Not maybe it ducked. It was like the moment it touched that hedge line, the shape of it stopped existing. 1 second we were both staring at this massive, bowed figure, and the next second there was only the hedge and empty motorway. I remember looking at Declan immediately, because you know when something happens and your first instinct is to check you're not losing your mind? And he looked back at me with the same expression I must have had, wide-eyed, almost annoyed with reality. We pulled the details apart out loud right then, trying to be sensible about it. The height, the hair, the slow movement, the heavy way it crossed. And what freaked me out most was that we described the same features without leading each other. Same picture, same moment, same disappearance. I've gone over it 1,000 times since, and it still sits in my mind like a photograph. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just this quiet, impossible thing that happened on an ordinary drive. And that's it, really. That's what we saw. Both of us. So, I don't really know how to explain this without sounding a little dramatic, but I've got to ask. Have you ever had that weird, super specific feeling like someone is touching your toes? Like, actually touching them? Because it's happened to me twice now, and my brain keeps trying to file it under normal human things, but it's not cooperating. The first time was maybe a couple months ago. Middle of the night, pitch dark, I'm dead asleep, and I swear I felt my partner, Evan, shuffle past the foot of the bed like he was headed to the bathroom. You know when someone's trying not to bump into you, so they kind of brush their hand over the blankets as they pass? That's exactly what it felt like, except when his hand passed, it lingered for half a second and gave my feet this gentle little squeeze. It woke me up instantly. So I roll over toward Evan's side, ready to, "You okay?" or whatever. And I kid you not, he is still in the exact same position, totally out cold, not even stirring. I just froze there for a second, staring at him like, no, that can't be right. Then I looked toward the doorway. Our bathroom area is kind of its own little space, like a separate room connected to our bedroom. And there was nothing. No movement, no shadow, no sound, just quiet. I sat there trying to convince myself it was a dream, but I was freaked out enough that I scooted my feet closer to him, like I was tucking them into a safe zone, and I basically clung to his arm. And the whole time, my feet had been under the covers. The entire time. Then the second time happened more recently, like last week. Early morning this time. It was that half asleep, half awake zone where you're not sure if you're dreaming or just barely conscious. And I suddenly felt something grip one of my toes. Not like a blanket shifting, not like a cramp, like fingers. It felt cold and kind of bony, and the grip was almost deliberate, like whatever it was curled around my toe and gently pulled it, just enough to get a reaction out of me. I shot upright so fast my heart was pounding in my throat, and this time there was daylight coming in, so I could actually see the room. I glanced around like a crazy person, checking the floor, the foot of the bed, the doorway. Nothing. Again. And here's the part that keeps messing with me. My feet were still under the covers. So how am I feeling something that clearly feels like fingers, cold, hard, almost like long nails, unless it's literally under the covers with me? While I'm sitting there trying not to spiral, Evan calls out from the bathroom, "Hey, was that you?" Because apparently he heard footsteps in the bathroom area, like someone moving around. But I was in bed, completely still, sitting straight up, staring at nothing. And the layout makes it worse, because my side of the bed is closest to the entrance of that bathroom space, but you can't really see into it unless you actually get up and look. So it's not like I could just glance over and feel reassured. What's throwing me is, I'm not usually someone who feels super vivid physical stuff in my sleep. I've had sleep paralysis before. I've dealt with night terrors off and on. So part of me is like, okay, maybe this is my brain doing that real feeling thing again. But then there's this older memory that pops up and makes me side-eye everything. Years ago, I woke up to what felt like a small hand patting my lower back, like a little kid trying to get my attention. I fully assumed it was my son at the time, because he was little then. But when I turned around, it wasn't him. So now I'm sitting here like, am I just tripping? Is this a mild sleep paralysis thing, or night terrors creeping in through a different door? Or is it something boring and medical, like a nerve thing, your body misfiring signals while you're half asleep? I honestly don't know. I just know it felt real enough both times that it snapped me awake instantly. And it's weirdly specific, always the feet. Always that sense of someone being right there, just out of sight. Tell me I'm not the only one this has happened to. Or tell me what you think it is, because I'm trying really hard not to start sleeping with my feet tucked into a locked safe. So, this is one of those stories I still feel a little weird telling, because even now, I don't have a clean explanation for it. Back then, I was a teenager, maybe 15 turning 16, and I was living with my parents in this cramped apartment tucked deep inside a narrow alley. You know the kind of place where the street is basically a tight corridor between buildings, and there's no real front yard, no breathing room, just doors, concrete, and noise. And honestly, the neighborhood wasn't exactly peaceful. People argued out in the open like it was normal conversation. Dogs barked all night. Someone was always tossing trash somewhere they shouldn't. You'd hear shouting, footsteps, sometimes things breaking, and nobody acted surprised. It was just the vibe. My family wasn't some calm little oasis either. My parents weren't monsters or anything, but they could be intense. Sudden yelling, dramatic accusations over tiny things, That kind of chaotic energy that makes a house feel smaller than it already is. Anyway, here's what happened. My aunt, my mom's older sister, Aunt Marie, gave me a watch as a gift. It wasn't fancy, but it felt special to me. A classic digital one, sturdy and practical. The kind of thing you wear and feel a little more grown up. I wore it for 2 days straight like it was part of my identity. That night, I came into my room around 10ish, took the watch off my left wrist, and set it right on my desk. Not tucked away, not inside a drawer, just placed flat, right beside my textbooks, close enough that if I rolled over in bed, I could still see it from where I was lying. And I remember this clearly. My dad, Mr. Prassard, always doing his last-minute, "Tomorrow you need to do this" speech, came into my room around 10:45 p.m. He stood in the doorway, reminding me about chores and school stuff, and he absolutely saw me put the watch on the desk. I didn't hide it. There was nothing secret about it. I went to bed. Then, at around 1 in the morning, I jolted awake to this sharp, ugly sound. Water splashing hard onto the floor, like a sudden pouring, not a drip. My air conditioner had malfunctioned. It was the middle of summer, the kind of night where the heat sticks to your skin, and of course the one thing keeping the room livable decides to break at the worst possible moment. So I sat up, half panicked, already annoyed, and I glanced at my desk. And my watch was gone. Like, gone. I remember freezing for a second, because my brain tried to do that thing where it assumes you're just sleepy and confused. So I leaned forward, blinking, scanning the desk. Books were there. Pens were there. My notebook. A cup. Everything normal. No watch. And here's the part that makes my stomach tighten even now. My bedroom door had been locked. I flung the blanket off, checked the desk again, checked under the books, swept my hand along the surface like maybe it slid into some invisible crack. Nothing. I checked the floor, under the bed, inside the pillowcases, even between the mattress and the frame like that makes any sense at 1 in the morning. Then I yelled for my parents. They came in, my mom, Mira, grumpy and confused, and my dad looking irritated until he saw my face. I tried to keep my voice steady while I asked them straight out if either of them had come into my room and moved it. Both of them said no. I kept pressing. I know how that sounds, but I really did. I asked again and again in different ways, like maybe someone would suddenly admit, "Okay, fine, I took it to teach you a lesson," or "I moved it so it wouldn't get wet," or anything. But there was nothing. My dad even looked genuinely baffled and said something like, "Are you sure you didn't put it in your school bag?" I said no, because I was sure. Still, I grabbed my bag and dumped everything out. Books, papers, old wrappers, random pens, like I was trying to prove it to him and to myself at the same time. No watch. So for the next hour, it was this ridiculous scene. Us mopping up water from the busted air conditioner, moving furniture, searching drawers, checking corners, sweeping hands along the desk and shelves, shining phone lights under the bed. My mom started accusing me of misplacing it. My dad looked like he wanted to solve it but didn't know what he was even solving. And the whole time, the door stayed locked. The room hadn't been entered in any normal way. The watch had been right there, visible, obvious, confirmed by another person, and then it just wasn't. Eventually, exhausted and frustrated, we stopped. We said we'd look again in the morning with fresh eyes. But morning didn't help. Days didn't help. Nothing helped. That watch never showed up again. Not in a drawer, not in a pocket, not under the bed, not behind the desk. No broken strap, no battery cover, no trace like it had been stolen or dropped or thrown. It's such a small thing, right? Just a watch. But that's what makes it creepier to me. the casualness of it, like something reached into a locked room, picked up one ordinary object, and removed it from reality. And no matter how many explanations I try to force onto it, there's always this cold little gap where the answer should be. Because I can handle losing things. What I still can't handle is how cleanly it vanished. Hey, so a few things have happened lately, and I'm not gonna lie, it's left me feeling a little unsettled. I've been trying to make sense of it, but the timing and the way it all connects, it's confusing. And I guess I'm just hoping that saying it out loud will make it feel less weird. So the first thing that really stands out happened a couple months back. I was in bed, doing my usual thing where I leave the TV on low because it helps me drift off. I remember getting drowsy, like that in-between place where you're not fully asleep, but you're not fully awake either. And then suddenly, I felt this heavy pressure around me, like an actual weight settling over my body. It wasn't just in my head, my mattress dipped, like something was pushing down into it. The pressure was strongest around my lower back, and then it started shaking me, almost like the force was coming from inside that spot. My eyes snapped open immediately, and I was completely frozen. I didn't even want to turn my head. I know that sounds dramatic, but I was so freaked out that I couldn't make myself look around the room. I just lay there, wide awake, staring straight ahead, trying to convince myself it would stop. It did stop. Eventually. And I'm okay now, like I'm not spiraling over that moment every day. But back then, it messed with me for a while. I slept weird for days after, always half expecting it to happen again. Then there was last night, well, technically early this morning. I woke up from this dream that felt way too real. In the dream, I was being told I had 2 weeks left to live. Not in a vague, symbolic way, more like someone was stating it like a fact. It was vivid enough that when I woke up, my chest felt tight, like the fear had followed me out of the dream. And to be fair, I've been carrying a lot lately. Since losing my dad, death has been on my mind in this constant, exhausting way. Like grief rewires your brain and suddenly everything you think about circles back to endings. So I don't know if the dream was my mind processing stuff or something else, but it shook me. This morning, I told my mom, Marina, about it while she was making coffee. And the second I said it, she got this look on her face like, okay, I need to tell you something too. She said that recently, while she was putting some things away, she caught something in the corner of her eye, like a person-shaped figure moving past the living room window. She didn't see a face or anything, just the motion. Enough to make her stop and stare and wonder if someone had walked by outside, even though it didn't make sense. And then she told me about something that happened the day before at her friend's place, her friend Tessa, who just had a baby. Mom said she'd been in the nursery with the newborn for a while, just sitting quietly, helping out, letting Tessa get a breather. And after about 15 minutes, Tessa suddenly called out from the hallway like, "Did you just walk past the room?" Even though Mom hadn't moved, she was still right there with the baby the entire time. That's the part that keeps sticking with me, how these things seem to cluster. Like we'll have a stretch where multiple odd things happen close together, and then it'll go dead quiet for a while, like nothing ever happened. And then there was this whole period where we both kept hearing whistling. Not just a quick sound, like actual whistling that went on long enough that you'd pause and listen and think, okay, what is that? It happened more than once, and then it just stopped, like it got bored and left. No explanation, no pattern, nothing. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just being honest that it's strange. And with grief already making everything feel heavier, these moments land harder than they normally would. I guess I just want to understand, are these just stress and sleep and loss playing tricks on us? Or is it normal for weird stuff to happen in waves like that? Because it's the silence afterward that almost freaks me out more, like you're waiting for the next thing to drop. Hey, thanks for letting me share this with you. I'm going to tell it like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me, because that's honestly the only way I know how. So, I lost my dad this spring, early April, and even saying that out loud still feels strange, like my mouth doesn't want to form the words all the way. It's been a heavy season for a lot of people, and grief kind of stacks on top of everything else the world keeps throwing at us. For as long as I can remember, my mom would say to my dad, half joking, half dead serious, "If you ever go before me, you better come back and let me know you're okay." And my dad, with that little confident smile of his, would promise, "I will. I'll find a way." But his death, it wasn't how we expected, not even close. He'd been unwell for a long time, close to a year of appointments where something just kept getting missed, brushed off, delayed. You know that feeling where you're trying to explain, "No, this is not normal," and you can tell you're not being taken seriously? That. Over and over. Until one day, it got so bad we called an ambulance because he could barely function. 13 days. That's all he had in the hospital. A brain tumor. And the way it moved through him was cruel, like it stole pieces of him in chunks. The hardest part is how fast it all turned. One minute you're thinking, okay, we're here now, they'll help. And the next you're realizing you're standing on the edge of goodbye. My mom stayed with him for his last day and a half, more than 30 hours, barely leaving his side. She was exhausted, but she wouldn't go. She just kept holding his hand, talking to him, telling him everything she needed him to know. Then a chaplain, an older man, soft voice, came into the room and asked my mom if he could offer a blessing. And my mom, she surprised even herself with what came out. She said, "I'm angry with God right now. I prayed and nothing changed." The chaplain didn't flinch. He just nodded like he'd heard that 1,000 times, like anger was also a kind of prayer when you're hurting. He said, "I understand. I can still say a prayer for him, if that's okay." And at that moment, my dad's breathing was awful, erratic, struggling, like his body was fighting a battle it couldn't win. My dad's sister, Aunt Marlene, had just arrived. She stood just outside the doorway, not wanting to crowd the room, but close enough to be there. The chaplain lifted a small cross and rested it gently against my dad's forehead, and he started praying, quiet, steady, like he was smoothing the air. And I swear to you, within seconds, my dad's breathing changed. Not in a he's getting better way, in a shift, a settling, like something unclenched. His eyes opened, just for a moment, and he took one last breath while looking straight at my mom. That's the part that still makes my chest tighten, because it felt timed. Like the room had been waiting for something, like he had been waiting for permission, or peace, or maybe just the right second to let go. I'm not saying I understand what happened. I'm just saying it felt strong, spiritual even. Like something you don't have the words to explain, but you know you experienced it. Okay, so that was the first part. Now let me tell you the part that's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since, like a little candle that won't go out. My mom gasped. She actually gasped and said, "Oh my goodness, that is so beautiful. I want one so bad." My dad leaned forward like a kid and went, "That is seriously the coolest thing." A few days later, my dad pulled me aside, all secretive, and was like, "Can you help me find one for your mom? Don't tell her. I want it to be a surprise." So I looked. I searched everywhere I could think of. The fully restored, perfectly working ones were way out of reach, really expensive. But then I found one that looked like it just needed repair. The cage was in great shape. The bird was intact. It just didn't work properly. When you wound it up, the bird would twitch like it wanted to move, but it never sang. It was like it had a memory of being alive, but couldn't quite get there. I told my dad, "This one could be perfect if we fix it. It's basically like a little watch inside, delicate but fixable." So he bought it, and my mom loved it immediately, even though it didn't work. It sat in their house for years, more like a promise than an object. Every so often, my dad would say, "I'm going to get it repaired. I'm going to make it sing." And my mom would roll her eyes and smile like, "Sure you are." But it never happened. Not until a couple months ago. My mom told me she was walking past it one day and had this sudden weird urge to try it again. Not a logical thought, more like a nudge. Like, "Go on, wind it." So she did. And listen, after all those years of barely doing anything, the bird popped up like it had been waiting. It flapped its wings, it turned its head, and it sang, fully, clearly, like it had been repaired by invisible hands. My mom just stood there, staring at it, and then she started crying. Because what do you do with that? After all those years of my dad promising he'd make it work, it decides to work now, when he's gone, when she's missing him the most. And I keep circling back to that promise he made, the one he made jokingly, but also not joking. "I'll come back and let you know I'm okay." So was it just coincidence? Some stuck gear finally loosening at random? Maybe. But it's hard not to wonder, especially after watching him open his eyes at the exact moment my mom needed that last look. If this was his way of keeping his word in the only way he could. Not the way we pictured, but a way. And honestly, I hope it was. Because if love can leave messages, small ones, gentle ones, wrapped in feathers and brass and a song, then I'd like to believe he found his way back to say, "I'm here. I'm okay. I'm still with you." So, this year, I did something new. I built my very first ofrenda for Dia de los Muertos. Just a small one, nothing fancy. A few photos, a candle, some marigold-looking flowers I grabbed at the store, and little offerings for a couple of our grandparents, Abuela Rosa and Grandpa Mateo. Honestly, the biggest reason I did it was for my toddler, Luisa. She's at that age where she asks a million questions, and I wanted her to know the names and faces of the people who loved our family before she ever got here. I thought it would be sweet, grounding, a way to keep them close. But ever since then, I don't know, things have felt a little strange around the house. Not like full-on horror movie strange, just weird enough to make you pause and go, "Wait, what was that?" A few days ago, I was in our bedroom rocking my 3-month-old, Nico. It was one of those quiet moments where the whole house feels like it's holding its breath. Luisa was stretched out on my bed with her tablet, totally absorbed, and I was half scrolling my phone while rocking the baby, basically running on autopilot. Our room is close to the laundry area, and that little hallway connects straight to the garage door. You have to pass through the laundry room to get into the garage, so we hear everything. The washer, the dryer, footsteps, anything. And I swear I heard the garage door open. Not just a little creak, the full sound. The click, the lift, the heavy roll. Immediately both dogs, Pepper and Churro, jumped up and sprinted into the bedroom like, "Oh, he's home." They only do that for my husband. So I called out, "Eli, that you?" No reply. No footsteps, no keys, nothing. I sat there for a few seconds, frozen, Because you know that feeling when you're expecting someone to appear any second. And then my brain kicked in like, okay, go check, right now. So I stood up, still holding Nico, and walked to the laundry room fully expecting to find my husband standing there, or, honestly, anyone. But there was nobody. Not in the laundry room, not by the garage door. I even opened the door and looked into the garage because I thought maybe he'd come in and stepped back out for something. Empty. Just the garage, quiet, still. And I stood there for a second, staring, trying to convince myself I imagined it. Like, maybe it was a neighbor's car door. Maybe the baby monitor crackled. Maybe I'm just tired. Moms are always tired, right? I shook it off. But then today happened. Today I was deep cleaning the bathroom, one of those ambitious, I'm going to get my life together cleaning sprees you start and immediately regret. I had Luisa darting in and out, grabbing everything she wasn't supposed to touch, and Nico needing to be held every 5 minutes. Total chaos. At one point, Luisa started digging into my makeup like it was treasure. So I decided, okay, we're done in here. I scooped up both kids, took them out to the living room, and closed the bathroom door behind me so I could come back later and finish once Eli got home. And I didn't even check whether Pepper and Churro followed us out because I was just juggling everything. Baby, toddler, bottles, wipes, the whole circus. I sat down on the couch to feed Nico, and that's when I heard it, scratching at the bedroom door. That specific scratch, scratch, scratch that means, hey, I'm trapped, let me out. So I told myself, okay, 10 minutes. Feed the baby, then go let the dog out. Luisa was on the floor by my feet, reading books, mostly flipping pages and narrating in toddler language. Nico was eating, getting sleepy, his little eyelids fluttering. About 10 minutes later, he falls asleep mid-feed, so I get up and walk him to the nursery to lay him down. And both dogs follow me. Both. Pepper and Churro. I stopped in the hallway like, wait, because I was sure one of them was stuck in the bedroom scratching at the door. And there was no way Luisa let them out. She can't open doors yet. She can barely open a fruit snack. So I walked straight to my bedroom door. It was still closed. Fully shut. Not cracked. Not swinging. Shut. And I just stood there staring at it, with my stomach doing that slow little drop, like my body understood something before my brain wanted to admit it. Because if the dog was scratching to get out, and the door never opened, then how did both dogs end up in the hallway behind me? I checked the door anyway. I turned the knob, opened it. Nothing inside. No dog. No signs of anything. Just the room like it always is. And I know how this sounds. I do. I keep trying to talk myself out of it. Maybe the scratching came from somewhere else. Maybe it was the vent. Maybe it was the neighbor's dog somehow echoing. Maybe I'm sleep deprived and my brain is filling in blanks. But it felt so real. Both times. The garage door. The scratching. The certainty of it. And there have been other little things too. Small enough that I can brush them off, but frequent enough that I've started paying attention. Which is the part that gets me. Because the ofrenda was supposed to be about remembering, about love, about keeping family stories alive. And now I'm sitting here wondering if something heard me when I said, "Come close." Okay, so I need to tell you what's been happening because I'm honestly at the point where I don't know if I'm being overdramatic or if something in this place is genuinely wrong. First, there are these tiny little pinholes all over my apartment, like everywhere. along the baseboards, near the closet door, even sprinkled along the wall by my kitchen light. They're so small you'd miss them if you weren't looking, but once you notice one, you start seeing them non-stop. And I've lived in apartments before. This isn't normal wear and tear. It looks like someone took a needle and just kept going. And then there's the sound. It's this thin electronic whine, like a high, steady hum mixed with a faint buzzing. It comes and goes, but it never really stops. I've turned off every device I own, unplugged everything, even flipped breakers, and it still shows up. I'll stand in the middle of the living room holding my breath, trying to pinpoint it, and it's like it shifts the moment I move, like it knows. But the part that's messing with me the most is how my body feels in here. My skin gets this prickly, hot sensation, almost like I'm too close to something that's radiating heat, except there's nothing there. Sometimes it's my arms, sometimes my neck, sometimes my legs under a blanket like the fabric isn't even blocking it. It's not constant, but it happens enough that I can't stop anticipating it. And listen, this is the detail that makes me sound ridiculous, but it happened. I set a strip of aluminum foil over the top of my air purifier. The purifier wasn't even running. It was off. But a little while later, I came back and the foil looked warped, like it had softened, almost melted in spots. I just stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of it, because how does foil do that on something that isn't hot? Then there's this other thing. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding like I'm making it up. Sometimes it feels like there's something thin moving through the air, like an invisible filament, like a thread you can't see but can feel when it brushes you. I've waved my hands around like an idiot trying to catch it. I've tried scissors. I've tried a kitchen knife. Nothing. It doesn't cut. It doesn't snag. It just slips away. And every so often I'll get these tiny scratches, little shallow cuts on my forearm or near my ankle, and I don't remember doing anything that would cause them. By the windows and doors, the air looks strange too, like it's shimmering, like that heat haze effect you see above asphalt in summer. But it's inside, and it makes me feel nauseous when I stare at it too long. And the whole apartment, this is the weirdest part, feels like it's subtly vibrating. Not like a big shake, not like an earthquake, just a constant, faint tremor that makes you second-guess your own senses. Even my bed feels wrong. I'll lie down and it's like the mattress shifts under me. Not a normal settling, but like it's gently sliding or adjusting when I'm not moving. I've woken up convinced the frame moved a fraction of an inch. I know how that sounds. I do. And then, sometimes, I swear I hear my own phone, like my voice, or a snippet of music, faintly echoed, coming from the vent above the bathroom. Not clearly enough to prove it, but enough that it makes my stomach drop, like the building itself is replaying me back to me. There's also this steady, low vibration that shows up at night, almost like a distant motor running. I've gone from room to room trying to find what's causing it, pressing my ear to walls, putting my palm against the floor, standing perfectly still. It's like it's baked into the place. I can't sleep properly. I'm jumpy. I'm exhausted. And when I've tried to talk about it, people look at me like I'm exaggerating or spiraling, like it's all in my head. Maybe it is. I don't know. That's the part that scares me most, that I don't know what's real anymore, and I don't know what to do with it. I just needed to say it out loud to someone, because I feel trapped in my own space, and I'm so tired of pretending it's fine when it's not. So, let me tell you something that's been sitting heavy in my mind. About 5 or 6 months ago, my dad and I took this trip out to a small village, one of those places where the roads get quieter the farther you go, and the air smells like dust, grass, and animals. We were there because of this woman people kept whispering about. A fortune teller, the kind everyone talks about like she's half myth, half neighbor. When we got there, we immediately saw the house. It didn't look special from the outside, just a regular home, but in front of it, a crowd. People gathered like they were waiting for a concert. Some were locals, some looked like they'd traveled from other towns, and yeah, even a couple of foreigners mixed in. Behind the house, I noticed a backyard with cows and a few other animals wandering around, like the whole place was just living its normal life while all of us stood there holding our breath. We waited a long time, nearly 2 hours. I remember it being midweek, maybe a Tuesday, maybe a Wednesday, and someone in line casually mentioned she doesn't do readings on Mondays or Saturdays. No explanation, just, those days are closed, like it was a rule of nature. Eventually, it was our turn. We stepped inside, and the house felt dim and still, quiet in a way that makes you lower your voice without thinking. We sat down, and she looked at us like she already knew why we were there. She smiled, said something simple like, "Come in, you're welcome," and then she reached for this old book. The pages were packed with strange writing, symbols, lines, things I couldn't make sense of. She opened it like it wasn't a book at all, more like a door. And then she started talking. At first, it was broad, the way you'd expect. But then she looked straight at me and said, softly but clearly, "You have a long road ahead. You're going away, far away, outside this country." My stomach dropped because that wasn't some random guess. I already knew I was planning to go to Europe in about 8 or 9 months. I hadn't been announcing it to everyone. It was real, it was in motion, and hearing it from her mouth made it feel exposed. But she wasn't done, not even close. She tilted her head a little and said, "There's a girl in your life, and I don't like the direction that connection is taking. You've promised her you'll take her with you. Take her to Europe." And I swear to you, my whole body went cold. Because yes, that was true. And the worst part? My dad was sitting right there beside me. And I had never said a word about that promise. Not to him, not to anyone. It was one of those private things you keep tucked away, like it's safer if it stays unspoken. I didn't even know how to react. I just sat there silent, staring at her, feeling like my thoughts had been picked up and read aloud. Then she said, "You'll be staying with family there, won't you? Relatives." Again, true. Completely true. At that point, I wasn't even listening like a curious visitor anymore. I was listening like someone trying to figure out how they're being watched. She kept going, tossing out details about my life, little things, big things, and it kept landing, one after another. No hesitation, no fishing for clues, just accuracy. After we left, I asked around because I couldn't stop thinking about it. Some villagers told me, really casually, that she speaks with spirits, like it was normal, like they were talking about someone who keeps chickens. Tell her what she needs to know. And here's the part that's messing with me now. In the present, the girl she warned me about, let's call her Mira, we've been fighting lately. Not just small arguments, bad days, heavy ones. The kind where you start wondering if you even recognize the relationship anymore. And every time it gets tense, my mind snaps back to that moment in the village, to that woman's voice, like she planted a sentence inside me, and it's been echoing ever since. She said it months ago, and now it's happening. I keep replaying it like maybe I missed something, like maybe there's a logical explanation hiding in plain sight. But I can't wrap my head around it. I really can't. So I'm asking you honestly, have you ever experienced something like this? Or heard a story that felt this impossible and yet this real? Because I'm sitting here trying to understand how someone could know things I never said out loud. And I don't even know where to start. So, this happened about 8 or 9 years ago, back when I was a kid, living in this old apartment block that always felt a little Off. You know the kind of place. Flickering hallway lights, elevators that groan like they're exhausted, neighbors who swear they heard footsteps when nobody was there. Weird things happened often enough that I stopped being surprised by them. But this one still sits in the back of my mind. One night, I had this dream that felt too real. In the dream, I woke up in my bed like I normally would, half asleep, not even scared, just that groggy, why am I awake feeling. I turned my head toward the little digital alarm clock on my nightstand and saw the time. 4:12 a.m. It didn't feel strange. Back then, I'd wake up randomly all the time. So I started to roll over and force myself back to sleep. And then I noticed someone was standing beside my bed. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the dark, but it wasn't like a normal shadow. It was more like the outline of a kid-shaped emptiness, like the room had been cut out in that shape. Not black exactly, just missing. I still think of him as the hollow boy, because shadow doesn't really cover what it was. He spoke to me, not loudly, more like his voice was already inside the room, like it had nowhere else to come from. I can't remember most of what he said, only that he talked for a long time, and I answered like it was completely normal. That's the part that messes with me the most. I wasn't terrified. I was just listening. Over and over, he kept asking me for help. Can you help me? Will you help me? I really need you to help me. And every time I asked how, he'd avoid it. Like he couldn't say it yet. Like he was building up to something. Eventually, that heavy sleepiness started pulling me under again. I remember blinking slowly, feeling myself drift, and I think I even mumbled something like, okay, what do you want? That's when he finally said it. He asked me, really quietly, like he was afraid I'd refuse, if I could help him find his mom. And honestly, I just wanted the moment to end. I wanted to stop feeling strange and go back to sleep. So I said yes. I didn't think. I didn't ask questions. I just agreed, like it was some small favor I could do later. The second I said it, he vanished. No footsteps, no fade. He was just gone, and the room felt normal again. I let out this long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, rolled over, and closed my eyes. And then I snapped awake instantly, like someone flicked a switch. I was really awake this time. My heart was thumping, my mouth dry, the room exactly the way it should be. I sat up fast and looked at the clock. 4:12 a.m., the same exact time as in the dream. I remember just staring at it, trying to talk myself out of it. Like, okay, weird coincidence, whatever. I was a kid. I didn't have the words for how unsettling that felt, so I buried it. I went back to sleep eventually, and in the years after that, I stopped thinking about it. Life moved on. We moved out of that apartment complex. Different neighborhood, different routines, different everything. The memory dulled like old bruises do. Still there if you press on them, but not something you notice every day. Until a few months ago. I was cleaning out my desk, just doing that mindless sorting you do when you're trying to feel organized. I lifted a stack of papers, and there it was, a small shard of glass, almost triangular, dark enough that it looked black unless the light hit it at the right angle. It wasn't mixed in with anything. It wasn't in an envelope. It was just waiting under the papers, like it had always belonged there. I picked it up without thinking, and the moment my fingers touched it, my stomach dropped. That's the only way I can describe it, like my body reacted before my mind did. My skin went cold. My throat tightened. I felt suddenly nauseous, like something about that shard was wrong. Not sharp wrong. Not careful, you'll cut yourself wrong. More like, don't touch this wrong. And with that wave of unease came the memory. So fast, it was like getting hit. The hollow boy beside my bed. The long conversation I can't fully remember. and my sleepy promise, "Yeah, I'll help you." It felt like the shard had tugged that memory out of wherever it had been buried. Ever since that day, I've had this strange pressure in the back of my thoughts. Whenever I remember the hollow boy, I get this sudden urgency, like I'm late for something, like I'm running out of time, like I agreed to meet someone somewhere and I can't remember where. And the worst part is, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how to find his mom. I don't know what that meant. I don't know if it was just a dream and my brain is stitching things together because the glass freaked me out. But sometimes I catch myself looking at that shard, sitting in a little box now because I can't bring myself to throw it away. And I get this chill that feels almost directed, like someone is trying to pull my attention toward it, like the promise is still sitting there, unfinished. And I don't know why, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever it is, it doesn't want to wait much longer. So, this happened about a couple years back, and I still don't really know what to do with it, except tell it exactly the way it felt. My partner at the time had this old black lab named Roxy. Sweetest soul. She was one of those dogs who made a whole performance out of standing up. Lots of huffing, puffing, dramatic little sighs like she'd been personally wronged by gravity. Total character. And she had this thing. She loved when you scratched the underside of her neck. You know that thick fur mixed with those soft, droopy little skin folds? I'd rub right there, and she'd lean into it like, "Yes, that's the spot. Keep going." Honestly, it was weirdly comforting for me too. Like a simple little ritual. When she passed, it wrecked everyone. The house felt hollow. Even their other dog, a super upbeat pit bull mix named Juno, got noticeably down after that. Stopped bouncing around, slept more, just quiet. It was heartbreaking. Less than a month later, my partner's parents went out of town and asked us to stay over and look after Juno. We figured she probably shouldn't be alone in that house so soon after losing Roxy, so we made a weekend of it. First night there, Friday, really late, like around 1 a.m. We're on the couch in the living room, just talking, half laughing, half zoning out. At some point we start talking about Roxy, and whether getting another dog someday would help or just feel wrong. And we both got that tight feeling in the throat. Not full-on crying, but you know when you're right on the edge and you can hear it in your own voice? That. Then, out of nowhere, from the dining room, we hear this unmistakable sound. Jingle, jingle. A dog collar. We both froze, looked at each other like, no way. My partner starts to say, "Did you just hear?" And then it happens again. Jingle. And here's the thing. Juno is right in front of us, in her bed, asleep. You can literally see her collar resting against her chest, not moving at all. So I stand up, and the house is dark in that way where the dark feels thick, like it's holding its breath. The kitchen opens into the dining room, and I'm peering out there, squinting, heart thumping. And I don't even think. I just call out softly, like it's normal. "Roxy?" And I hear another little collar sound, closer this time. Jingle. I say her name again, quieter. "Roxy." And I swear to you, I could sense something moving in the darkness. Not like a shadow you see clearly, more like a subtle shift, like the darkness had a shape inside it. Almost like those optical illusions where you can only see the image if you stop staring directly at it. It was low to the ground, long-bodied, and it moved with this familiar wobble, this slight limp sway with each step, exactly the way Roxy used to shuffle around when she was old. My entire body went cold hot, cold hot. Without thinking, I crouched down and opened my arms the way I used to greet her, like muscle memory took over. And whatever that presence was, it came right up to me. And then, this is the part that still makes my skin prickle. I felt a head settle into my hands. Not a breeze, not my imagination brushing against itself. I felt weight, warmth. I felt her neck, those soft folds, the thick fur, except it felt different now. Smoother, like it had been brushed forever. Silky in a way her coat never was in old age. It was Roxy, but young, healthy, almost glowing. Not literally glowing like a cartoon, but like she had this soft golden light to her, like the color of sunrise. Her fur looked darker at the base, but kissed with this warm, honey blonde sheen. And behind her, this is going to sound ridiculous, there were these faint little rays, like gentle beams of light fanning out, the way movies show something holy arriving. It was still her, the same eyes, the same presence, just restored. And then it was gone, as quickly as it came. I stood up and it hit me all at once. I didn't slowly tear up. I didn't build into it. It was like a dam just shattered in my face. Instant, uncontrollable crying. My partner staring at me, freaked out because she'd never seen me cry like that. Not even close. And she hadn't felt what I felt. She just heard the jingling and saw me disappear into the dark and come back looking like I'd seen a ghost. It took me a while to even speak. I had to catch my breath, wipe my face, get my voice back. And then I told her everything, and the whole time I'm talking, I'm getting goosebumps, like my body is trying to process something it doesn't have a category for. The next day she told me, after seeing your face, I have no choice but to believe you. Because I wasn't trying to convince her. I wasn't performing. I was shaken, like I'd been touched by something real. And even now, when I tell this story, I still get that choke in my throat. Still get those full body chills. Maybe my mind filled in parts because I wanted it so badly. Maybe grief does strange things in quiet houses at night. But I know this. We both heard that caller. And I know, down to my bones, that I held Roxy's head and rubbed her neck one more time. And ever since then, I catch myself looking a little longer into dark rooms, just in case there's something there that you can only see if you stop staring straight at it. So my family has this old cottage out in the Slovak countryside. Well, near there, technically. It's been passed down for ages, the kind of place with uneven floorboards and walls that have heard 100 years of conversations. We go back every summer, like a tradition you don't even question. But here's the thing. Once it gets dark, the whole mood changes. In the daytime, it's cheerful. Sun on the yard, the smell of wood and grass, someone always clanking around with tools. Then night comes, and suddenly nobody wants to step outside. My Aunt Mila won't even take the trash out after sunset. My cousin Roman laughs about it, but even he does that I'm totally not scared speed walk when he has to cross the yard. There's an old story tied to the land. The cottage sits close to a hill covered in forest, and at the bottom, there's a narrow stream. Locals have this belief that during the plague, back when people didn't have time for proper burials, bodies were taken up toward that hill and left there, like the forest became an unmarked cemetery. I'd heard it growing up, but honestly, I never paid it much attention. Stories are stories, right? Then one summer, we decided to renovate. It was one of those long, dusty, satisfying days. Painting, hauling boards, putting up a new kitchen wall. By evening, the kitchen and living room looked almost new. The rest of my family headed to the smaller wash house across the yard to shower, and it ended up just being me and my mom, Lenka, alone in the cottage. We sat down on the couch, exhausted in that good way, looking around at everything we'd done. And that's when we heard it. A voice, thin and crackly, like it was fighting through static. Like a radio with bad reception, except we don't have a radio there. It came from nowhere, and it was so clear it turned my stomach cold. One word. Stravo. At first, my brain didn't even grab onto it. I remember blinking and looking at my mom like, "Did you hear that?" And she was already staring back at me with the same exact face. It wasn't yelling. It wasn't whispering either. It was just spoken. Right into the room, like someone had stepped between us for a second and said it. We sat there frozen, replaying it out loud to each other. Did it say? Yes, it said it. And it sounded like an old speaker? Exactly. And the second we fully agreed we'd heard the same thing, knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the front door. Not a polite little tap. Not a, "Hey, maybe someone's back early." It was firm, measured. Like whoever, or whatever, was on the other side knew we were listening. My mom didn't move. I didn't move. We just sat there, barely breathing. Because in my family there's this rule, and everyone treats it like you treat fire. You don't argue with it, you just respect it. If something knocks at night, especially if it knocks like that, you don't open the door. You don't invite anything in. So we stayed right where we were, on that couch, pretending we were calm while we definitely weren't. My mom started talking quietly, almost like she was trying to fill the space so it couldn't fill itself. I nodded along, even though I couldn't tell you what she said. All I could hear was that strange voice in my head, and the knock echoing behind it. When the others finally came back, laughing and dripping water everywhere like normal life still existed, I swear the air got lighter the moment they walked in. We told them what happened. But then my parents exchanged this look, the kind that says, "Yeah, we know." Because apparently, it wasn't new. My dad admitted that years ago, they'd heard knocking too. Only that time, they were all gathered in the wash house with a bunch of relatives. Someone went and opened the door, expecting a neighbor or one of the kids messing around. Nobody was there. No footsteps. No silhouette. Just empty night and the yard staring back. And once you hear that, you start noticing other things. Like the time I was alone in the cottage, lying in the bedroom reading. Completely peaceful. No wind, no drama. And I watched the door start to open, slowly, steadily, like an invisible hand was pushing it. There was a bag on the floor beside the door, and the door kept pressing into it hard enough that the bag crumpled and slid. I told myself it was the old house settling, or maybe the floor was slanted. Later, we checked. The floor slopes the other way. If anything, that door should drift shut, not creep open like it had somewhere to be. And then there are the voices. This part is the worst because it's so human. Sometimes my sister and I sleep in the living room, and late at night we'll hear murmuring from the veranda. Not clear words, nothing you can repeat. Just low mumbling, like a conversation happening right outside the glass. Quiet enough that you strain to catch it, but loud enough that you cannot pretend it's just your imagination. And the strangest part? It doesn't happen every night. Most nights are perfectly normal. Crickets, creaky pipes, the usual cottage sounds. But then you get that one night. The strange day. You can feel it long before anything even happens. The air feels heavier. The shadows look too still. Everyone gets weird and jumpy without meaning to. You'll catch yourself thinking, I really don't want to step outside right now, even if you don't have a reason you can explain. It's like the cottage has moods. Like some days it's just an old family home, and some days it remembers everything that came before us. And even after all that, after the voice, The knocks, the door, the mumbling. I still love going back. It's odd, yeah. Unsettling sometimes, sure. But it's also familiar. It's ours. And maybe this is going to sound strange, but none of it has ever felt like it wanted to hurt us. Mostly, it feels like the cottage is just alive in its own way. Like it's reminding you, you're not the first people to sit in this room. You won't be the last. And some things don't leave just because time passes. Hey, thanks for listening. I've been turning this over in my head for months, and I just need to say it out loud to someone who isn't in the middle of it with me. So, my wife, Marisol, recently inherited this house that used to belong to her grandparents. And I know, on paper that sounds like a blessing. A big house, in a really nice part of the city. The kind of place most people would be thrilled to get a shot at. But here's the truth of where we're at. We're renting right now, and financially, we're okay, but barely. We're not drowning, but we're not breathing easy either. We pay our bills, we stay responsible, we do what we're supposed to do. But it's that exhausting kind of fine, where one surprise expense can knock you sideways. We've tried to save for a down payment, genuinely tried, and every time we get close, it's like the finish line moves. Prices go up, requirements change, and suddenly, what we saved isn't enough again. That's how the idea of moving into the inherited house even came up. Now, this house has been for sale forever, more than a decade, with almost no real interest. Eventually, Marisol's family started renting it out instead, and that's where the stories started piling up. Every tenant says the same kind of thing, even if they say it differently. The place is heavy. People feel drained. Arguments happen more. Bad luck follows them. And it's not just spooky, I heard a noise stuff. It's that slow, creeping sense that life starts unraveling when you're there. And the reason people talk like that is because of what happened in the house years ago. About 30-ish years back, give or take, Marisol's aunt, Renata, died by suicide in an upstairs bathroom. From what I understand, it was a gun. I don't know every detail because the family doesn't talk about it much, and I don't push. It's too raw, even all this time later. What I do know is, she was pregnant. That part always hits me hardest. It's one of those facts that just sits in your chest like a stone. Back then, Marisol's grandparents lived there with their 2 daughters. The upstairs bedroom shared that bathroom, the bathroom where it happened. Afterward, everyone tried to keep living like normal people do after something unthinkable. But you can't erase that kind of moment from a space. You just can't. Her grandparents stayed in the house for years after. Her grandfather, Hector, was in his late 80s when he fell down the stairs. People sometimes whisper about that, like the house pushed him. I don't know. I'm not trying to be dramatic. The man was old. Falls happen. But he died not long after that. And when you stack it on top of everything else, it starts to feel like a pattern whether you believe in that stuff or not. After he passed, her grandmother couldn't handle being alone in such a huge place, so the family moved her into a smaller rental. She died a couple of years later. Then the house sat empty for a while. Later, Marisol's mom, Lydia, moved in after her divorce. She lived there for a few years with a partner at the time, and while he didn't pass away inside the house, he did die during the period they were living there. And Lydia, she went through a string of awful things. The one people always mention is that she lost vision in one eye after a corrective eye procedure went wrong. Again, logically, I know complications happen. Life can be cruel anywhere. But the timing, the string of events, the way it all clusters around that house, it messes with your head. This year, 2 different families rented it at different times. One of them was a friend of mine, Tessa, who moved in with her daughter, Bree. She's in her early 20s. We're close, so when they moved out, I asked Bree straight up, like, be honest, should we move in? She said, no, don't. And she wasn't being theatrical about it. She wasn't claiming she saw ghosts in the hallway or anything like that. She just said the vibe was wrong, that the place felt like it was pressing down on them, that she always felt tired, always felt tense, even on good days. And she said, nothing huge happened to me, but I swear something there wants you to feel miserable. I laughed a little, because what do you do with that? But my stomach dropped at the same time, because here's the part that's eating me alive. Marisol wants us to move into it. Not because she's ignoring the stories, she's heard them too, but because we're stuck. We can't afford to buy right now. We can't seem to sell that house, and living there would solve a massive problem for us. We'd finally have stability, space, and we wouldn't be bleeding money into rent every month. And my kids are the center of all of it. We've got 2 daughters, Nina, who's 16, and Sophie, who's 12. They're at such sensitive ages, you know? They need steadiness. They need peace. And the thought of moving them into a place that people describe as draining makes my chest tighten. Even if it's all nonsense, even if it's just stories that snowballed over time, what if it isn't? What if we move in and things start falling apart? What if I look back and realize I ignored my own gut because I was scared about money? I even talked to someone, this spiritual guy, a sort of medium, Armand. I didn't tell many people that because it sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. But I did. He told me something like, if you bring light into the house, keep curtains open, let the sun in, don't let anger settle, keep the mood clean, you'll be okay. And then he said something that stuck with me. Some places get marked, not cursed like movies, just marked. And I don't know what to do with that. I'm in my mid-40s. I feel that pressure, that quiet shame sometimes, like I'm supposed to have this solved by now. Like I'm supposed to have a home that's ours, a plan, a foundation. But I also feel this responsibility to protect my family, even from things I can't prove. So that's where I'm standing. One path solves our biggest practical problem, and the other path feels safer emotionally, but keeps us struggling financially. And I keep asking myself the same thing over and over. Am I being cautious? Or am I being cowardly? Because I don't want to make the wrong choice and pay for it with my wife's peace, my daughter's happiness, or our family's sense of safety. So, I don't usually jump straight to ghost, right? I'm the kind of person who tries to explain everything away first. Drafts, dodgy hinges, my own imagination running wild before breakfast. But this one morning, this one made it really hard. I live in a small market town in northern England, the kind with uneven cobbles and buildings that look like they've been leaning on each other for centuries. On weekends, I do a quick cleaning shift at this pub. Just me, early morning, usually between about 7 and 9. It's always empty, quiet, still. And it's old, like 1600s old. Dark wooden beams, creaky floorboards, heavy oak panels. One of those places that feels like it's been absorbing stories for hundreds of years. Locals swear it's haunted, of course. I always roll my eyes and keep wiping tables. I'd only been working there a few months, but I'd gotten used to its moods. You know what I mean? Some places just have a presence. Most mornings it's fine, just chilly and sleepy. But this was the first weekend after the Christmas decorations went up. And I walked in and immediately thought, oh, everything feels different. I started my usual routine. Toilets first, then sweeping around the bar and the snug, then finishing up in the big room at the back. That back room is the one everyone talks about. Apparently, during the Civil War, it was used for trials. Some say a local magistrate held hearings there for captured royalists. People love that detail. They always lower their voice when they tell you, like the walls might still be listening. Anyway, I went back there with the broom and the air just didn't sit right. It wasn't dramatic at first, just a low-level unease, like you'd stepped into a conversation you weren't meant to overhear. Then I noticed the kitchen door. It was slightly open, just a couple of inches, and it shouldn't have been. It has one of those mechanisms that pulls it shut every time. I told myself, maybe someone didn't pull it closed all the way, or maybe a draft, even though the place was shut up. I went into the kitchen, filled my bucket, and when I came back out, I pressed the door until it latched properly. Click. Nice and secure. I tried to shake it off and got on with mopping the bar area. Still, I kept feeling watched. Not like someone's about to jump out, more like that prickly sensation on the back of your neck when you're alone, but your body doesn't believe you're alone. Then it was time to mop the back room. Fresh water, new mop, back I went. And the moment I stepped into that room, I felt it. Like the temperature dropped a notch and the air thickened. The kind of cold that doesn't feel natural, like it's not coming from the windows or the floor, but from somewhere in the room itself. And the kitchen door? Open again. Same amount, just a sliver, like it was politely refusing to stay shut. I stood there staring at it for a second, mop dripping into the bucket, and I remember whispering something stupid like, "Seriously?" As if a draft was being cheeky with me. I started mopping fast, because suddenly all I wanted was to finish and leave. And while I was moving the mop back and forth, I kept getting this heavy feeling from the corner near the old fireplace, like that was where the room's attention was coming from. Like someone was stood there, silent, just present. 5 minutes in, the door shifted. Not slammed, not flung open. And then the Christmas lights strung along the walls did something I still can't comfortably explain. They didn't just flicker. They rippled. Like a wave ran through them. One smooth undulation that traveled all the way around the room, from my side to the far wall. Like the lights were reacting to something passing by. I actually laughed, this short, nervous little laugh, and went, okay, wind. Has to be wind, even though deep down, I already knew it wasn't. I marched over, shut the door firmly, and listened for the latch. Click. I even gave it a small tug to make sure it was caught. Less than a minute later, I heard footsteps. Not creaks, not random settling noises. Footsteps. Steady, paced, the sound of shoes on old boards. They started right near the door. Then they walked past the fireplace. Then along the wall beside me. And then, this is the part that made my stomach drop. They continued out, as if whoever it was simply left the room. I froze with the mop in my hands and followed the sound with my eyes like that would help. Like I might catch a shadow or movement in my peripheral vision. But there was nothing. Just me and the lights and the cold pressing down on my shoulders. I didn't finish mopping. I didn't check the kitchen or call out or do any of the brave things people pretend they'd do. I grabbed my coat. I shut everything down. I set the alarm, and I left. I left so quickly I nearly fumbled the keys. I crossed the little courtyard at the back, heart thudding, telling myself I was being ridiculous. And as I got close to the back gate, it swung open in front of me, on its own. And the second I stepped through, it slammed shut behind me so hard the metal rattled. I stopped and stared at it, breathing like I'd been running. And the thing is, it wasn't windy, not even a bit. No gusts, no weather, no reason. Just that gate opening like it wanted me out, and shutting like it was pleased I'd gone. I walked home fast, shoulders hunched, trying not to look back. And all I could think was, whatever happened in that room, it wasn't for me. That morning, I wasn't welcome there. So, I moved into this apartment at the very end of October with two of my friends, Noah and Camille, and we were honestly just excited to have our own place together. New-ish building, clean hallways, nothing creepy about it. Or at least, that's what we thought. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I was standing at the sink washing dishes, half zoning out, when I heard it. Our front door handle moving. Not the door opening. Just that very specific sound of the handle turning, like someone's about to come in. I froze with my hands still in the soapy water and waited for the usual follow-up. Keys jingling, the lock clicking, the door swinging open, one of my roommates calling out, "Hey, I'm home." But nothing. 5 seconds passed, then 10. Just dead quiet. At first, I tried to be logical. Our neighbor's door is right next to ours, so I told myself I must have mixed up the sound. But later that day, I heard the neighbor actually leave. Door opening, door shutting. The heavy fire door down the hall slamming like it always does. And the weird part is, that hallway noise is usually kind of muffled from inside our place. This sound earlier? It was right there, like it came from our own door. After that, it didn't stop. Weeks went by, and all three of us would hear it. Sometimes a few times a week, sometimes nearly every day. Always just the handle. Never the lock. Never footsteps. Never the door opening. And because our front door always stays locked, and we each have our own keys, it made even less sense. Then it started happening with the other door too. The one that leads from the living area into the corridor where our bedrooms are. Sometimes it sounded like that handle was being tested, like someone was trying to slip into the hallway quietly. And then came the moment that made my stomach drop. A couple nights ago, Noah was going back and forth between his room and the hallway, unpacking and moving things around. Camille and I were in my room with the door mostly closed, just chatting. Suddenly Noah comes in and goes, "Okay, you're not going to like this." He said he watched the corridor door handle go down, slowly, like an actual hand was pressing it. Then the door eased shut on its own, and then the handle lifted back up like normal. We immediately started doing the usual scrambling, checking windows, blaming drafts, blaming pressure changes, blaming literally anything that made sense. But it was cold out, so the windows were shut tight. No air moving, no fan on, nothing. And Camille and I had been in my room the whole time, nowhere near the hallway. Last night was worse. It was around 11 p.m., and Camille and I were still in my room. The apartment was quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the fridge cycling on and off. And then we heard it. Handle down. Then again. Then again. 3 times total, but spaced out in a way that felt deliberate. First, there was about a minute between the first and second, then only about 15 seconds before the third one, like whatever it was decided to get impatient. We just stared at each other in silence, not even speaking, like if we made noise it would somehow make it more real. And this morning around 10, we heard it so loudly, so clearly, that both of us instantly thought Noah must have come home. That exact "someone's here" sound. But he wasn't. The part that keeps messing with my head is that this isn't some ancient creaky building where you can blame settling wood and rattling pipes. The whole complex is relatively new, built sometime in the mid-2010s. The doors are solid. The hardware feels modern. It's not the kind of place that acts old. So now we're stuck with this weird routine where we'll be sitting around, perfectly normal evening, and then, out of nowhere, one of us will go quiet and tilt our head like, "Did you hear that?" Because we always do. And the worst part is how familiar the sound has become. Like our apartment has started reminding us, gently but consistently, that someone, or something, keeps trying the doors. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel, where we share mysterious experiences from around the world. Thank you so much to everyone who's been sending in your stories. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss more spine-chilling encounters from everywhere. How was your day? Let us know in the comments. Now, get comfy in bed, switch on your nightlight, put on your headphones, and let's unwind with today's mysterious stories. Hey, okay, so I need to tell you what happened, because it still feels unreal even saying it out loud. My fiancé Eli and I live in Anchorage, and we decided to do this cozy little Christmas trip, partly so I could show him some places I knew from when I lived near Fairbanks for a year back in high school. Nothing dramatic, just a road trip, some nostalgia, cute photos, hot chocolate vibes. That was the plan. And then last night we got it in our heads to drive out toward the Denali area to see the stars. You know how Alaska skies can get. So clear it feels like you could reach up and grab them. We drove for a couple hours, music on low, just the two of us talking and laughing, bundled up, excited. But at some point we ended up way farther out than we meant to, down this long stretch near Healy, off toward the Stampede Trail area. And I swear, it was like the world just thinned out. The pavement didn't even gradually fade, it just stopped. Like someone drew a line and said, "Nope, not past here." Eli and I looked at each other like, okay, turn around, obviously. Except turning around was easier said than done because the snow was deep and uneven and the road was narrow. And it was pitch black. No streetlights, no moon, no cell service, no nothing. There had been a couple houses way back, but they were far behind us at that point, and it felt like we were completely alone. And I don't even know how to describe this part without sounding dramatic, but the whole time we were out there, I had this heavy feeling in my chest, like dread. Not fear exactly, more like your body whispering, "You're not supposed to be here." Anyway, we try to turn around. We get stuck. Of course we do. So Eli gets out and starts pushing while I'm in the driver's seat with my foot down, trying to rock the car out without digging us deeper. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and I kept looking into the darkness like I expected something to step out of it. After a minute or two, somehow, we get free. We both jump back in and we're like, okay, we're done. We're leaving. We're going back to the Airbnb right now. We're speeding back the way we came, and I'm just trying to breathe again, when Eli suddenly goes, "My phone! I dropped my phone!" And my stomach just dropped with it. At first we're trying to talk through options like rational adults. Like, maybe we stop near where the pavement ends and walk back carefully. But he pulls up the location on that tracking app, and it says his phone is still out there, like a 30-minute walk from the paved part, in below zero weather, in the dark, with no service. Eli decides he's going to drive back in a little, just part way, and then walk the rest. He takes my phone because it has the flashlight and the map, and he tells me to lock the doors the second he steps out. He's walking ahead of the car, sweeping the flashlight over the snow, and I'm watching him through the windshield like it's a horror movie. Just this small circle of light moving in a world that feels way too big and way too quiet. And then, something changes. I see him whip the flashlight around, fast, like he heard something behind him. He starts scanning the ground frantically, like he's panicking, like he needs to find the phone right now. He spots it a second later, snatches it up, and then he just runs. Eli has asthma. I have never seen him run like that, not even close. He bolts back to the car, yanks the door open, gets in, locks it immediately, and we're gone. Tires crunching over snow, engine louder than it should be. both of us not saying a word for a long stretch. And he just goes, "It was cold." But he wouldn't look at me, and I could tell he was rattled in a way I hadn't seen before. We finally get back to the Airbnb, and it's quiet and warm and normal again, so I'm thinking, okay, we're fine. That was creepy, but it's over. We go to bed. And then I wake up at around 5 in the morning, and Eli is lying there awake with his phone flashlight on, just staring, not even pretending to sleep. I whisper, "What are you doing?" And he says, really quietly, "I'll tell you when it's light out." So now I'm fully awake, heart pounding, because what does that even mean? I keep asking him, gently, what's going on? And eventually he tells me he woke up around 3 because something was holding his ankle, like a hand. Not crushing it, just firm, like someone had decided, "I've got you." He said he froze, convinced he was still half dreaming, and then it stopped. He dozed off for a bit, and then he woke up again because he heard tapping. And not just in one spot. It moved, like it traveled around the room, along the walls, one side to another, all the way around. And one of the walls is literally an exterior wall. We're in a secluded area. It's not like there are neighbors inches away. He fell asleep again, and then woke up because something squeezed his forearm hard enough to hurt. He swears it was on top of the blanket, not under it. And when I checked, there were no marks. Nothing. Just his face. He looked like he'd seen something he couldn't explain. And then he finally says the part he hadn't told me yet. He says, "It started when I went out to find my phone." And I'm like, "What started?" And he tells me that right before he found it, right before he freaked out and ran, he heard a man's voice, right next to him in the darkness, like someone was standing shoulder to shoulder with him. And the voice said, "Did you find it yet?" I swear to you, the way he said it, he wasn't trying to scare me. He looked embarrassed and shaken and dead serious, like he hated even repeating it. And I need you to understand, neither of us are the type to spin stories. Eli doesn't mess around with paranormal stuff. He's practical, he's cautious, and I'm hard of hearing, and I don't sleep with my hearing aid, so if there really were tapping sounds, I wouldn't have heard them. But I also didn't feel or hear anything myself, which almost makes it worse, because it means whatever happened was focused on him. So now we're sitting here in daylight, acting normal on the outside, but everything feels off. Eli wants to end our trip early. He's genuinely freaked out. And honestly, I don't blame him, because I keep thinking about that empty road, the way the pavement just ended, the way the darkness felt like it had weight, and that voice, so casual, like it had been watching the whole time, like we were never alone out there. And I don't know what I think it was. I just know it didn't feel normal. So, I need to tell you what just happened, because I'm still wide awake, and my heart is not back to normal yet. I jolted awake to this insanely loud sound, like, the only way I can describe it is that harsh, mangled animatronic-style noise from those creepy old horror game videos. It was blasting from the left side of the bed, right over near my brother Mason's little laptop setup. I glanced at the time. 4:05 a.m. And the sound just kept going. Somewhere between like 15 seconds to maybe 40. Long enough that I went from, "What is that?" to, "Oh my God, something is happening." It was loud enough that it didn't feel possible for anyone in the room to sleep through it. But Mason? Out cold, completely peaceful. And my uncle in the room across the hall, who's usually up ridiculously early. Nothing. Not a shuffle, not a cough, not even a, "Hey, what was that?" The creepiest part is, the second I sat up and made it obvious I was awake, like the moment I moved and looked toward the sound, it stopped. Abruptly. like someone hit a mute button. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this kind of thing has happened before. Not every time, but enough that it's become this pattern I dread. Whenever I sleep in Mason's room, something random happens. Weird sounds, out of nowhere, that feel like they're being played in the room. Like a clip or a burst of audio that doesn't belong. It's sporadic, but it's never been a one-time thing. And it isn't even limited to that room either. I'm pretty sure I've been woken up by strange sounds in my own room too, just not as often. And before you ask, no, I don't think I'm hallucinating. I know what I heard. It was real, it was loud, and it came from that corner near the laptop. If I had to guess logically, I'd say it was the laptop itself. Maybe a corrupted notification, a background tab, some weird startup noise, a random audio file, a Bluetooth glitch, something like that. But emotionally, the way it started and stopped felt personal. What makes it weirder is that this used to be my room when I was little, and as a kid, I hated sleeping in there. I could never explain why. Part of it might have been the normal kid thing, being in a room farther from my parents, feeling unsettled, all that. Mason actually has that same issue now, so it runs in the family. But there's also that other thought, the one you feel a little silly saying out loud. Like, what if there's something about that room? You know how people always say kids are more sensitive to paranormal stuff? I'm not saying I'm sure that's real, but sometimes I wonder. Especially because, honestly, if any spirit would mess with us, it would be my grandpa. He passed a few years ago, and he had that kind of mischievous energy. Like he'd absolutely find it funny to spook somebody at 4 a.m. and then disappear the second they notice. And it's not just this either. There are other little things that make me feel like I'm, I don't know, more prone to weird encounters. Like sometimes I fall asleep with earbuds in. I'm messy, so usually they end up somewhere stupid, under my back, on the floor, tangled in the sheets. But on a few random mornings, I'll wake up and they're neatly back in the case, even though I know I didn't do that. It hasn't happened lately, and the only reason that stands out is because I mentioned it to my dad a while back, and it's almost like, once I said it out loud, it stopped, and nobody is coming into my room at night. Nobody. I'm alone from the time I fall asleep to the time I wake up. My dad has his own history with stuff like this too, which is part of why I can't fully brush it off. He told me about this guy he knew growing up. Let's call him Eli, who claimed he could see and talk to spirits. My dad had a childhood friend who died young. My dad called him Ricky when he talked about him, and Eli would randomly bring up things Ricky supposedly said. But here's the part that always gives me chills. Eli would mention details that only Ricky and my dad would have known, like tiny specific memories, inside jokes, weird little stories from days when it was just the two of them biking around, stuff that would be impossible to guess unless you'd actually been there. And years later, this is the part that messed with my dad the most. Eli talked to him again, not long after my grandpa died, and started mentioning my grandpa. Same thing. Specific moments, private memories, even things that happened when my dad and grandpa were traveling abroad. Stuff that wasn't public, wasn't family gossip, wasn't something you could just pick up and repeat. My dad is a spiritual person, but he's not a liar. He'll prank me sometimes in normal, goofy ways, but he wouldn't invent something like that. Not with that many details. Not with that kind of sincerity. So I guess that's where my head goes when something like tonight happens. And now I'm back to the original question, the one I keep circling like I'm hoping it'll suddenly sound less insane. What on earth was that noise? A glitch? A random audio clip? Some weird laptop thing? A notification from some buried app? A speaker bug? A Bluetooth connection waking up? Or was it something else? Because it's Christmas morning, it's still dark outside, and I'm sitting here in the same room that's been creeping me out since I was little. And I'm telling you, that sound didn't feel accidental. It felt like it wanted me awake. And I would really, genuinely love an explanation. So, let me tell you about something that happened years ago, late spring of 2006 in Italy. It was one of those holiday Mondays, the kind where the weather finally starts behaving and everyone takes it as an excuse to be outside, grilling, hanging around with friends, doing the usual "we deserve this" thing. I'd been out all day, and I'll be honest, from around lunchtime until early evening, I mostly drank. Not to the point of being wasted. I got myself home, walked normalno, even parked the car without any drama. I felt clear. Tired, sure, but not drunk. Back then, I lived alone in a ground floor studio, small place, with this little garden right in front. At night, the garden lights made the whole area kind of bright, but in a way that created a lot of shadows. The kind of lighting that makes corners feel deeper than they are. It never bothered me though. I was used to it. When I got home, I tried to balance things out. Ate something light, drank a ton of water, and just zoned out for a while. Video games, a bit of internet, nothing unusual. Around 2 in the morning, I finally went to bed. I had a cat then. Her name was Mina. She was about 2 years old, and she had this habit of choosing her own sleeping spots like she paid rent. I left the windows cracked open because the air felt nice. Anyway, at some point in the night, I felt something climb onto the bed, right around my knees. And I didn't even fully wake up at first, because I just assumed, automatically, that's Mina. So I reached down to pet her. And instead, something bit my hand. But listen, it wasn't a normal bite. That's what made my whole body go cold. First of all, I've got big hands. Always have. My palm is wide enough that it's kind of noticeable, and I dealt in the past with a hormonal condition that made my hands larger than average. So when I say this bite covered a lot of surface, I mean it. The bite stretched across my palm, starting near the pinky side and ending closer to the base of my thumb. A wide, full mouth pressure, like something trying to warn me. But here's the thing. There were no teeth. It didn't hurt. It wasn't wet. It didn't feel like skin puncturing skin. It was more like a firm clamp. A mouth, but not like any mouth I can easily describe. I snapped my eyes open, terrified. Like instant adrenaline, heart hammering, skin buzzing. And I saw this black shape slip off the bed. Not like a solid animal jumping down. More like something that poured off the mattress. Like smoke or vapor, or the thick cloud from an e-cigarette. It dropped to the floor and just melted into the shadows near the garden light. I sat up, staring, trying to force my brain to label it as something normal. Then I looked over, and Mina was still asleep. Not on the bed, on a chair in the corner. She lifted her head like, "What is your problem?" and then just stayed there, confused but calm. So it couldn't have been her. She hadn't moved. I turned on every light in the apartment. I checked the corners, under the bed, behind furniture, the whole place. Nothing. No sound, no movement, no clue. And I remember thinking, okay, dream, half asleep. One of those weird sleep moments. So I tried to shake it off. I got back into bed, put the TV on with a sleep timer, because I didn't want to be alone with the silence. And eventually, I drifted off again. And then, it happened a second time. Sometime later, no idea how long, I woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe. Like something was sitting on my chest, pressing down, heavy enough to pin the air inside me. But I want to be clear, I wasn't frozen. This wasn't that classic, can't move thing people describe. I could move. The second I realized what was happening, I screamed. I moved. I reacted instantly. After that, nothing. It never happened again. Not once. I lived there for a few more years and then moved, maybe 2 or 3 years later, to a new place. And I remember at some point, much later, finding out that the year before all this, someone older, around their 50s, who lived above me, had died in bed. People mentioned it casually, like it was just a sad detail, nothing more. And look, I'm saying this plainly. I don't believe in the paranormal. I'm not trying to convince anyone of shadow people or spirits or anything like that. I didn't even know the term shadow people until much later, when I stumbled across it online and felt this unpleasant little click of recognition. To me, whatever happened that night was an animal, something physical, something that behaved like a creature, cautious, warning, defensive, maybe trapped, maybe confused. But what kind of animal bites without teeth? What moves like smoke? How does something feel heavy on your chest and then disappear like vapor? That's the part I can't neatly explain. All I know is, it felt real. It felt present. And for 2 moments in one night, in that little bright and shadowed ground floor apartment, something unfamiliar was there with me, close enough to bite my hand and press the air out of my lungs. And then it was gone, like it was never there at all. So, I've never been the kind of person who's like, yep, ghosts are real, case closed. I've always been pretty practical. But I'll admit, when you hear enough weird stories from other people, you stop rolling your eyes quite as hard, you know? Anyway, this happened over Christmas. My husband, Caleb, our little one, Poppy, and I flew down to stay with his parents for the holidays. They've got this older house, and we were sleeping upstairs in a room that doesn't have air conditioning. It gets so warm at night that we basically survive off a rattly fan and whatever breeze we can steal through an open window. Poppy is an amazing sleeper, like suspiciously amazing. She sleeps in a little travel cot at the end of our bed and usually gives us a solid 12 hours without making a sound. But that night, around maybe 4:15 in the morning, she suddenly let out this cry. And the thing is, it wasn't a sad cry. Not hungry, not scared. It was more like annoyed. Like someone had interrupted her mid-dream and she was complaining about it. So I grabbed my phone, flicked on the flashlight, and walked over to check on her. She was asleep, face down on her tummy, totally still. Normally, she sleeps with her little bottom up in the air, so seeing her flat like that made me pause. I figured maybe she'd had a brief night terror or shifted weirdly in a deep sleep. So far, nothing spooky, just parenting stuff. I climbed back into bed, turned off my flashlight, and started to drift off again. And that's when I felt it. Movement, right at the end of the bed. Not like a tiny shake, like the mattress dipped, the way it does when someone climbs up or puts their weight down. And at that exact moment, Poppy cried again. I sat bolt upright, heart instantly racing, because my first thought was, oh my God, she's out of the cot. She's on the bed. How did she even... I turned the flashlight on so fast I practically blinded myself, and I went straight back over to her. She was still in the travel cot, still asleep, not even stirring. And I remember standing there in the dark, staring, trying to make my brain settle down, like, okay, fine, must have imagined it, must be half asleep, must be something. I got back into bed, told myself I was being ridiculous, and tried to relax. A minute or two later, I felt the movement again. This time, Caleb shifted his feet at the same time, like he was adjusting the sheets, so I immediately blamed him. I thought, okay, he's tugging the bedding with his feet and it's making the mattress feel like it's moving. Mystery solved. I rolled over and eventually fell asleep. Then morning hits. Around 6, Poppy wakes up the way she always does. No crying, just babbling to herself, going, "Mama, Dada, Mama, Dada," like she's giving a little speech to the ceiling. And then, the bedroom door, which was fully closed, swung open so hard it smacked the wall. Like it didn't creak open. It didn't slowly drift. It flew open. And again, my brain refused to go paranormal. I just went, wind, old house, upstairs draft, weird latch. I mean, the window was open, the house is creaky, and the doors never seem to sit right. Still, I won't lie. I got this cold little prickling feeling at the back of my neck. Later, when Caleb finally woke up, I mentioned the door thing, kind of laughing like, well, that was dramatic. And he just goes quiet for a second and says, "This house feels off sometimes." That's when my stomach dropped, because, okay, I can explain away my half-asleep brain. But him too? On a different night? Same exact sensation? His mom is really into tarot, like really into it. She has shelves and shelves of decks in her room, which is right across the hall from ours. Caleb isn't into it at all, but he said he'd always heard that certain things can act like a doorway, and that maybe the house kind of collects energy. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not even a believer. But we're both Catholic, and I'll be honest, I didn't feel brave in that moment. I went downstairs, grabbed the Bible, brought it back up, and set it on the bed like, okay, if there's anything weird happening, you're not doing it in here. And the wild part is, afterward, I tried searching for explanations online. People kept saying stuff like hypnagogic sensations, half-asleep muscle tricks, sleep paralysis adjacent things. But I can't fully accept that because it wasn't just me. It was Caleb too. And neither of us has ever experienced anything like it before. We're in our 30s. We've slept in hotels, old houses, new houses, apartments, everywhere. And this was the first time either of us felt something that specific. So I don't know what it was. All I know is, that night, in that warm upstairs room with the window open and the fan humming, it really did feel, just for a few seconds, like something else was there with us. And that is not a feeling I'm eager to get familiar with. So, my partner Casey and I moved into this apartment in early April, and I swear, within the first week, we were already exchanging those little looks like, okay, are we going to talk about what just happened? It's this small 4-unit building that used to be offices. At least, that's what the neighbors told us. And judging by the fixtures and that very specific beige on beige vibe, it's probably from the late 1940s or early 1950s. We're upstairs, one of the 2 units on the second floor, and at first it was, honestly, kind of mild. Annoying, but easy to shrug off. Like, I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, just a flicker, a shape, and when I'd turn, nothing. Or I'd find a closet door cracked open that I know I closed. You know that feeling where you're standing there, staring at it, trying to remember if you're losing your mind or if the door is? We did the responsible thing first, checked for anything dangerous. No gas issues, no carbon monoxide leak, nothing like that. So after a while, we just accepted it as, our place is a little weird. But then, around late May, 2 buildings right next to ours got demolished. Old ones, like early last century old. And I'm not saying there's a connection, but I am saying that after that, the whole atmosphere shifted. Like something got stirred up. That's when the waking up started. We'll be dead asleep and then, bam, wide awake, heart racing. That weird cold panic where your body is acting like something's wrong before your brain can even catch up. And it's always around the same times, 3:07 a.m. or 5:02 a.m. Like, Weirdly specific, right? Not always those exact minutes, but close enough that we noticed. One night, I woke up so hard I practically sat straight up, and I thought I saw someone in our bedroom doorway. Not like a vague shadow, a person, an older woman's shape, kind of still, just watching. I remember the impression more than the details, like my brain didn't want to fill in the face. And the second I fully snapped awake, she was gone. No sound, no footsteps, nothing. Just empty doorway and the hallway beyond it looking totally normal. Except it didn't feel normal. And we started seeing these shadow movements during the day too. Like I'll be in the living room and I'll see someone pass into the bathroom and I'll automatically call, "Hey, can you grab?" And then I'll stop because Casey is literally on the couch the whole time, not moving, looking at me like, "What?" Or they'll think I walked into the bedroom and come looking for me, and I'm at the kitchen sink. It happens often enough that we don't even laugh every time anymore. It's just this constant little glitch. And then, this is the part that really got to me. Things started moving. Not subtle stuff like, "Oh, maybe it slid." I mean, objects that should not be moving, falling in ways that make no sense. I was crouched in the kitchen one day, reaching down for something on the bottom shelf, and a travel mug, one of those chunky metal ones, just launched out of the cabinet and clipped the top of my shoulder. It wasn't perched on the edge. It wasn't wobbling. It was back inside the cabinet like it belonged there. Another time, Casey was making food and a knife slipped out of the cutlery organizer like someone nudged it. It dropped tip first and hit the counter, and if it had landed just a few inches differently, it would have hit our cat, Miso, who was, of course, right there like cats always are, supervising the kitchen. After that, we both kind of stood there in silence, and I remember Casey just quietly going, "Okay, I didn't imagine that." The night I thought I saw the woman, I turned my head and one of the cats, Juniper, was sitting up in bed, frozen, staring straight at the doorway, and her head was moving just slightly, like she was watching something shift position in the hallway. Not looking at the door like it's a noise, looking like there was something there. And then there's this other detail. Maybe it's unrelated, but it feels hard to ignore. At the end of our block, there's an empty lot, just weeds and fencing. About 20-something years ago, 2 apartment buildings there caught fire. A bunch of people died, 8 or 9, depending on which article you believe. There's a plaque on a stone marker, really plain, like the neighborhood tried to fold the tragedy into the background and move on. And we're basically the closest building that's actually lived in. So sometimes, in the quiet moments, especially when we're both awake at 3 a.m., staring at the ceiling, listening to the building settle, I wonder if it's not even about our unit. Like maybe it's not our apartment that has the history. Maybe it's just the area. Like the ground remembers. And the landlord? He's genuinely a nice guy. Normal. Friendly. Fixes stuff fast. The kind of person you don't want to corner with. "So, hey, has anyone ever seen a ghost here?" Because suddenly you're that tenant. And I don't want to be a weirdo. But also, I don't really know what to do with the fact that our home sometimes feels like it's watching us back. So we keep the lights on a little longer than we used to. We tell ourselves it's stress, or old wiring, or the building shifting. And then we wake up again at 3 a.m., and the hallway feels occupied. So, about 6 years ago, my family and I moved into this older house, the kind with a little too much creak in the floors and a lot of personality in the walls. I remember feeling excited, like we were stepping into something cozy and solid. And we did. It's been home. But almost right away, there were these moments that made me pause and go, "Okay, what was that?" The first weird thing happened not long after we moved in. It was late, and my wife, Tessa, and I were in our bedroom watching TV, just winding down. And out of nowhere, we started hearing this clinking sound, like chains knocking together. Not a little tap either, enough that we both muted the show and just listened. We got up, checked the hallway, checked the closet, even opened the windows like that would somehow explain it. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was something stupid, like the ceiling fan pull chain tapping against the light cover, or something shifting with the house settling. But it didn't really sound like that. It sounded like metal. Then there was the second thing. Same setup, bedroom TV on at night, just relaxing. Our dog, Bowie, big black lab, sweet as anything, was tucked under the bed. Bowie is not dramatic. Bowie doesn't bark at the door. Bowie doesn't do the "I heard a leaf outside" thing. He's the kind of dog who watches strangers walk in and basically says, "Sure, you live here now too, I guess." But that night, he suddenly started growling. A low, serious growl. Not playful, not uncertain, like he had decided something was wrong. He was staring straight at the hallway, just locked in. I called his name, tried to coax him out, and he wouldn't budge. He didn't charge, he didn't whine. He just stayed there, staring like he was tracking someone standing just out of sight. And the thing is, Bowie only ever gets that way when there's someone in the house he doesn't recognize right away. So that one stuck with me, because I couldn't explain it away as easily. The third experience was around Thanksgiving last year. My mom, Marianne, was over, and we were doing the whole holiday scramble, talking over each other, checking timers, trying to remember if we already added salt. I turned to ask her something, and as I looked toward the kitchen, I saw this woman, tall, blonde, wearing a bright teal top, walk like she belonged there, straight toward the pantry. It wasn't a flicker. It wasn't a shadow. It was the shape of a person moving with purpose, like she was just going to grab something off a shelf. And as soon as I started to say, "Mom, I just saw," my mom cut in and calmly finished my sentence. She described the same woman, same height, same hair, same teal shirt. And then she told me something that made my stomach drop a little. She'd seen her the day before, near the stove, just standing there for a second like she was watching. I remember staring at my mom like, "Please tell me you're messing with me." But she wasn't laughing. She wasn't trying to scare me. If anything, she looked annoyed, like, of course this house would do that while I'm trying to cook. And then the most recent thing. Honestly, that's the one that shook me the most. It happened last night. I was asleep, and Tessa was still awake in bed playing video games with friends, headset on, laughing, totally in her own world. She nudged me awake and whispered my name in this tense, careful voice. She said, "I heard the door handle." And I'm half asleep, like, what do you mean you heard it? But then she tells me she watched it, watched the handle move, like someone was jiggling it. Then the door opened. Our dog was in the room with us. Everyone else in the house was asleep. And Tessa is the least ghost story person I know. She's the type who rolls her eyes at supernatural stuff. If anything, she loves being the voice of reason. So when she said, "I don't have an explanation for that," I knew she meant it. After that, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to replay it in my mind like maybe there was a normal answer I could grab onto. Maybe pressure changes. Maybe the latch didn't catch. Maybe the house shifted. But the way she described it, so specific, made it harder to shrug off. And it's not just us either. We've had friends stay the night who casually mention, the next morning, that they saw someone move through a doorway, or heard footsteps when no one was awake. Nothing dramatic, just those little comments people make when they're not trying to be scary, which almost makes it worse, you know? Anytime I've seen something, I've always tried to tell myself it's my eyes playing tricks on me. I'm not out here wanting a haunting. We've got multiple carbon monoxide alarms, working and tested. We test our well water every year. I try to be responsible about it because I know how easy it is for fear to fill in gaps. The land we're on is native tribal land, and it's pretty clear it was used by the local tribes long ago. I find arrowheads sometimes, just out on the property, like little quiet reminders that people were here long before us. Last night it was stormy. All the windows were shut, and we hadn't been running the heater or AC because we've been using the fireplace instead. No drafts, no weird airflow, nothing obvious. And then, this is the part I almost hesitate to say out loud. Years ago, some random person who claimed they were psychic told me there was something in the house that likes to linger in the hallway and stare into the bedrooms. I didn't believe them. I still don't want to. But once someone puts an image like that in your head, it's hard not to think of it when you're walking past a dark hallway at night. It's hard not to glance a little faster toward your door before you close it. So that's where I'm at, trying to hold on to logic, trying not to spiral, but also collecting these moments like little stones in my pocket. One or two you can ignore, but when they keep piling up, you start to wonder what, exactly, you moved in with. Hey, so I need to tell you about the last couple of days because I swear, things have been weird. Like the kind of weird that makes you stop mid-thought and go, okay, what is happening right now? It started small, honestly. Just little stuff. Misplacing things, walking into a room and forgetting why I went in there. Normal, right? I kept telling myself I was just tired or distracted. But then it started stacking up, one thing after another, and it stopped feeling normal. One night I had this dream, except it didn't feel like a regular dream. It felt like I'd already lived it. Not in a, oh, déjà vu kind of way, but in this heavier way. Like my whole body was warning me that something was about to happen. I could see the moment, feel it, like it was happening in real time. And I just knew something was coming. And then, nothing happened. The moment passed. Life kept moving. But the feeling didn't fully leave me, you know? It's like my brain kept hovering over it, trying to make sense of it. More stuff happened after that. Random, unexplained things. Enough that I started questioning myself. Like, am I just spiraling? Am I noticing things too much? Because I know how it sounds when you say it out loud. But here's the thing. I've always been open-minded. I believe in God, yeah. But I also believe there's more out there than what we can explain. And I've had those little premonition moments before. Years ago, I used to get these flashes, and I'd be right about things too often. My family used to joke I was a jinx. They'd get nervous when I said, I have a bad feeling, because it felt like I was always accidentally predicting something. That stopped for a long time though, like years. I'd still get tiny snippets every now and then, but nothing intense. So when all this started again, back to back, it hit different. It wasn't just a thought. It was this full body feeling. Intense. Like my chest was tight and my skin was buzzing. Like my body was reacting before my mind could catch up. By the time the 5th incident happened, maybe the 6th? I don't even know. I stopped counting because I kept trying to rationalize it. Like I'd go, okay, there's got to be a logical explanation. I wanted there to be one. And then, something personal came up in my head. My mom passed recently, and I didn't have a good relationship with her. It was complicated. Old pain, trauma, stuff that shaped me and my siblings in ways I'm still unpacking. We weren't close. Not in the way people imagine when they say mother and daughter. But I had forgiven her in my own way. I genuinely had. I'd reached this place where I could say, I hope she's at peace. I hope she's okay wherever she is. I'm telling you that because part of me started wondering if she was trying to reach me. There were 2 moments in one day that felt like a straight-up glitch. Like, I'm standing there and I feel this tap on my back, clear as day. I turn around expecting it to be my kid, because who else would it be? And there's nobody. And when I look again, my son Levi, is asleep, fully asleep. And I just stood there, frozen. Because it wasn't like, oh, maybe I imagined it. It felt real. And right after that, this image of my mom just flashed in my mind out of nowhere. Like someone shoved the thought into my head. And it hit me hard, even though I thought I was past the worst of it. Then today, this part is the one that really sent me. I was in Levi's room talking about something completely random, and I glance out the window. I see what looks like a star, just a bright point in the sky. But something about it caught my attention, so I moved closer. My phone is old and cranky, but I tried zooming in anyway, and then the light moved. Not like a cloud passing or my hand shaking, like it shifted. And immediately my brain went, record right now, because nobody believes you when you say you saw something in the sky. So I started recording, and I had this sudden thought, like those people online who talk to lights in the sky, and I felt ridiculous even doing it. I was like, okay, if you can hear me, move again. And it did. It responded, like it actually listened. And Levi freaked out, like full panic. He grabbed my arm like, Mom, what is that? After a second, I stopped recording because my logical brain tried to take back control. I was like, maybe it's the camera. Maybe it's a trick of the light. Maybe I'm making this bigger than it is. But then I kept watching, and I saw these tiny, flickering lights, different colors, like they were dancing around the sky. Small, quick, almost playful looking. And I know how that sounds. I know. I'm literally hearing myself as I tell you this. About 10 or 15 minutes later, I looked again, and the star was gone. Not faded, not moved behind something. Gone. Just black sky where it had been. So I recorded again, trying to show it was really gone. Like, see? It's not there. I'm not making this up. And then, out of nowhere, I see these drones. I swear, right when the drones show up, my phone starts acting even worse. It kept freezing, refusing to focus, doing that thing where the screen lags. But one of the drones came so close to the building, that I could see its shape clearly. Like it wasn't a tiny dot anymore. It hovered almost level with our floor. And for context, we're pretty high up. 6th floor in an apartment building, and there are only a couple floors above us. So this thing was basically at eye level. It passed between our building and the one across from us, like it was just casually sliding through the space, and Levi was terrified. He kept saying, "Why is it so close? Why is it right here?" And I just stood there trying to force my brain into logic mode, trying to tell myself, it's just drones, it's just lights, it's just stress, it's grief, it's coincidence. But the problem is, it's not just one thing, it's everything stacked on everything. The dream, the feeling, the taps, the sudden thoughts of my mom, the lights, the movement, the sky going empty, the drones right after. And I'm not saying I know what any of it means. I don't. I'm just saying something has felt off in a way I can't explain, and it's been happening too fast, too close together, for me to shrug it off anymore. There's more, honestly, but I won't dump it all on you. I just needed to tell someone who would actually listen and not immediately laugh or brush it off. Because I'm still sitting here like, what if something or someone is trying to get my attention? So, I need to tell you about something that's been sitting heavy in my chest, because the more I try to explain it to myself, the less normal it feels. My grandma, her name's Marianne, has always had this soft, glowing thing for France. Not in a casual way either, like the real deal. She spent a summer there when she was young, and every once in a while she'll get this faraway look and start talking about cobblestone streets, tiny cafes, and this man she met who she swears was the love of her life. She'll never say his name, but she'll smile like she's seeing him again. And she's always loved French movies. When she was younger, she used to dress up and go to these little independent theaters that showed foreign films. Even now, she'll sit through anything with subtitles if it means the mood is right. Rainy window, cup of tea, that kind of thing. So this past Christmas, I thought I'd nailed it. I found this French indie sci-fi DVD online. Said it was from 2019, kind of obscure, the sort of thing she'd brag about discovering. The title on the case was La Route des Étoiles. It was secondhand, but it looked fine. Nothing about it screamed, weird cursed object, you know? Marianne was delighted. Like, genuinely delighted. She held it like it was something precious. Then today, she finally sat down to watch it. She put it in her DVD player, pressed play, and nothing happened the way it should have. No studio logo, no menu, no cheesy trailer. Just this dim, grainy sound, like a kid whispering from the other side of a wall. Marianne said at first she thought the TV volume was broken, or maybe it was picking up audio from another channel. But then the screen changed. One single image popped up. No motion, no text. It was a photo of a child standing in the middle of a big store aisle, like a supermarket or a department store. Fluorescent lights overhead, shelves stretching behind them. And the kid was facing the camera, except they didn't have a face. Not like it was blurred out, not like shadows, just blank. And in place of eyes and a mouth, there was this messy little smiley face drawn on, like someone scribbled it with a marker right onto the photo. The kind of thing that tries to look playful and somehow ends up looking worse because of it. Marianne didn't even yell. She just got very still, then called my name in this quiet voice that told me she was already scared. I went over, trying to be the rational one. Maybe it's a weird bonus feature, I said. Maybe it's corrupted. I actually laughed a little, like if I treated it lightly, it would turn normal again. But when I took the DVD home and put it into my laptop, that's when my stomach really dropped. There wasn't a normal video file on the disc. No .vob files, nothing you'd expect. Instead, there was basically almost nothing. Just a plain text file with a link inside. One link, sitting there like it was waiting to be clicked. And I know how this sounds. I know. But curiosity got me. The link opened to a set of videos that didn't look like the film at all. More like fragments. Short clips. Strange angles. Flickers of hallways, shelves, empty rooms. And underneath it all, that same thin, childlike voice. Not screaming, not laughing. Just talking softly, like it's telling you a secret you didn't ask to hear. The more I watched, the more I had this uncomfortable feeling that I wasn't supposed to be watching them. Like I'd opened the wrong door in a familiar house. It felt connected to the movie somehow, like an extra layer stitched underneath it. Like the real film was never the point. Like the DVD was just a wrapper. Since that night, Marianne has been different. Not dramatically. She's not running around yelling about ghosts or anything. It's subtler than that, which almost makes it worse. She's quieter, more distracted. She'll pause in the middle of a sentence like she forgot where she is. She told me she keeps thinking about that voice and that it sounded like it was trying to tell her something important, something urgent, but she can't remember the words clearly, just the feeling. And she keeps saying, this isn't just a prank. I keep trying to talk myself down. Maybe it's some odd art project. Maybe someone used old discs to hide links. Maybe it's a bootleg. Maybe the seller swapped something by accident. There are 100 explanations that should make me feel better. But when I picture that photo again, the child standing alone under those harsh lights with that crude smiley face where their features should be, I get that same chill all over. So now I'm sitting here wondering what I'm supposed to do next. Because part of me wants to smash the disc and forget it ever existed. And the other part of me, the part I don't love admitting is there, keeps thinking that whatever this is, it chose my grandma on purpose. So, I've got this long, weird history of creepy stuff happening around me, and it always feels like it's aimed at me specifically. Little things happen all the time, too. Faint knocks, random thuds like something dropped, that, did I just hear footsteps, feeling. But I'm only going to tell you the biggest moments, because otherwise we'd be here all day. Lately, I've landed on 2 possible explanations, and neither one makes me feel great. Either something paranormal is real, or there's been someone hiding in our home. And honestly, I lean paranormal, mostly because the other option is somehow even more horrifying. It really started after we moved into this house in Coventry, well, near Coventry, in a quiet neighborhood that looks completely normal in the daytime. We bought the place from this woman who worked at the hospital, and one detail always stuck in my brain. They'd started renovating the attic, and then just stopped, like mid-project, left it half done. And I remember thinking, who does that? It felt like the house had been abandoned in a hurry, even though it hadn't. Anyway, first big thing. I was about 15, and I woke up in the middle of the night to my bedroom door slowly opening. I know how that sounds, but I was fully awake. I watched a shape, like an actual person, come into my room. It walked around the foot of my bed and went into the little side room where the boiler cupboard is. I remember being confused more than terrified at first, like my brain couldn't decide what it was seeing. And then I did the most unreasonable thing possible. I convinced myself I was half dreaming, and I fell back asleep. The next morning I woke up and both doors were open, my bedroom door and the boiler room door. I never left them like that. So I asked my parents if either of them had come in. They both looked at me like I'd grown a second head. Nope, nobody. Second big thing, about a year later, I was home alone, on the phone with my friend Maisie. I was in my room when I heard someone coming up the stairs. Slow, heavy steps. And then the sound moved past my door. My stomach just dropped. I called out, "Mom?" like a complete idiot because I didn't want to believe what I was hearing. And then something ran past my door. My door was closed, but I heard it, that quick, frantic rush, like someone sprinting down the hall. I yanked the door open and leaned over the banister, and I swear to you, I saw something, someone, bolt toward the kitchen. So I chased it. I don't know why. Pure adrenaline, I guess. I ran downstairs, went straight into the kitchen, and there was nothing. No one. No pets, no open doors. Just the kitchen, dead still, like it had been empty the whole time. I remember standing there, breathing hard, and feeling this cold embarrassment, like, what am I even doing? But I also remember thinking, I didn't imagine that. Third big thing. This one happened at my grand's house, just a few doors up the road. Her place always felt safer, like the kind of house where nothing bad could happen. That illusion didn't last. I was there one morning packing my bag for class. Her downstairs bathroom had this little corner behind the toilet where we kept cleaning stuff. A dustpan, a couple of brushes, that kind of thing. Everyone else had already gone upstairs to talk to Gran, so I was alone downstairs, zipping up my bag, when the bathroom door swung open like someone shoved it. And a brush flew out. Not slid, not toppled, flew, like it had been thrown from inside. Fourth big thing. This one is the one that makes my skin crawl even now, because it felt personal. I just started college. I came home one afternoon with shopping bags and a new coat. We were all in the living room, my mom, my granddad, and my little brother, and somehow we got onto the topic of my uncle who'd passed away. His ashes were still in the house, and my family was joking around like, "All right then, if you want to be scattered at the football ground, give us a sign." It was one of those moments where everyone laughs, and then it goes quiet for half a second. I went into the hallway to try on the coat. I put it on, checked the fit, and walked back into the living room to show everyone. And right then, from the kitchen, there was this loud, violent smash. I shouted upstairs at my granddad at first, thinking maybe he'd knocked something over, except he was standing right there in the living room with us. He even snapped back like, "What was that?" at the same time I asked. We all rushed into the kitchen and found the fruit bowl shattered on the floor. But here's the part that freaks me out. It hadn't just fallen off the table. It was far from the table, like it had been launched across the room. And the bowl had been sitting in the center of this big, heavy table, nowhere near an edge. It didn't make sense. It still doesn't. Fifth big thing. This one is more recent, just a couple weeks ago. It was around 5 a.m., pitch black, and my mom's car alarm suddenly went off. We'd had that car for years, and I don't think we'd ever heard the alarm once. I ran into her room, half panicked, ready to help her turn it off before we woke up the whole street. She was already moving, halfway down the stairs. I looked out the front window, and we've got this stupid little Christmas doorstep mat that plays music when you step on it. We'd forgotten to put it away. Mom goes, "The doorstep's going off." And as she said it, the car alarm blared again. There was only a short pause between the alarms, like 10 seconds. Then it screamed again. I couldn't see anyone outside. No shadow, no movement, nothing. So I signaled to my mom that it looked safe enough to check. She went out, and the driver's side door had been pried open. We called the police, but we told them not to send anyone urgently because whoever it was had clearly gone. Later that day, around mid-afternoon, my mom went to the neighbors to ask for their CCTV footage. Their camera covers our drive. And the footage showed basically nothing. No person, no car pulling up, no figure in a hoodie. Nothing except the car lights flashing from the alarm. That's the one that still messes with me, because I don't know what to believe. Break-in? Glitch? Something else? I can't pin it down, and that makes it worse. And on top of all that, there's the ongoing stuff. I catch these weird little orbs in videos sometimes, like bright floating dots that aren't there in real life. I get random handprints on my bedroom wall. It's painted a dark navy blue, so it shows marks really easily. But some prints are higher than I can reach, and some are bigger than my hands. And I'll see faces in steamed-up glass, like in mirrors or windows, like something's trying to form a shape for just a second before it fades. I try to ignore it. I really do. I tell myself it's coincidence, or shadows, or my brain overreacting. But it's hard not to feel like the house notices me back. So, I've had this feeling my whole life that I'm not exactly alone, even when I'm by myself. Not in a dramatic way either, more like a quiet awareness. Like there are things around me that most people don't notice. Most of the time, it's honestly fine. In my house especially, there are a couple presences I've gotten used to. Almost like familiar roommates that don't talk. They don't feel threatening. If anything, the energy feels calm. Like they're just there, watching, passing through, minding their own business. But there's also one that doesn't feel like that at all. This one feels wrong. heavy, like the air gets thicker when it's near. And the worst part is, it doesn't seem tied to a place. I felt it in different rooms, different buildings, like it's attached to me, not the house. When it's close, my stomach drops for no reason. It's that sudden dread that doesn't belong to any thought in your head. It just arrives fully formed. And even now, talking about it, I swear I can feel that heaviness creeping up, like it notices when I'm thinking about it. Like it doesn't want to be named. Anyway, the experience that really sticks with me happened a few years back. I was younger, around 11, and I'd just switched bedrooms in my house. It wasn't a big move, just a new room, new layout. I remember standing there that first day and trying to brush off how weird it felt. I actually said out loud, because, yeah, I talk to myself when I'm alone. Something like, "This room feels different. Maybe the other room just had weird vibes." I tried to laugh it off, tried to be rational about it. Then I got ready for bed like normal. Lights out, blanket pulled up. That quiet, settling feeling when you're waiting to fall asleep. A few minutes passed, and I heard it. Scratching. Right on the wall next to my bed. Not a bump, not a creak. Scratching, like fingernails dragging lightly over paint. My whole body went tense, but I forced myself to play it down. I told myself it was the house. Pipes. My imagination. Anything. Eventually, I fell asleep. But here's the thing. This is the part that's hard to explain without sounding unreal. I've had these sleep experiences for as long as I can remember, where it feels like I'm awake in my room, but I'm not. It looks like my room. My bed is right where it should be. The darkness is the same. But there's always someone else there, some presence or figure, and I can't really move. I can talk, I can think, I can feel, but my body stays pinned in place. And then, every single time, there's this moment where I truly wake up and I can move again. Like a switch flips, and whoever or whatever was in the room just fades. Like the connection snaps and they can't stay anymore. So that night, I slipped into one of those. I didn't realize at first. I just woke up and I was in my room, staring at the dark ceiling, feeling that familiar stuck-in-place heaviness. It was quiet for a second. Too quiet. And then, something moved under my bed. An arm, an actual arm, slowly reached out from the darkness underneath, like it had been waiting there the whole time. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't fog. It had shape. It had weight. And it grabbed my wrist. I couldn't pull away. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't even scream. I just felt that cold grip clamp down like it owned me for that moment. And then I heard the voice, clear as if someone had leaned down next to my ear and whispered it. "Don't worry," it said. "I'm still here." And then, snap, I jolted awake for real. But I could still feel the hand on me. That's the part that makes my skin crawl even now. I was fully awake, fully able to move, but my body remembered that grip like it hadn't let go yet. I threw myself out of bed so fast I almost tripped. I backed away from the edge of the mattress and just stood there shaking, staring at the space under my bed like it might reach out again any second. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, not even close. I sat with my knees pulled up, trying not to cry too loudly, because I didn't want anyone to come in and tell me it was a nightmare. I didn't want someone to explain it away when I still felt the terror sitting on my chest like a weight. And I know people could call it a dream or sleep paralysis or whatever, but I've had normal nightmares. I've had bad dreams. I've had panic. This was different. This was the most fear I've ever felt in my life. Like something dark had wrapped itself around me and let me know it could touch me whenever it wanted. And honestly, I'm still scared it'll happen again, because I don't know how to stop it from using those moments, those half-awake, half-asleep cracks in reality to get close. I just want it to leave me alone. Okay, so I need to tell you something that still makes me feel a little silly saying out loud, because I'm not the ghosts are real type. I'm usually the there's a logical explanation, calm down type. But this kept happening, and it got under my skin in a way I can't really shake. This was a few days before Christmas, like maybe 10 days out. I just finally crawled out of a nasty flu, and I was still in that weak, foggy stage where your body feels fine enough, but your brain is lagging behind. You know that kind of tired where you're awake, technically, but everything feels softened around the edges. So my bedroom setup matters here. My bed sits along the right wall, and if I'm lying down, I can see my door off to the left, like not straight ahead, but absolutely in my line of sight. On the back of the door, I've got this hook rack where I hang my everyday stuff, totes, jackets, scarves, that kind of thing. And a couple days before all this started, my friend Layla gave me this oversized coat to list online. It was one of those heavy, structured ones. Nice fabric, kind of dramatic. I hung it on the rack without thinking about it. First night. I go to bed early because I'm still recovering. I'm drifting off, like that exact moment where you're about to disappear into sleep and you can't really track your thoughts anymore. And then, thunk. Something hits the floor. It jars me awake in that half-awake way, where you're not fully alert, but your body moves anyway. I sit up, squint through the dim light from the street lamp outside, and I see the coat on the ground near the door. Just there, like it slipped off. So I shuffle over, hang it back up, and climb into bed. No fear, no drama. I'm too sleepy to even question it. Second night, I stay up later. Around midnight, maybe a little after. I'm not as exhausted, but I'm still running on that recovery energy where sleep feels like it could swallow you whole. I'm falling asleep again. Same exact moment. Thunk. I swear to you, it was like a replay. Same sound, same timing, same weird jolt through my chest. I just lay there blinking for a second like, did that just happen again? But then the tiredness wins. I get up, put the coat back, and tell myself it's nothing. Third night is when it changed. Because third night, I wasn't sick tired. I wasn't delirious. I was just normal tired. Regular end-of-day, brain winding down tired. And once again, I'm slipping under. That warm, floaty edge of sleep. Funk. And this time, it hit me like cold water. Not the sound itself, the pattern. I sat up and felt this weird sensation, like my body recognized the scene before my brain did. Like, oh, we're doing this again. And I know how ridiculous that sounds, but it honestly felt like time was stuttering, like the night was stuck on a tiny loop. The next morning, I checked everything like a person trying desperately to prove they're not losing it. I tugged on the coat. I shook the hooks a little. I pushed on the rack. I even switched which hook it was on. The rack didn't wiggle. The coat didn't slide. It felt secure, normal. So that evening, before bed, I stood there and tested it again. Pulled it gently, repositioned it, made sure the sleeves weren't dragging on something weird, made sure nothing else was half hanging. It looked perfect. And I remember thinking, half joking, all right, if it happens again, then I'm officially going to start getting freaked out. I'm sure you can guess what happened. That same night, right as I was about to fall asleep, thunk. The coat on the floor. Not once in a while. Not, oh, that happened again a few nights later. No, every night, for almost a week. Always at the same point in the night, right when I was fading out. Always the same sound. And this is the part that really messes with me. Every single time I reacted the same way. I'd wake up. I'd sit there in a fog. I'd get up like a sleepwalker. I'd hang it back up. I'd go back to bed. Even on nights when I told myself, if it falls, leave it. Just leave it on the floor. Prove you're in control. I still got up, like my body had memorized the script. And in my memory, it's all the same scene copied and pasted. The dim light, my blurred vision, the heavy shape on the floor by the door, my hand reaching for it, the little metal click of the hook. It's eerie, not because it's violent or threatening, but because it's so repetitive it starts to feel unreal. Then I went to my grandparents' place for Christmas, and of course, nothing happened there. Different room, different bed, no coat on a door rack. Totally normal nights. But now I haven't gone back yet, and I'm honestly dreading it. Not because I truly think something evil is waiting for me. Please, I'm not trying to summon that energy. But because I don't like the idea of lying down in that room and waiting for the same moment to happen again. And the worst part is how it made me question myself. Like, did I hallucinate? Am I exaggerating? Was I just in some weird half-sleep state that made it feel identical every time? I don't know. I just know I started feeling nervous about falling asleep, which is such a horrible feeling because sleep is supposed to be the safe part of your day. So, that's it. That's the story. If you have a theory that isn't a demon is trying to murder you, I am genuinely begging you to share it. Because I want a normal explanation so badly. I want to go back to my apartment and sleep like a regular person again. So, I've had this feeling my whole life that I'm not exactly alone, even when I'm by myself. Not in a dramatic way either, more like a quiet awareness. Like there are things around me that most people don't notice. Most of the time, it's honestly fine. In my house especially, there are a couple presences I've gotten used to, almost like familiar roommates that don't talk. They don't feel threatening. If anything, the energy feels calm, like they're just there, watching, passing through, minding their own business. But there's also one that doesn't feel like that at all. This one feels wrong, heavy, like the air gets thicker when it's near. And the worst part is, it doesn't seem tied to a place. I've felt it in different rooms, different buildings, like it's attached to me, not the house. When it's close, my stomach drops for no reason. It's that sudden dread that doesn't belong to any thought in your head. It just arrives fully formed. And even now, talking about it, I swear I can feel that heaviness creeping up like it notices when I'm thinking about it. Like it doesn't want to be named. Anyway, the experience that really sticks with me happened a few years back. I was younger, around 11, and I'd just switched bedrooms in my house. It wasn't a big move, just a new room, new layout. I remember standing there that first day and trying to brush off how weird it felt. I actually said out loud, because yeah, I talk to myself when I'm alone. Something like, this room feels different. Maybe the other room just had weird vibes. I tried to laugh it off, tried to be rational about it. Then I got ready for bed like normal. Lights out, blanket pulled up. That quiet, settling feeling when you're waiting to fall asleep. A few minutes passed, and I heard it. Scratching. Right on the wall next to my bed. Not a bump, not a creak. Scratching, like fingernails dragging lightly over paint. My whole body went tense, but I forced myself to play it down. I told myself it was the house. Pipes, my imagination, anything. Eventually, I fell asleep. But here's the thing. This is the part that's hard to explain without sounding unreal. I've had these sleep experiences for as long as I can remember, where it feels like I'm awake in my room, but I'm not. It looks like my room. My bed is right where it should be. The darkness is the same. But there's always someone else there. some presence or figure, and I can't really move. I can talk, I can think, I can feel, but my body stays pinned in place. And then, every single time, there's this moment where I truly wake up and I can move again. Like a switch flips, and whoever or whatever was in the room just fades. Like the connection snaps and they can't stay anymore. So that night, I slipped into one of those. I didn't realize it first. I just woke up and I was in my room, staring at the dark ceiling, feeling that familiar stuck-in-place heaviness. It was quiet for a second. Too quiet. And then, something moved under my bed. An arm, an actual arm, slowly reached out from the darkness underneath, like it had been waiting there the whole time. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't fog. It had shape. It had weight. And it grabbed my wrist. I couldn't pull away. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't even scream. I just felt that cold grip clamp down like it owned me for that moment. And then I heard the voice, clear as if someone had leaned down next to my ear and whispered it. "Don't worry," it said. "I'm still here." And then, snap. I jolted awake for real, but I could still feel the hand on me. That's the part that makes my skin crawl even now. I was fully awake, fully able to move, but my body remembered that grip like it hadn't let go yet. I threw myself out of bed so fast I almost tripped. I backed away from the edge of the mattress and just stood there, shaking, staring at the space under my bed like it might reach out again any second. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, not even close. I sat with my knees pulled up, trying not to cry too loudly, because I didn't want anyone to come in and tell me it was a nightmare. I didn't want someone to explain it away when I still felt the terror sitting on my chest like a weight. And I know people could call it a dream or sleep paralysis or whatever, but I've had normal nightmares. I've had bad dreams. I've had panic. This was different. This was the most fear I've ever felt in my life, like something dark had wrapped itself around me and let me know it could touch me whenever it wanted. And honestly, I'm still scared it'll happen again, because I don't know how to stop it from using those moments, those half-awake, half-asleep cracks in reality to get close. I just want it to leave me alone. Okay, so this whole thing kicked off in the most annoying way possible. My cat Miso waking me up by licking my face like I'm a salt lamp. It's late, I'm half asleep, and I'm thinking, fine, he wants out. I head downstairs, 2 flights because apparently I chose cardio as a lifestyle, and I go to open the back door. And that's when we both see it. Down at the bottom of the garden, by the gate, there's this figure. And the garden is already dark, but this thing is darker than the dark. Like a cutout. Like someone erased a person-shaped chunk of night. It's tall, too, easily 8 or 9 feet, and it's moving slowly, almost casually, like it belongs there more than I do. It's tall enough that it kind of swallows the fence line when it passes. Now here's the part that got me. Miso loves the garden. He's obsessed. He'd sell me for a warm paving stone out there. But this time, he stops dead. Won't step outside. Not even one paw. Just refuses. Like he's suddenly become a very principled indoor cat. So I'm standing there with the door cracked open, and I actually say, out loud, because apparently I like making things worse. "Yeah, I don't blame you. This is weird." Then I just shut the door. Not in a panic, not slamming it, just, nope. And we go back up to bed. I tell myself it's nothing. I'm not easily spooked, and I figured maybe my eyes were playing tricks. But Miso, who normally sleeps wherever he collapses, parks himself right by the bedroom door that night, like he's on duty. That was unusual. Really unusual. Second night, same routine. Miso wakes me up again. This time he licks my eyelid, which is horrific, by the way, like being kissed awake by a damp moth. He's purring and making those bubbly little sounds cats do when they're pleased with themselves. I sit up, blinking, and I look toward the doorway. And it's there. Not in the garden this time. Not far away. Just standing in the doorway like it's checking in. Same shape, same void blackness, like a hooded figure but without texture. No fabric, no detail, just absence. And weirdly, I don't feel terrified. There's no sense of malice, no get out instinct. And Miso isn't freaking out either. He's just there, calm. So I do what any exhausted person does when reality starts acting up. I mumble something along the lines of, I can't be bothered with this. And, do you mind? I don't even wait to see if it leaves. I just roll over and go back to sleep. Like I'm setting a boundary with the universe from under my duvet. Third night, no cat wake up. I wake up on my own because I need the toilet. I stumble into the bathroom, barely alive, and I flick on the light. And there it is. Standing in the bathtub. Just in the tub. Like it booked a room and that's its spot. Same cloaked outline, same hollow black void, completely silent. And again, I don't feel threatened. I'm not saying it felt normal. It absolutely did not. But it didn't feel dangerous. So I use the toilet because what else am I going to do? Hold it out of respect? And I actually talk to it, like it's a weird roommate. I say, if you're going to make this a regular thing, you'll have to get used to me, and I'll get used to you. Then I tell it good night, like an idiot, like a polite idiot, and I go back to bed. After that, nothing. No more sightings. But here's what's left behind. This faint, lingering sensation, like being watched over. Not in a creepy way, more like a gentle presence, almost protective. And honestly, I don't want it. I don't need a shadow guardian. I'm good. Please stop. And I think my total indifference, my very tired, very unbothered attitude, kind of shut the whole thing down. Like once it realized I wasn't going to feed it fear or fascination, it just moved on. The only reason I take it seriously at all is Miso. He's my litmus test. He clocked it before I fully did, and his behavior changed in a way that felt deliberate. Since those 3 nights, he's been completely normal. No more doorway sleeping, no weird wake-ups, just regular cat nonsense. So yeah, 3 nights, a silent void figure, a cat who suddenly had better judgment than me. And I'm left sitting here thinking, what on earth was that? Anyway, if you've got thoughts, I'm listening, because I'd love for it to make sense, even if it never happens again. You know how sometimes life feels a little too neatly stitched together? Like, I'll be going about a totally normal day, watching something, hearing a random phrase, having an ordinary conversation, and then, not long after, that same idea shows up again somewhere completely unrelated. Not in a déjà vu way, more like an echo, a callback I didn't ask for. I don't even know what to call it. Some people would say synchronicity. Others would shrug and go, coincidence. Your brain is just pattern hunting. And honestly, maybe. I'm not trying to prove anything cosmic. It just happens so suddenly and so cleanly that it throws me off every time. I've tried bringing it up to a couple people I trust, My friend Mara, for example, and she just laughed and told me my mind is basically a highlight reel machine. And that's fair. If you haven't felt it, it probably sounds like I'm making a big deal out of nothing. But there's this one book that's always stuck with me, The Roots of Coincidence by Arthur Koestler. He talks about a guy named Lucas Kamler. Well, in the book he's called something like that, who seemed to notice the same kind of repeating clusters of events. And there's this part where the idea is basically, what if the recurrence of similar things in close time and space isn't just noise? What if it happens often enough that it messes with what we even mean by coincidence? I'm not quoting it perfectly, but the feeling of it is, at a certain point, coincidence stops being a satisfying explanation because it starts showing up like a rule instead of an exception. And that's the thing. With me, it's usually not a big dramatic event. It's smaller than that. It's a word, a phrase, a concept, something oddly specific that bridges two moments that shouldn't have any bridge at all. And it happens within a day, maybe two. Here's the one that really got me recently. So, last week, I had the evening news on. I wasn't even fully paying attention, just half watching the way people do. And then a segment comes on about the Pope inaugurating the 2025 Jubilee of Hope. That word hit my ears, Jubilee, and I remember thinking, you don't hear that every day. Then, the very next day, maybe not even 24 hours later, I'm playing A Plague Tale: Requiem. I'd already been in the middle of it for a few days, just slowly working through the chapters. And I get to a part where the main character, let's call her Alara, arrives on this island with her little brother, and they're talking, and suddenly she says something about the Jubilee. And I just froze. Because tell me honestly, how often does that word show up in your life? In a random news segment, and then in a dark medieval game, back to back. It's not like those two things have any connection. The Vatican and a grim story about survival and plague aren't exactly neighbors. But my brain wouldn't let it go. It latched on like, nope, that's a link. That's a thread. And the tighter the time frame is, the more intense it feels, like it's tapping me on the shoulder. Most of the time, nothing like this happens. Days go by and everything is just normal. But every once in a while, it returns. Another little echo, another weird overlap, another tiny, why that word, why now, moment. And here's the part that makes me laugh at myself. I'm not doing what that guy in the book did. I'm not keeping records. No spreadsheets, no notes, no archive of proof. I just notice it, feel unsettled for a minute, and then move on until it happens again. Still, I can't help wondering. And I guess what I really want to know is, do you ever get this? Not the vague sense of everything is connected, but those specific, oddly timed repeats. The kind that make you pause and go, wait, seriously? Again? And if you have, how often do you think this kind of thing happens to people, even if they don't talk about it? So, I'm in my late 20s now, and I've lived through a lot, stuff most people only hear about on the news. Addiction in the house, violence, being around people who didn't make it. That kind of darkness was just around me for years, like background noise I couldn't turn off. And for almost a decade, it's felt like something else has been around too. I first noticed it when I had my oldest. At the time, I didn't even want to call it anything. I just knew there was a presence. It started small, almost like it was testing the waters. The TV would click on in the middle of the night. Then the second I stepped into the living room, it would shut off like it hadn't done anything. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was asleep. Sometimes I'd wake up and the air would feel heavy, like someone was standing too close, just staring. For a long time, it stayed in that minor lane. Creepy, sure, but manageable. Like a bad roommate you try not to acknowledge. But a couple years ago, when my drug use got really ugly, and I was in relationships that were unsafe, it changed. That's when it started to feel angry. Loud. Like it wanted me to know it was there, and it was in control. We lived in this older place back then, and the basement was the worst part. I remember one night hearing a crash down there, like something big got shoved off a shelf in the laundry area. It was loud enough that my whole body went cold. I ran upstairs and slept on the couch because I wanted to be closer to my kids and my mom, like being near them would keep me safe. And then, this is the part that still makes my stomach drop. Out of the basement, clear as day, I heard a man's voice say, "I'm still waiting on you." That was in the fall of 2023. I've heard plenty of terrifying things in my life, but that one, it settled into me. Things spiraled after that. My kids went to live with my uncle for a while because I wasn't okay, and I'm not going to pretend I was. I let the wrong people into my home because I wanted to keep disappearing into that life. I'm not proud of any of it, but I'm also not that person anymore. I'm 10 months clean now, and I mean that with my whole chest. Back then, though, the energy in that house got so dark it felt contaminated. And the thing, him, got worse. I started calling him Mason, just to have a name to throw at it instead of feeling powerless. Anyone who came over wouldn't go near the basement. They'd stand at the top of the stairs like the air itself was warning them. Sometimes I'd hear heavy breathing right outside my bedroom door. Slow, deliberate. And I had this thick blanket hanging in the doorway because I didn't even like having the door open. I'd lie there listening, heart pounding, and finally I'd rip the blanket aside, ready to snap at whoever was messing with me. No one would be there. We tried to smudge at one point, traditional, the way my family taught me. I'm indigenous, and that matters in how we do things, what we believe, what we don't do. And smudging while there's active drug use? That's a hard no in our culture. It isn't just bad vibes, it's disrespectful. And honestly, it felt like it made him angrier. Like I'd thrown something sacred into a mess and he wanted to punish me for it. But Mason? Mason followed. He's not as violent now, not like the basement days. But he's still around, and now he plays these weird little games. He mimics my partner constantly. I'll hear my name, in my partner's voice from the other room. Or I'll hear footsteps on the stairs like someone's coming down to talk to me. So I look up, and the stairwell is empty. When my kids are away visiting their dad, I sometimes hear a little girl in the middle room, soft laughing, then crying, like it's switching back and forth. The first time I heard it, I told myself it was pipes, or the house settling, or my brain being tired. But then a friend stayed over once and froze mid-sentence and went, do you have a kid here right now? No, I didn't. So now I'm firm about it. I don't beg. I don't negotiate. I say it out loud, like I'm talking to a person standing right in front of me. You do not do that when my children are home. You do not mess with my kids. Ever. And if I'm being honest, at this point it's less terror and more exhaustion. He annoys me. He acts up more when a living man is around, like he's got something to prove. Like he's jealous of the space my partner takes up in our home. Some nights it feels like he's sulking. Other nights it feels like he's just trying to remind me, I'm still here. I've wondered what he is. In some circles, people might call him a djinn. Where I'm from in Canada, and in my community, we use different words depending on the nation and the teachings, so I'm careful with labels. I just know he feels like a man, a dark one, something that got close during the worst seasons of my life and decided it liked staying. And I don't really want advice. I'm not writing this because I think someone on the internet has the perfect answer. I just needed to say it somewhere, out loud, in my own words. While I'm standing here trying to get supper on the table, trying to be a good mom, trying to stay steady. Because I've survived a lot, and I'm still here. Even if, whatever that is still here too. So, picture this. It's the mid-90s and my parents are feeling brave, and maybe a little too optimistic, when they buy this gorgeous old colonial in the hills of upstate Vermont. Big windows, creaky wood floors, a wraparound porch, and yes, an annoyingly perfect white picket fence. The price was suspiciously low, and the house had been sitting on the market forever, but my parents were like, "We're getting a deal." We did not, in fact, get a deal. We got roommates, invisible ones. At first it was almost normal, like old house normal. One evening we're all at the kitchen table and this thick smell of cigarette smoke just rolls in like someone lit up right beside us. Only nobody in my family smoked, and my dad and I both had asthma, so it wasn't just weird, it was immediately miserable. My mom, bless her, didn't panic. She just kind of stared into the air and said, very calmly, "Okay, that's enough. Please don't do that in here." And I swear to you, it stopped. Like whoever it was went, "Fair point," and never did it again. Then the thermostat started acting up. Not like, "Oops, it's cold," acting up. Like it would be cranked to 90 degrees out of nowhere. One of those old dial thermostats you have to physically turn with your hand. Of course, everyone assumed it was me. Because I was a teenage girl, and apparently teenage girls secretly love living inside a sauna. I'd be like, "I did not touch it." And they'd be like, "Sure, Ellie." That wasn't even my name, by the way. They just blamed me with confidence. But the real fear didn't start until the footsteps. Heavy, slow, deliberate footsteps, like boots, moving through the house. Here's the fun part. It only happened when one of us was home alone. So imagine being 15, hearing someone walk across the downstairs hallway, and realizing you're the only human being in the building. I genuinely thought we had an intruder. More than once, I ended up hiding under my bed or wedged into a closet, holding my breath so hard I got dizzy, waiting for someone, anyone, to come home. And every time, nothing. No doors forced open, no missing items, no sign of anybody, just that sound. Like the house wanted me to know I wasn't alone, but also wanted to make sure I couldn't prove it. My brother, his name was Noah in this version of my life, started hearing the footsteps up in our unfinished attic. Sometimes they'd come down the hallway and stop right outside his door, like whoever it was just standing there, listening. And then our dogs got involved. We had 2 big mutts, the kind that normally think every visitor is a new best friend. Suddenly, they'd stare at empty corners and start barking. Deep, ugly barking. Growling, snarling, hackles up. Like they could see something we couldn't. Eventually, it escalated to this one awful night where one dog started whimpering and cowering like it was being cornered or hit. Nothing was touching it. Nothing we could see anyway. Noah, who was a Marine and had the patience of a man who slept through worse than ghosts, finally snapped and shouted into the air, full volume, no filter, basically telling whatever was in the house to leave the dog alone. And after that, the dog stopped doing it. Immediately. Like the whole thing had been waiting for someone to set a boundary. There were certain rooms that felt wrong. You know how you can walk into a place and the temperature is the same, the lighting is the same, everything looks normal, and yet your body goes, nope? For me it was the basement, the dining room, and this central hallway that connected everything. It felt like being watched by something furious, something that wanted to push me out of my own home. I'd speed walk through those areas, never linger, always avoiding eye contact with nothing, and my stomach dropped because I hadn't told him. I hadn't even admitted it out loud to myself. But yeah, he felt it too. That angry presence wasn't imaginary. It was consistent, like it had a favorite spot and a bad attitude. When we had sleepovers, friends would swear something messed with them while they slept downstairs, tugging at blankets, whispering, sudden panic out of nowhere. One friend woke up sobbing and refused to go back in the basement. Another said she felt someone lean over her like they were breathing just above her face. And the worst part was how matter-of-fact it all became. Like, oh yeah, that happens. I had my own moment that still makes my skin prickle. I was in the living room, looking out the front window, and I saw a middle-aged man walk up the front steps. Clear as day. He reached for the doorknob, opened the front door, and then he just vanished. Like he dissolved. Not walked out of sight. Not maybe I blinked. He was there, and then he wasn't. 5 feet in front of me. I remember standing frozen, hand half raised, thinking, if I scream, will anyone believe me? Another time, Noah was home with his tutor, this sweet woman named Marisol, and they heard a woman screaming upstairs. Not a creak, not a bump, a full, terrified scream. They ran up, checked every room. Nothing. No TV on, no neighbors, no explanation. And the lights. Oh my God, the lights. I used to blame wiring because old houses are weird, right? Except sometimes the flickering would respond like it was listening. Like you could actually say, okay, was that you? And the lights would pulse or flutter back, almost like a reply. It wasn't constant chaos, but it was constant enough that you stopped thinking, if something happens, and started thinking, when something happens. Now, here's the part people don't expect. Not everything in that house felt evil. My bedroom, weirdly, felt protected. Like there was a boundary there the darker stuff didn't want to cross. I could breathe in my room. I could sleep. It was the only place that felt like it belonged to me. And a few times, this is hard to explain without sounding like I'm making it up, I saw these soft, glowing orbs. Not like dust in sunlight, like actual points of light moving with intention. Once I woke up and the whole room felt full, warm, like a presence that was gentle and steady, almost comforting. Another time I saw what I can only describe as an angelic shape, more like a feeling than a face, but unmistakably protective. Those moments changed me. They made the whole situation feel more complicated than haunted house equals bad. It was like the house was a crossroads, and not everyone passing through was there to hurt us. Noah, though, he got the worst of it. He dealt with horrible sleep paralysis, waking up locked in his body, feeling something pressed down on his chest, hearing things, sensing something right beside him. And he wasn't the type to dramatize. If he said something was happening, it was happening. My parents owned that house for almost 20 years before they finally sold it. By then, I think we were all just tired. The kind of tired you can't fix with sleep. And here's what's eerie. Since they sold it, the house has changed hands a bunch of times. People move in, and they don't stay. It keeps selling again and again, often for less than it should be worth for a beautiful colonial on a big piece of land. Like the house can't hold on to anyone for long. Living there wasn't always miserable, but it wasn't exactly peaceful either. It taught me things I never asked to learn. How to set boundaries with something you can't see. How to protect your energy. How to tell the difference between a presence that's just there and one that wants to cause harm. And even though it's been years since I lived there, I still dream about that house at least once a week. In the dreams, I'm walking those hallways again, avoiding the dining room, feeling that glare in the basement. Part of me honestly believes the place was some kind of doorway, like a thin spot, a portal, whatever you want to call it, where things could slip through. Some of them kind, some of them angry, and all of them very, very real.